I call to order the regular meeting of the Lakewood City Council on September 8th at 7:12 p.m. To connect with the council meeting online, please use one of the following links at lakewoodspeaks.org or lakewood.org/councilvideos. For online public comments, you may post comments of any length to lakewoodspeaks.org. That is our online forum for public comments, and it will be left open through tonight and until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Anyone who would like to address the City Council will be given the opportunity several times throughout this evening, and I will walk us through that as we come up upon each opportunity. Will the City Clerk please start us off by calling the roll?
Mayor Strom.
Here.
Councilors LeBure.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Cruz K.
Here.
Maya Guerrero.
Here.
Sharazai.
Here.
Sinks.
Here.
Cruz I.
Here.
Lowe.
Here.
Furman.
Here.
And Nystrom.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, thank you. And this is the moment that if you are able to stand, I would ask you to please join us to do so for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing afterwards for a moment of silent prayer or reflection. All members of the City Council have the responsibility to comply with the terms of Charter 7.2B and excuse themselves from voting on any matter in which they determine they have a personal, financial, or business interest. The City Council is empowered by Charter 7.2B to agree by unanimous vote, excluding the member at issue, to excuse any member of the council from voting on a matter in which they determine such member has a personal, financial, or business interest. So we get to start our evening off tonight with one of my favorite parts of our meetings. And with that, we've got a proclamation that I will read. Mr. Cox, I'll meet you up front, regarding the upcoming Love Lakewood Day. Whereas the City of Lakewood values the strength of its community, which is rooted in compassion, service, and civic engagement, and whereas Love Lakewood Day, held annually in September, brings together volunteers from all walks of life to serve neighbors, improve neighborhoods, and uplift the entire city through acts of kindness and generosity, and whereas Serve Spot Lakewood, a coalition of nonprofit, faith-based, and service organizations, leads this effort by organizing meaningful projects that connect people through shared action. And whereas on September 20th, 2025, individuals and groups from across the city will come together to complete service projects such as beautifying local schools, cleaning public spaces, and assisting local nonprofits. And whereas Love Lakewood Day exemplifies the spirit of unity and the importance of giving back, making the city a more inclusive, supportive, and thriving place to live for all. And whereas the city commends all volunteers, organizers, and supporters of Love Lakewood Day for their commitment to making a lasting difference through collective action. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Lakewood, I, Wendy Strom, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby proclaim September 20th, 2025 as Love Lakewood Day. All right, do that. And Mr. Reg Cox, would you like to say a few words about Love Lakewood Day?
Ms. Mayor, thank you very much. City Council, thank you for leading us as a city that works together and reaches across different kinds of boundaries to connect with each other, make new relationships, and serve the greater good together. Together, we can make Lakewood a healthier place, a more inclusive place, and a cleaner place. Thank you for allowing ServSpot to be a part of your vision for making our city better. And thank you for this proclamation and your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'll add a big thank you to the organizations involved. And as we have a very packed room this evening, I will make mention to the fact that it is open for registration. So if you've got a little passion to make this community better, which I'm sure many of you are here for that exact reason tonight, I would encourage you to go to the website, get signed up, and please join us on September 20th to help do some great projects across our city. All right, and with that, we will go ahead and transition over to our initial public comment period this evening. So this is the first point in tonight's meeting where the public is invited to address the City Council. This one is on items that are not on tonight's agenda. This initial period of public comment allows for up to 10 speakers, although we do have an exception tonight with a couple of special needs guests, so we will actually have 12 speakers. They will provide or give comment on any matter other than an agenda item and will prioritize those with special needs. Speaking during this initial period of public comment does require signing up to speak with the city clerk in advance of the meeting. There is no pool of time during this initial period. The goal of public comment is to create an environment that welcomes all stakeholders to share their thoughts and concerns, whether your thoughts are left on lakewoodspeaks.org or here in Chambers. I ask that all comments be directed to the City Council, that anyone in attendance or online respect the decorum of council chambers and practice civility. And so that every speaker may be heard, I ask that everyone here in Chambers refrain from applause or any audible support or discord with the speaker. For anyone who here in the audience that may be uncomfortable speaking in front of the room, you're welcome to leave the comments online on lakewoodspeaks.org instead. Anyone will be able to do so, as I mentioned, through 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please note that no campaigning is allowed during public comment. Per Lakewood's campaign finance law, city resources are not able to be used for campaigning, and that includes tonight's meeting. If you are speaking and have any handouts you'd like to share with the City Council, please provide them directly to our city clerk, Mr. Robb, and they will be distributed to the council following this evening's meeting. The purpose of this time tonight is for us to hear from you. This is a listen-only session. If you would like to engage in a conversation with your counselors, staff, or myself, you may do so via phone, scheduled office visits, or email. For those planning to speak tonight, when you arrive up front here at the microphone, or we have another if you need a lower height microphone, please start by stating your name and address, or your name and ward. Once the clock starts, you will have 3 minutes to speak. If you look around the room tonight, you'll see that we have a lot of community members that are here to speak about something that's very important to them. We also have a full agenda. Within our policies and procedures, the later portion of our public comment is not a guarantee. So to respect everyone's desire to be heard and to do everything that I can to make sure that everyone here gets a chance to speak tonight, I will need to hold the line pretty closely on our 3-minute rule. So we'll go ahead and start now. I will call the names signed up for this initial public comment. When I call your name, what I'll ask you to do is, so that we can move as quickly through as possible, again, to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to speak, if we can make sure that that happens tonight, I'd like to ask that You will have the first person come up here to the microphone, and then I will name 2 or 3 more names, and we'll line up over here on the edge. That way everybody is ready to quickly transition to the next speaker. Also, please, for those of you, I know it's tight quarters in here, we do have chairs that are set up in the atrium. So if you'd like to sit, you can certainly do that. But please make sure the aisles are clear, that anyone that needs to get out can get out, or that anyone that needs to get up here to speak has the ability to do so. And with that, my first speaker is Benjamin Smith. Then I have Carol Pensiaro, and then Z. Williams. So if we could get Benjamin Smith up here, and then Carol Pensiaro, and I'm going to apologize now, I won't get everybody's name correctly, I'm sorry, and Z. Williams over here. Thank you so much.
Hello, Benjamin Smith, Ward 3. I'd first like to just state I support the efforts to get justice for Jax. Mayor Strom, members of council, since my last public comment before this body on August 11th regarding extreme levels of vehicle noise on West Mississippi Avenue, I received a positive update regarding the city attorney's ongoing revision of the city's noise ordinances. I greatly appreciate this action being taken. I would like to emphasize that any noise ordinance update needs to look at why the current state statute and city ordinances on noise in residential areas are not being enforced. Then write the ordinance updates in a way that ensures there will not be any difficulty enforcing them. And while I have focused on West Mississippi Avenue and must continue to do so in my comments, this is an issue that negatively impacts countless Lakewood residents living, working, walking, and biking along busy roads of the city. I request the following be kept in mind. Please make sure that in any noise ordinance updates, the city attorney authorizes use of the plainly audible standard for mobile noise sources such as loud vehicles. This differs significantly from point sources of noise such as pickleball courts, construction noise, loud music, or maintenance equipment. The plainly audible standard is what the LAC's noise pollution report recommends for transient noise sources. It is the cheapest and easiest method as it does not require special equipment to purchase and calibrate and train law enforcement on. Please ensure there is no loophole in the ordinance update for noise crossing residential property lines from public rights of way like roadways. Limiting residents from causing noise on their own properties that crosses property lines and disturbs their neighbors, while at the same time allowing motor vehicles on adjacent rights of way to cause the same or often greater noise disturbances that cross residential property lines in exactly the same way is an indefensible double standard. Taking a holistic approach to the problems along West Mississippi Avenue, I also would like to point out that both vehicle speeds and the city's speed limit are too high, putting pedestrians and bikers as well as motorists at unnecessary and sometimes severe risks. I am asking the city to reduce the speed limit of West Mississippi Avenue to 25 miles per hour in the narrow, highly residential corridor between Garrison Street and Wadsworth Boulevard, a corridor which is narrower than some of the side streets that are now 20 miles per hour. I am also asking the city to install protected bike lanes, curbed infrastructure, additional stop signs, crosswalks, and other traffic calming measures. And especially on West Mississippi Avenue, I think we need at least one crosswalk, but possibly up to 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Carol Pensero. I reside at 1145 South Balsam Street in Lakewood. I wanted to be here tonight to support Ben Smith. I am the president of our HOA, Allison Glen West. I also moved into our area back in 2013. It took me no time to get onto Mississippi from Balsam. Now it takes me time. When I moved in 12 and a half years ago, I didn't really hear traffic from Mississippi. I'm 4 homes up on the west side. I hear traffic all the time now. So I just wanted to come and approach council in support of Benjamin's claim on what he's proposing, because we have a major noise issue from Mississippi. And that's all I have.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Z. Williams, and then over here on deck, if we could get Jamie Frederick and then Victoria Griffith.
Good evening, Council. My name is Z. Williams. I'm a resident of Ward 2. Impossible, impractical, unlawful, chaos-inducing, a recipe for crisis. These are things that have likely been said about moments in history that brought each of you to government. Desegregation, multiracial marriage, immigration reform, gay marriage. Lakewood City Council might not feel like you're in the hotbed of history. We have horses and our restaurants all close at 9 p.m. And yet, you are. And as my movement hero, Angela Davis, says, you don't know that change is happening when you're in it. Jack Scraton, truly one of the best of us, lost her brave and beautiful life, took her final breath on our streets. This is a woman who marched in protests in 6-inch heels and worked 14-hour days cutting hair for folks so that she could give free haircuts and spa treatments to our unhoused neighbors. And now you must grapple with this. Some of the hardest issues of our time: gender, public safety, policing, public trust. And a movement has risen for Jax. It is powerful. It is bold. It is made in her image. And this is your movement moment. This is your moment to show who you are going to be in history. We ask you to be bold in your actions. Let them pave hope and light for our community. Make history. Make justice happen. Tell the people in this room that trans lives matter in Lakewood. Tell the people of the world that trans lives matter here. Say that to the poor and the beaten down around you. Say that those who are at the margins will not always be so, that you will lift them as you climb. Say it with your full self. Say it for trans children. Say it for trans elders. Say it for trans people in this kind of weird middle space that don't have a great name for ourselves quite yet. And if nothing else, say it for Jax. Long live Jax. Oversight now.
Thank you. Jamie Frederick.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jamie Frederick. My pronouns are they, she, and I'm here to speak on the need for independent oversight. I know you've heard me speak a few times now, and by your actions, I know you've been listening. I hope you continue to do so. Independent oversight is essential, and for it to be effective, it must have actual power and access to information. Without these, it will continue to be hidden behind the blue wall of silence. That would further harm a community that is already grieving and under attack. Trans people deserve to feel safe, deserve to feel secure, and right now many folks don't. I've told you before, and I will say it again, that you have a chance to change that right here in Lakewood. And that change will radiate out, will bring light, some small bit of hope to a community that desperately needs it. Will show that here in Lakewood, they are supported and cared for, that they will not be brushed aside. Jax was that brilliant light in our community for so many, someone who would give her last dollar if it would help you. I know that you have seen her power in bringing all of these people in front of you again and again to show how important independent oversight would be for trans people everywhere, to show the power of Jax. There are people here from across the state, people who have canceled meetings, driven long distances, and made it their priority to be here tonight. I urge you to listen to their resolve, to honor the time they have spent to speak up for Jax, to keep working towards independent oversight. I know I will keep pushing, keep showing how much this means to my community, to keep showing you that the world is watching. So I will stress again that we need independent oversight. Jax deserves that change. Long live Jax.
Thank you. Victoria Griffith, then Amanda Phillips, and then Brandy Burns-Carey.
Thank you, Council and Mayor, for having me. My name is Victoria Griffith. I live in central Denver. On an ordinary night, I would not even be here, but this is a topic that is very important to me and a lot of us here. My shirt says human on it, and I wore this shirt on purpose. I'm going to say something that was probably going to get some mixed reactions from some people here. As I've already stated, I do not live in Lakewood. I am not even native to Colorado. I moved here at the end of April from Texas. And I have seen the embrace and the love in this state, in this area, and it's important to not stop now that, we've made a little bit of progress. We're kind of the envy of some of the other blue states. My understanding, I moved to Denver on July 1st after living in Aurora for the first couple of months. My understanding is that Denver does not even have the type of police oversight that we're asking for here tonight. And I will echo Z's words whenever they said that you have a chance to continue on the good path and to stand out and be leaders, not just followers. What happens in Lakewood will expand out and have a ripple effect. Hate spreads like wildfire, one comment at a time, but so does kindness, so does love, and I've seen that. I wore the human shirt because a lot of people really don't see us as that. Even when we're murdered, and make no mistake, it was murder. People, kind of toy around that, maybe it was a suicide. I don't believe it was, but even if it was still murder because nobody just does that. They're driven to it. And I am so much more than a trans person. I am a human being. I am a daughter. When I left from Texas didn't lose, whatever slur that you want to put on me that a lot of them are probably happy about. I'm a CNA. They lost a dedicated healthcare worker that cared about her patients. They lost a friend and somebody that truly, 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 I mean this even now, would have given anybody, including people in a certain color of hat, their shirt off my back if they needed it, because that's just the kind of person that I am. And the thanks that we get for that is we get vilified, we get told to conform, we get told not right now, it's too much to ask for all at once. It's not. We are people, and thank you to the committee and the council for everything that y'all have done, but now is not the time to stop. When the parachute is slowing down, it's not the time to take it off. Thank you. Justice for Jack's police oversight now.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. I am Amanda Phillips of South Denver. I'm Jax Graton's neighbor. I have the honor again of reading Sherilyn Graton Camisis, the proud mother of Jax Graton of Missoula, Montana's letter to you. When you lose your daughter the way that I did, you drown in questions every day. I don't know when she died. I don't know when she ended up in this little narrow space between two buildings. I don't know where her belongings are. I don't know if she felt pain. I don't know if she felt scared. I had to read her autopsy, begging for answers. Had to read about her beautiful eyes, gone. Her tongue, gone. Her bones, broken. Her body was thrown like trash. I stay awake with my head spinning, hearing her voice, thinking of her ways, and trying to understand why she is gone. All of these big questions make every small answer I can get really important. Was she found in her same clothing? What position was she in? Could you see her tattoos? Was she in an alley? Who found her? Who was there when her autopsy was done? Was there video of her coming and going? And since June 6th, I have received a barrage of info from the Lakewood Police, and much of it has been false. Jax was found in her clothes, except no shirt, underwear, glasses, shoes, and a new jacket. Jax was on her back, definitely on her back, but also on her left side, but on her back, but on a cantor. Her head was touching both the building she was in and the one parallel to it. You could see her tattoos, but you couldn't. You could see the ones on her chest and her toes, but then we could only see the ones on her chest and back. She was found by a passerby, except it was actually a building owner with restricted access. There was not video, but there is, but maybe not. If your head is spinning, I can relate, and if you struggle to believe me, I encourage you to request the body camera footage from these meetings. I cannot access it or have my own recordings, but perhaps you will have better luck. Our meetings are painful, humiliating, and dehumanizing. Lakewood PD Sergeant Turnbull will read me the dictionary definition of an alley to try to make me go away. I am argued with and treated as a problem, only to be told that police care about me. Every week, I find more dishonesty. As a mother, I deserve to have my child outlive me. I deserve to see Jax live the life she dreamed of that was stolen from us. So at the very least, I deserve the truth, the public deserves the truth, and Jax deserves the truth. Thank you, and long live Jax.
Thank you. Brandy Burns Carey, then Kai Martinez, and then Faye Gardner.
Good evening. My name is Brandy. I do not live in Lakewood, but Jax was a very close person to me. I'm going to be speaking to you all tonight on behalf of Marilyn, who is Jax's younger sister. To the Lakewood City Council, my name is Marilyn, and I'm the little sister of Jax Graton. I wanted to write you because Jax means so much to me, not just as my sister, but as someone I've always looked up to. She cared deeply about people, and she always stood up for what was right, teaching me how to do the same. I would be doing my sister a disservice not speaking out. She has supported me, loved me, and this has been one of the hardest things to happen to my family, myself, and everyone who loved Jax. Jax has put her heart into helping communities that are often forgotten or mistreated, and I believe there are a lot of those type of communities in this building tonight. She listened and showed up, and she spoke out with honesty and compassion. I've seen firsthand how hard she worked to make anywhere she was a better place for everyone. I demand justice for her because she will never see me graduate college, attend my wedding, meet my future children, or send another package of hair care products. She was taken from me, from us. I know your job as council members comes with tough decisions, but at this point, it is straight disrespect. I hope you'll see Jax the way I do, as someone who is trying to create real positive change and who truly wants the best for all humans, even people who are filled with hatred towards her. Last thing to take into consideration, if this were to happen to me, or to me, justice would have already been served. My sister would have been able to grieve in peace. If I was found dead, my family would be able to rest in peace, because Jax was has not been able to rest, because Jax was a transgender woman. We have to fight. It's not fair, it never will be. All I ask is for help, empathy, and compassion. Thank you for your time and for listening. Sincerely, Marilyn Maestro, or as Jax would call me, Skittle. Again, we come tonight with our demand for independent police oversight, with true information, true power to get the answers we want. And it's not just for Jax, it's for all trans people, it's all for all LGBTQ people, immigrants, all of our marginalized communities, our elderly, everything. This is for all of us in this room. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, and my name is Kai Martinez. I am from Ward 3. I'm here to ask for strong police strong, independent police oversight. There are over 90 unidentified people in Colorado and over 12,000 missing persons. Trans people and indigenous people are more likely to go missing and never get found, let alone found alive. This is in large part because of the way their friends and family are treated. No one who is looking for their loved one, which when your loved one goes missing is the greatest act of love, deserves to be disregarded, disrespected, or treated as a burden. Everyone deserves respect in the worst days of their lives, and I leave you with this quote from a civil rights leader. If they let this happen to them, we don't need an American flag. Thank you. God sees you.
Thank you. Faye Gardner, then Glenn Newell, and then Joan Poston.
My name is Faye Gardner. I have a house at 1403 South Ames Street, and it's part of Ward 3. The shopping center at 1395 South Sheridan Boulevard is a disaster. Trash, clothing around every dumpster. Mattresses behind the pawn shop and along residential fences. Homeless living behind the pawn shop, and they leave their belongings in trash. Someone has dropped off branches and bags of concrete alongside the dollar store and behind the building. Let's see here. Situation is used as a dumping place. In the 1395 South Sheridan area and 1400 block of South Sheridan, there was massive graffiti on every building. At the Sheridan and Arkansas graffiti, T-Mobile building, and the end unit has been, we have requested, that it be removed, and it's still not removed. It's been on for 6 weeks. Okay. A variety of vehicles such as RVs, buses, etc., parking, homeless in them, on Louisiana and Arkansas off of Sheridan, dumping and leaving their trash. There is a drainage issue on Arkansas and Sheridan, and I will address it at another time. Plus, the motorhomes, at other times too, the motorhomes, okay. I have pictures if anyone wants to see them. I've gone through this several times with other people and with no avail fixing these issues. And it's serious. I have a house that's vacant. How can I rent it when you've got homeless living on a mattress across the street and homeless beside your house throwing pizza out, boxes out, everything? This is a serious issue that needs to be addressed. Also speeding. We have a speeding issue there on Arkansas, off of Sheridan. They speed down that street. The other thing is we also have a liquor store, a bar that was put in, no notification at all. There should have been one on the front door in the shopping center and one on the back door. There's 2 doors. Nothing for us to know there was going to be a bar put in. Now I've got another thing, a day laborer's place that's opened up. And they got the sign on Arkansas. So I'm going to have a bunch of homeless or whatever on Arkansas. So how do I rent my property? That's what I want to know. I need some answers from this council about these issues. This is serious. It's been going on. And I have some ideas, but there's not time enough to tell you. So I'm going to have to come back again. But I'd appreciate it if somebody can help me with these issues.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Glenn Newell.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council, City staff, neighbors, and friends. My name is Glenn, and I live in Ward 2. I'm encouraged by the apparent progress that's been made in the effort to allow this community to take part in the accountability and oversight for Lakewood's police department. It is a welcome and clearly necessary step towards making our city the kind of place I would like for it to be, and that some of you have affirmed you wish to see. And yet, we've all observed repeatedly, particularly in response to the tragic end of Jax Greton's life and the repeated violation and abuse of her grieving mother and friends, that the road ahead is still long. I know that this treatment is not what I myself would have to endure. The very clear and frankly disturbing difference can only, in my view, and that of many others, be attributed to the ongoing ignorance and carelessness towards people who are still seen and treated as other, and which appears to be the pervasive and persistent attitude found in the Lakewood Police Department. This should be intolerable to anyone who cares anything about this community, and it is to me. So when the City Council and government of Lakewood fail to meet their own stated goals of making the city inclusive and welcoming, and fail its houseless, mentally ill, recent migrant, and LGBTQ plus communities, you fail at the simple human mission of empathy. You fail at keeping your word, and you fail at justice. The main discussion for many tonight is the challenge of restructuring the plan for the city and the zoning ordinance revisions. I'd like to remind all of them and you that these ordinances do none of what anyone says they will do on their own. What will make the city what I and most of my neighbors want, and what you say you all want, is your actions. Justice for Jax, empathy and dignity for all of Lakewood citizens is an absolute necessity and should be your highest priority. I call you for justice for Jax and oversight now. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Poston, and then Connie Reddick.
I wasn't planning on sitting, but I was run over on the way in today. My name is Joan Poston, and the first thing I'd like to address is that we are a home rule city. And when people are asking why, there's a shift in the zoning, and the planning staff has said that we have to make our rules align with the legislature that has just been passed this past year. And when you mention that there are 6 cities and 2 counties that are fighting these illegal and unconstitutional laws, we have city council members who tell us that they don't want to spend the money to fight. And the sad thing is, in the end, you will spend the money to fight because litigation, like the litigation around the building, permitting at 77 South Yarrow Street happens. You need to be understanding where you are and what you are supposed to be doing as far as the law goes. Today I filed an internal complaint with the Colorado Public Utilities Commission concerning the violation of the state statutes requiring stakeholders to have, such as the 26 water boards in Lakewood, to be consulted in the formation of the comprehensive plan. I know that there are government entities that ignore the laws, but it is often leads to more litigation that certain kinds of council members wish to avoid. Note that just this past week, the Colorado Supreme Court found that Lakewood unconstitutionally expanded the phone provider tax. I'm sure you spent some money on that. Meanwhile, people are sincerely believe that the city does not listen and could care less about the property and single-family homeowners here in Lakewood. They are leaving. I spoke to a woman with a title company that stated to me that before 8/25, when you've passed your first set of zoning regulations, there were approximately 200 listings for houses to be sold in the Lakewood area. After the City Council passed their legislation on 8/25. Within 7 days, the number bumped up 300 more. We are now at 520 houses in Lakewood. The only problem that people seem to think is they're not affordable. I believe they're not affordable because they are quality. We are afraid, they are also afraid the city of Lakewood is...
Ms. Poston, your time is up.
Please understand that you're breaking the law.
Connie Reddick.
Good evening. I'm Connie Reddick from Cityscape at 500 Reed Street. And I saw that you are passing a law to make sure that all housing is built right. Well, I went to the city to file a violation of electrical problems of the water going in through the windows and people dying. And because of it, I've had several people slander my name through the manager of the building because yous are over Metro West Solution and they're allowed to do whatever they want. When have you ever heard of a nonprofit being over people that rent? If without us, they wouldn't even have a job, and they bully us, they intimidate us, and also they have people following me. I had a refrigerator that was broken. They gave me a dirty refrigerator from another person's apartment that died. And all the laws they have broken with me. And I want you all to remember me because maybe I'll be the next Jax that is killed because I stand up for what people are going through because all the laws are being broken. And so we have the city manager here, and we have a lot of problems that we can't have any control of because they won't do anything about all the nepotism that's going on in our building. Metro West Solution has our manager, she is related. She came into work, and she was cleaning apartments and doesn't know anything about state or federal laws, and we have to live under scrutiny and bullying and elder abuse. And I've come here since 2018 asking for help and have not received anything. In fact, all I've had is retaliation. My dog has been bitten, I've been bitten, I've been followed, I'm slandered with other residents in my apartment building, and because I wanted an apartment that at least I could turn in the bathroom so I could try to use the handles, but I don't even live in an ADA apartment. I don't have ADA appliances, and I do not live a happy, healthy life like everybody else. Of course, I'm indigenous, but I can't have the same living situation as everybody else. And once again, I'm asking all of you to remember who I am because I am being followed, I am being harassed, and I don't think it's funny when people laugh in my face and think it's okay to be doing. I am human, I am a Denverite, I didn't come from another country.
Ms. Reddick, your time is up.
My time is always up. So would you please do something about this situation and close the place down if you aren't going to repair it?
All right, and that concludes our initial public comment period tonight. We will move on now to the consent agenda. City Council, do we have any items that anyone wishes to pull from the consent agenda this evening? Seeing none, will the city clerk please read the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda is comprised of the following items. Item 5A, R 2025-51, approving an intergovernmental agreement with the Colorado Department of Transportation regarding sidewalk improvements along Urban Street between Stober Elementary School and West 26th Avenue. Excuse me. Item 5B, R 2025-53, approving an amendment to an agreement for professional services for the 6th Avenue and Wadsworth Interchange aesthetic improvements. Item 5C, R 2025-54, approving Lakewood's participation in the Purdue direct settlement regarding the settlement of claims against Purdue Pharma LP and the Sackler family. R 2025-55, approving Lakewood's participation in the national opioids secondary manufacturers settlements and waivers of all claims against such opioids secondary manufacturers. Item 6, ordinances on first reading. O 2025-31, vacating singular right-of-way located at 10500 West 25th Avenue, Lakewood, Colorado. O 2025-29, amending the Lakewood zoning code by repealing and replacing Article 3 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code.
Okay, and while you take a breath, public comment on this next section is for resolutions and/or, well, we didn't have any meeting minutes tonight. Not on ordinances on first reading. I do not have anyone signed up to speak on the consent agenda this evening. Is there anyone that wishes to speak on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, may I please have a motion?
Mayor Strom, I move to order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearing set for the date included in the ordinance, and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and the second. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
Yeah, just real quick, I wanted to note for item 5A, the C.IGA for Stober Elementary. I am ecstatic to see this. I know that the community up there, when there was a consolidation with Vivian Elementary, there were a lot of young people in that area that were walking further distances. These sidewalks going in on 26th and Urban are going to help tremendously in ensuring that we have safety for our kiddos, and I'm just really excited to see this tonight.
All right, seeing no more hands up, please go ahead and cast your votes. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Will the clerk please read item 8A into the record?
Public hearing and second reading on ordinance 2025-28, amending the Lakewood zoning code by repealing and replacing Articles 1, 2, 4, and 5 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick note to LakewoodSpeaks.org, I mentioned earlier, is open and available for anyone to post comments throughout tonight, tomorrow until 10 a.m. You know that by now. There are also supporting documents for our ordinance votes this evening, consent agenda, as well as what we're getting ready to discuss. So if you wanted any additional information that you have not yet looked at, that is available on that as well. We do also have, as of earlier this afternoon, we had 37, I think we have 43 or more comments on LakewoodSpeaks.org to this issue as well. With that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. And we will start to call some folks up. And as we did with the initial public comment period, I would ask, I'll give you the names as we move through. And then if you can stand over here and we'll filter up. We have a multitude of pages, 6 pages plus 10 minutes of pooled time to get through this evening. And again, I want to make sure that we can hear from as many of you as possible. So I would ask that everybody move through quickly as we can to make sure that all voices can be heard. So our first speaker this evening, I have Glenn Newell, then Cheryl Ramirez, and then Ryan Oberly.
Kind of make up for lost time. I haven't been here in a bit. So. You meet again, team. I wanted to make a couple of comments on the topic of this grand project of revising the zoning code, primarily for the benefit of those here who, in varying degrees of good faith, have shown up once again to provide you with their point of view. Lakewood is growing, changing, and evolving. It has been so since my family moved here in 1979, and while I miss my sledding hills and fishing holes, I am not a fan of every change that I've seen. I love to see my city grow and become what I dearly hope that it can be. So first, for the benefit of some of my neighbors, I want to point out, if you object to being called a NIMBY in a similar way to needing to point out not all men, you may need to look deep within yourself and make an honest examination with regards to your feelings and the reasons for the objection. Second, you're going to hear a lot of things tonight, and I trust that all of you are smart enough to know the difference between the truth and not the truth. But one thing I will say is that nobody is coming to bulldoze your single-family home or keep you from living in the home that you own. These changes are emphatically not about forcing high density on anyone. But last and most importantly, I want to thank every one of you and tell you how much I appreciate how all of you have worked on this zoning project. Every one of you has listened. Every one of you has spent countless hours listening to complaints and minutia to make sure this revision is the best that it can be. That is the most fair, the best, and the most equitable. It will not be perfect, but packaged with your care, attention, and patience, I have great faith that Lakewood will continue to become the place that I want to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Ramirez.
I'm Cheryl Ramirez. I live in Ward 3. We have lived in Lakewood for over 40 years, and we do not want the city to look like Denver. Why are you the only city that has not sued Governor Polis over the home rules? How come you are the only city that bowed down to pressure? The Bend project is another smokescreen that you were able to bend to the developer. The residents of Lakewood are watching. Don't think we aren't. You had all these people speak at the last meeting about how it would be so good for all these apartments. Who are these people speaking for? Developers, realtors, big money banks that support the money to pay for these projects. Who benefits? Not the residents that live here for many years. We have too many apartments already. There are so many apartments that people can live in Lakewood. Wait until all those huge apartments become available on North Wadsworth and Colfax and Sims. Does Lakewood have a plan for where they are going to get their water when it runs out? Why are you rushing through this horrible zoning like a bulldozer? Voters want more protective glass on all the future apartment buildings. Voters want height restrictions. Voters want open space, which there is no more in Lakewood. That's why you want to tear down all these buildings now and build bigger and better apartments.
Thank you. Ryan Oberly, and then on deck I have Kip Kolkmeyer and Carrie Sonneborn. Okay. Mr. Kolkmeyer, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council. It's a pleasure to be back in Lakewood. I used to be a resident of Ward 1, and for years I advocated for changes in our zoning code, primarily because of housing affordability. One of the examples that I regularly gave was that when seniors, older folks, are ready to downsize, we didn't have the diversity of housing that allowed them to find another home and stay in the community. That happened to me. When my wife and I decided to downzone, we could not find an affordable home that worked for us in our city because we are too dependent on a single type of housing, single family residential. I've talked, you probably think ad nauseum over the years about a lot of technical aspects, so I'll just make some broader points. Number one, this zoning code must be approved because it directly comes from the comp plan process. Why do we go through years of work to only later say, well, this is being rushed through? It has not been rushed through. It has been deliberately worked on for years with a lot of expertise put in, and therefore it should be adopted for that reason. Secondly, traditional single-family large lot zoning was invented for a reason. It was racial segregation. And while today people will say, but that's not why I want it, the truth is it perpetuates that. But it also perpetuates a lack of income diversity. This is not a healthy way to live. Our cities under traditional zoning are not healthy. They're car dependent, they're sprawl, they destroy the environment, they don't allow us to interact with our neighbors. It needs to be changed, and this is a step forward in that process. It is also important that if you care about the environment, you have to support these changes. You have to, or you do not care about the environment. Single-family residential zoning is the absolute worst type of zoning. Do you care about climate change? This is the most impactful vote you can take to deal with that. These changes need to be applied citywide. There should not be a reason that an arbitrary ward line means that you are entitled to more or deserving of more. Everyone in this city deserves to have the same type of housing choices. I think this is a values question. If you care about the environment, you have to vote yes. If you care about local business, you have to vote yes. If you care about creating a healthy city, I would ask you to support these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Sonneborn, then Micah Barakin, and then Karen Gorday.
Good evening, City Councilors, Mayor Strom. I'm Dr. Carrie Sonneborn, Ward 1. There is a 2-acre vacant lot adjacent to Sunset Park and Lakewood Gulch that is for sale. It would make a perfect addition to Sunset Park. I emailed City Councilors a few months ago about this opportunity, and thank you to Paula and Glenda and Jesslyn for responding. In particular, Councilor Scheherazade discovered that the city has been interested in acquiring this land for some time and that there is the possibility to do this in the next few budget cycles. The fact that the property is undeveloped and adjacent to a waterway makes it extremely important for urban wildlife. Adding this area to Sunset Park is a unique opportunity to expand urban green space for residents in one of the most densely populated neighborhoods of Lakewood. Ward 1 has less park space per capita than other wards. While Lakewood has 25% of its land designated as parkland, the vast majority of this is Green Mountain and Bear Creek Lake Park. For most residents, this means a car ride and even an entry fee. Statistically, there may be generous parkland in Lakewood, but there is not an excess of neighborhood parks that residents can walk to out of their front door. If there is concern that this would be more area for the city to maintain, it could be kept as a natural space. A simple footbridge could link this new land to the rest of the park on the other side of the creek. Since there's a study session on the budget scheduled for September 15, I request that serious and urgent consideration be given at that time to acquiring this land before the end of 2025. With zoning changes likely to take effect in January 26, most land in Lakewood will be zoned multifamily. This attractive piece of land along a creek and a park will be snatched up by a developer. Purchased by the city cannot wait for a future budget cycle. The opportunity to protect this undeveloped land and expand Sunset Park would be lost. Further, the location makes it unlikely that affordable housing will be built on this land, which is supposedly one of the key objectives driving the new zoning plan. We have an opportunity to get ahead of a development situation in a positive way. Unlike Belmar Park, where the land was already purchased by a developer and building approval granted by the city, in this case, we can use foresight with a parkland expansion instead of dealing with residents' negative reactions to insensitive development adjacent to a park. In closing, it's a matter of urgency that City of Lakewood purchase the property at 10160 West 12th Avenue as an expansion of Sunset Park before January 2026. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Dr. Sonneborn. I do need to ask, we need to make sure that public comment during this particular period directly ties to zoning. I'm not concerned if it's about the zoning map, even though we're not voting on that tonight, or Article 3, which is our next regular business meeting. But we do need to make sure that any public comment that is during this period is related to zoning, and we will have a general public comment again after we move through this. So thank you very much, and the floor is yours.
I apologize that this is tacking on to Carrie's comments as well, but good evening, Mayor Strom and Council. My name is Dr. Michael Barankin, resident in Ward 1, and I'm here to speak on the issue of the nearly 2-acre vacant lot adjacent to Sunset Park and Lakewood Gulch in Ward 1. I would like to strongly urge the city...
I'm sorry, are you speaking about zoning or...
This is in response to this action taking place before the zoning takes place in January, so it follows up on Carrie's comments.
I need this to be directly tied to zoning, or we just need to wait until general public comment in the latter part of tonight?
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Karen Gourdet, and then Celia Greenman. And then Robert Labby.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Karen Gourdet, and I live in Ward 5. 2 weeks ago, I spoke at length about the overreach in the zoning rewrite. Tonight, I'm back with a shorter message, but with the same concern, protecting the rights of Lakewood property owners. First, however, thank you for listening and adding the disaster clause to the rebuilding timelines. I heard a lot of positive feedback about that decision. Zoning should protect health, safety, and property rights, not micromanage homeowners or turn the city into a giant HOA. Regulating noise, traffic, or toxic uses is legitimate. Dictating architectural styles, economic outcomes, or design character is not. When standards become subjective, property owners face moving goalposts and rules that change depending on who is in charge. That's not fair, consistent, or transparent. Across all 4 articles, I urge you to strip out the overreach and keep zoning focused where it belongs, protecting residents, not controlling them. Because once the city starts deciding what you can build, how it must look, and whether you get to keep what you lawfully had before, freedom doesn't vanish overnight. It erodes rule by rule until one day you wake up with less than you started with. Don't let that happen here in Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. Celia Greenman.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I'm Celia Greenman in Ward 2. I'm here to talk about authority in Section 17.2, Table 1. The director is the decision maker on major site plans. This would be an excellent place to insert call-up language that Arvada has already adopted. It says, prior to the effective date of any decision by the director on a major site plan application, any member of City Council may move to call up the development application for consideration within 17 days of the director's decision. And if the motion passes, the application shall be brought before the City Council at a public hearing as soon as practicable. I've been told that this language would be politicizing use by right developments. I do not see how a vote by council is considered politicizing, and I don't understand why council is content to forego having authority over topics that in the past have had great importance to constituents. That is why we elected you, so that we would not be bound by staff decisions. This is a provision adopted by Arvada and Boulder and probably other jurisdictions. I think it is a valuable option to hearing there's nothing we can do, which is so frustrating. Use by right has been used against constituents in the past to the benefit of developers. In section 17.5, I'm going to talk about height maximums. Section 17.5.3.4 and 17.5.4.2, there should be a maximum height of 35 feet around all public parks, not just those greater than 10 acres, unless a neighborhood meeting is called and a different height can be agreed upon. Remember that wildlife that inhabits these green spaces does not have a voice. Tall buildings create shading of parkland and barriers to bird flight. Oh, also along the subject of authority, the appeal of the director's decision in 17.2.7.4 is only by the applicant, and this should be changed by the call-ups that I mentioned earlier, to include city council and affected residents, and would allow for less autonomy by staff and more public input. And then also in neighborhood meetings on major site plans should not be limited to parks of 10 acres or more, but should include any park. If there is a park involved, there should be input from park visitors with signage indicating thus at the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert LeBay. My wife and I have been residents of Lakewood for 45 years. I remember reading the newspaper long ago. Builders would sell their new homes in Lakewood versus Aurora, same house, for $10,000 more because of what Lakewood is, a better place. This was because quality of life was better and why we wanted to live in Lakewood versus Aurora or Highlands Ranch. The 2019 cap on growth bill with 1% limit on growth per year was perfect. 53% of voters approved, with a third of the voters voting in the special election. Other cities on the Front Range had caps like Golden and Boulder. Then Democrats pushed more density housing in Colorado. Governor Polis overreached Bill HB 23-1255 to get rid of all caps in Colorado. Lakewood City Council, the 8-3 to get rid of the cap and follow Polis's bill, you all put expiration date of 2026 on this. The vote is in line with the developers waiting for multiplexes, townhomes in place of single-family homes, wiping out our quality of life in Lakewood. Conclusion, City Council doesn't listen to our voters. You are serving the Democratic Party. My wife and I were Democrats. Now we're unaffiliated due to not listening and following the Democratic agenda. The only way I see to fix this is to vote Democrats out of Lakewood and in Colorado. My hope is that you put some type of limit on zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Melanie Hood, then Laura James, and then Sharon Williamson.
Hi, this is probably a waste, this poster, but my name is Melanie Hood, and I'm part of Ward 2, and I live just under an acre over in the Kiwanee Gardens area. Oh. Oh, cool. Okay. I'm not going to see it all, but oh well. So, I'm just here today to tell you that I just discovered that there is a zoning issue that, not that you're trying to get rid of horse property, but that you are trying to get rid of it for the future, for future generations. So those of us who have horse property now, apparently we're grandfathered in, but if I were to leave, I guess my property may be lost, or somebody can come in and rezone it, and then somebody else is gonna scrape it, probably build whatever they want, probably multiple homes, because I see that going on right now. So I wanted to say that I had 2 horses. Now I only have 1 because 1 passed away. This horse is a miniature horse who I now take over to Crown Hill Park daily, different times of the day. This horse has become a PTSD horse for everybody at that park. She's not only a horse for people, but for also other dogs. She has a calming effect. Horses have a calming effect around people. They bring joy and balance and peace and healing. They're used for therapy, for veterans, for children with trauma, for battling anxiety and depression. They're not just livestock, they're therapy horses. And if we start losing all of our land because we can't have horses anymore, we're going to lose a lot of this. It helps with emotional anchors. And so as our city grows and changes, the Western lifestyle is slowly disappearing. Horses are no longer working animals. They're companions, therapy horses. But as the zoning laws change in Lakewood and shrinking minimum lot sizes and removing agriculture status, we're quietly losing the ability to keep horses. And with it, we're losing a connection that has grounded and healed humans in generations. So I was going to ask, before making any decisions about the land use and zoning, that I urge you to remember what's truly at stake. It's not just property values, but it's also human values. Every person that meets my horse, they leave with a smile. She gets her picture taken at least 4 times a day. I have people stop me constantly and yell across the street while we're crossing the street. They yell out her name, and they ask if they could come over and pet her. Kids are running up to her constantly. There's just a lot that I don't want to see get lost with rezoning of all the properties over there. And so I just want to say, let's not zone out the existence, and let's protect the ability for horses, big and small, to remain a part of Lakewood's future. But with that, I want to say really quickly that to the people, it seems as though there are some council members here who have already made up their mind, because I've already received some emails. So I just want to speak out and say that elections have consequences, and if we continue to elect leaders who prioritize profit over people and choose the dollar over while ignoring the quality of life that Americans are striving for, then we shouldn't be surprised when our communities are reshaped in ways we don't recognize or want. And if we care about our future for our children and generations, we must vote differently, speak out loudly, and demand leadership that respects voices and values.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Laura James?
And I have a lot of signatures here that people have decided that they don't want this to happen.
Your time has expired. Laura James? No. Sharon Williamson. Then we'll have Rod Smith and then Jenna Marie Shaw.
Sharon Williamson, Ward 4. I've owned a single-family residence for over 30 years in Lakewood. Until my retirement, I was a licensed clinical social worker for 28 years in Jefferson County. I've always been proud to live in Lakewood, and being a law-abiding citizen, I felt no threat from the city government. I rightfully believe the city cared about residents maintaining their property values and did what it could to preserve our rights and privileges. Now I'm not sure what to believe about what is happening to Lakewood. As an LCSW, I'm acquainted with the blueprint offered by Cloward and Piven on how to radically change a community, which, among other things, includes taking out the middle class, overwhelming the welfare system with demands for assistance to the ever-growing needy, and in general, tearing down the fabric of our existing society so the really smart people can start from scratch to build up a new society. What I'm hearing of Lakewood's new initiatives calls this blueprint to mind. I thought this was unlikely to ever happen, but now I'm beginning to see how it can be done, and remarkably through something so seemingly innocuous as changes in zoning laws. Apparently, the idea is to rack and stack people into a variety of small apartments, tiny homes, or multiple families into an existing single-family home. However, these arrangements do not appear to fully consider the need for adequate parking for this influx of people. But no worry, it seems that the real goal is to create a high-density population so people will resort to public transportation, bicycles, or mostly remain in their homes. But I have to ask, does anyone care about the pesky thing called unintended consequences? I am not a hard-hearted, unconcerned person in regard to the homeless. In fact, last year I allowed a homeless man I know personally to move into my basement without compensation. He was kind and caused me no problems, so he remained with me for 6 months. Then it came to my attention that the state legislature some time ago ruled that anyone living in your home over 30 days now had something akin to squatters' rights. Given this situation, I felt I had to ask him to move, but I allowed him to look for housing rather than just putting him out on the street. However, he has mental issues, and the knowledge that he would be put into the welfare system caused him to have severe anxiety attack and act in an irrational manner. Fortunately, with the help of his family, he peacefully left my home. Since then, he has moved from one housing facility to another, and at other times left to roam and live on the streets. I am well aware the matter of homelessness has been horribly mismanaged by government officials for decades now, but until I saw it up close, I couldn't believe how current policies have added to the problem rather than helped. Finally, I'm alerted that the Green Mountain Water has been screaming they do not have the infrastructure.
Ms. Williams, your time's up. Thank you. Rod Smith, then Jenna Marie Shaw, and then Betty Boyd.
Thank you very much for letting me speak here this evening. It's an honor. I've got a couple of things. One of the things that I would like to mention is a little bit off course, but it really isn't. I think zoning, there's a lot of pro and con. I think it's going to bring a lot of good things. I think it's going to bring a lot of bad things. I run a small business, and because of the zoning and the way things are set up, the buildings across the street can store things above ground and do things and have signage that I can't. The problem is the people that come to my business have suggestions to make changes, but we can't do it because we're limited. And they want to know why the buildings across the street can do things and we can't. It's costing me a lot of money. And I don't know if you people know this, but in the last year, there's been over 400 businesses leave Lakewood. My concern is simply some of it's zoning, some of it's the high expense density that we have coming into this city. I got in my car and driven around. It kind of concerns me being a business person. I've grown up in Lakewood. I'm a native as compared to most of you transplants. My grandfather built 3 homes on Wadsworth there in 1946. And I think one of the things that we've looked at that should concern everybody in this room is there is a problem that probably got overlooked. When you build a house, you start at the foundation, you start at the basement and build up. You don't start at the kitchen and drill a hole. One of the problems that we have in Lakewood, we have 3 electric grids that are 15% over capacity right now. So zoning concerns, yeah, maybe more businesses coming in and some leaving. But if we don't address that problem pretty soon and one of those babies blows, there's going to be some kids and some innocent people killed. I live right on Kentucky and Wadsworth. Right where I live is one of the power plants. Talking to one of the gentlemen from public service, he's the one that gave me the statistics on the 3 grids. To me, that should have been addressed a long time ago before we were concerned with growth and zoning and everything else. So to me, it seems like that was backwards. But you know, it's just one of the problems that's created that we don't always think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jenna Marie Shaw.
Hi, I'm Jenna Marie Shaw, Ward 5. So I used to be in 4-H, and so to me it's pretty cool that I get to stand in front of you and see the opposing side of being like the president or mayor and kind of running the meetings. I have horses. I did the horse project in 4-H, and goats and chickens And it's kind of sad to see the fact that most of our horse land might be going with the new zoning laws coming in effect. I can speak for myself. The horse has helped me so much. Mentally and physically. He keeps me shape and keeps me exercised. Mentally, he helps me stay supported, especially when I was younger. I was really bullied. So bad. It was not okay. I even had teeth problems because I was bullied so bad and life-threatening issues. But when I got to come home from school, I had him as my outlet to become a better person and not to resort to drugs or other ways to handle my emotions. It was him. He gave me the physical exercise and a reason to be happy. Sorry, I'm very passionate about my animals. It's not just the animals though. I need the space to be able to grow. I need the space to be able to do something, be physical, and put my concerns somewhere else that might not be through drugs or harmful ways or causing chaos, because most older people think we cause chaos, as youngins do. But because of that, I've been able to help my community be better through my horses, be able to give kids education to animals and resources to teach them that, like, it's not just city life. Like, we have wonderful animals and that we can do so many cool things with them and teach them that there's other things out there than just being mischievous and doing bad things, that you can do good in the world and have that impact in the world. Thank you for listening to my speech. Please listen. The youth matter, and apartments aren't necessarily as needed as youth development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Betty Boyd, then Lauren Evans, and then Amy Cesario.
Madam Mayor, councilors, my name is Betty Boyd, and I've lived in my home in Green Mountain in Ward 4 since 1974, 51 years. I'm here to support the proposed zoning for Lakewood. I'm a longtime faith-based advocate, and I'm currently working with Together Colorado, who is concerned about affordable housing for all people. We also know that a healthy community depends on having a wide variety of housing options. What we need, in my opinion, is some more diverse housing types in the city. We need to see duplexes and triplexes and fourplexes designed for what's being called the missing middle, because not everyone is able to or wishes to live in a single-family home on a large lot. In addition, I think that the more diverse housing types can provide us with more density that we probably need, and it's better land use and smarter environmentally. There are many places in Lakewood that are ready and needing this kind of redevelopment. There are few housing options for single people, single-parent families, young couples just starting out, and older people downsizing. So, yep. I believe that if Lakewood is to live up to its promise to be a welcoming and thriving city, we must adopt updates to the zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you. Lauren Evans.
Good evening, and thank you for the time to speak to you tonight. I'm in Ward 5. I'm the president of the Iliff Ridge Neighborhood Association on Iliff Avenue over by Carmody. And I own a 1-acre piece of property where I've had horses for over 30 years, as have many of my neighbors. And we have some concerns that are maybe specific to our street, but with the proposed rezoning. First of all, it's proposed that we be RLB versus RLA, and we don't really understand why that is because, again, we have 1-acre lots and livestock. And it causes us many concerns because our street has no sidewalks. Many of us are on wells, and most of us are on septic systems. So subdividing our properties to the degree outlined in the proposed code would be problematic on our street in many ways. And then the smaller lots of the size proposed, 7,000 square feet, could have one horse that seems to be sending mixed messages about what the city's looking for. Because those of us who own horses really don't think that one horse on 7,000 square feet lot makes any sense. It doesn't make sense for the horse, and it doesn't make sense for the landowner. So I think that's part of why we all wonder if this is just a way to slowly drive the horses out of the city. And as other people have said, this overlooks the positive benefits of having horses in Lakewood. Immediately behind my barn are condos, and every interaction over 30 years I've had with the residents in that neighborhood have centered on how much they enjoy looking at our horses and being around our horses. One of them even asked if she could come over and help clean the stalls because she missed being in that kind of environment. 3 of our horses at our house belong to girls who are in Western Airs, a Jefferson County program that teaches the young participants many valuable life lessons and is a source of community pride throughout Jefferson County. And many of the children of our friends and neighbors have come over to our house to have a chance to connect with these wonderful animals. So surely these interactions are a positive in building an inclusive community that we want Lakewood to be, that celebrates the diverse interests of its residents. So I just ask that you keep that in mind as you go through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Cesario.
Thank you, Mayor Strom and members of City Council. My name is Amy Cesario, Government Affairs Chair for the Denver Metro Association of Realtors. On behalf of DMAR, thank you for prioritizing housing and for the work that you've put in to update Lakewood's zoning code. We proudly support the proposed changes. Zoning reform will allow more options such as duplexes, townhomes, and other missing middle housing, will expand choices for Lakewood residents, help address affordability, and create pathways for renters to become homeowners, and build generational wealth. These types of housing also improve accessibility. Currently, fewer than 5% of homes are suitable for people with moderate mobility challenges, but every single-story units that could be built as quadplexes could help fill that gap. The affordability crisis is real. National households earning under $50,000 can afford less than 9% of our listings, while middle-income buyers, that's 70 to 100,000, can reach just 21% of our listings. That's far from a balanced market. Zoning reform is a critical first step to making homes attainable for our workers, our young adults, and our older residents. On a personal note, my father has lived in Ward 4 for almost 40 years. He raised my sister there and has no intention of moving. He would lose his senior tax benefits, as you know. He would be hit with capital gains, and the limited housing options in Lakewood where he would like to stay just isn't available. So this is blocking both his opportunity and the opportunities for younger families to move into the home that he owns. And I do believe that this story reflects the challenges many face, as you've heard in the room tonight. Approving this zoning update is an important step towards more affordable, accessible, and inclusive Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have pooled time, John Marcantoni. And I need to check, I do need to verify. So for those of you new to the room, pool time is when 4 people are joined together and they have 1 delegate to say the words. So for that time, I do need to confirm Kevin Patterson, Marissa Cantrell, and Final Wright are here. Okay. I see one.
She's in the oh, there she is. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, thank you. And I think I saw 2 hands. Who's our third? Okay.
Marissa.
Okay, perfect, thank you. All right, Mr. Mercantoni, the floor is yours. And set the clock for 10 minutes.
Yes. Thank you, City Council members. I'm John Marcantoni from the Redress Movement. I have a business in Ward 2, and I am a new resident of Ward 5. So I'm your problem now. I'm here today to speak in support of the zoning plan. I've spoken here before, so you all know my affinity with that. I would like to say thank you for the last time I came in here and spoke. I spoke on the racial history that's tied up in a lot of previous zoning codes and have greatly impacted Lakewood historically. And I argued against there being any kind of opt-outs. I'm glad to hear that that's something that many council members are moving away from. And I did want to bring up something that I have heard a lot of, which is efforts by people who are in opposition to these zoning changes to do a referendum. In the past, the contingent of anti-development activists, we'll call them, has been better organized and it has been better resourced. And I understand that the idea of a referendum that would push back at the tremendous progress that City Council is pushing for, in the past, that would just mean automatically that that referendum's going to win. And I want to come here today and say that not only the Redress Movement, but our coalition partners, SWEEP, Together Colorado, Jeffco Food Policy Council, and several others, if in the event of any kind of referendum, we would fight against it. And we would win. We would be able to bring a coalition of people together to advocate for the progressive zoning changes, which will allow for greater affordability, which will allow for a more diverse housing stock. It would also allow families and entrepreneurs and young people to call Lakewood home because there would be greater opportunities for them. And we would go into the neighborhoods in all 5 wards and we would talk to people and we would advocate for defending these changes, defending these reforms. And so a referendum is not it's not as a scarlet letter as it once would have been, because now there are people fighting for a progressive Lakewood. I also want to say that over the last couple months, myself and Nemo Salome from Jefferson County Food Policy have been talking to members of council as well as Alameda Connects and 40 West Arts District and other business improvement districts about our Justice and Resilience Plan, which this plan is meant to complement the comprehensive plan and put an emphasis on initiatives, incentives, and ordinances that would benefit BIPOC communities in Lakewood. Particularly in wards 1, 2, and 3, where the largest population of non-white people are, as well as many of the working class people of Lakewood live in those wards. And this plan, which combines a lot of different initiatives, I'm not going to get into now because it would be off topic, but in order for it to work, in order for us to advocate for it, we need this comprehensive plan to move forward. And the comprehensive plan cannot move forward without the zoning changes. Because where Lakewood is right now, we see the results of it. If we go up West Colfax, or we go down the Sheridan corridor, or if we go along parts of Alameda, where you see a lot of abandoned storefronts and you see a lot of wasteful development that doesn't put into account addressing the problems of food deserts, or problems of access to public transportation, or the problems of access to education. Lakewood also has a declining school-age population that is a direct result of this unaffordability and previous wasteful development. The comprehensive plan will actually address these problems. It's not perfect, of course, which is why we have our little plan to try to fortify the areas where we feel would be helpful. And we want to create a Lakewood, and I believe all of you do as well, want to create a Lakewood that is innovative and exciting and fun place to live, and which also will include horse farms. I gotta say, like, the horse farms are not going anywhere, and I'm sure there are ways that we can support those communities just as well. And you know, even though that the redress movement, we focus a lot on racial justice, and it is very easy in these conversations to make it seem that we're excluding white people from it, particularly working class white people or even wealthy white people. It's like, no, these changes, when you have a diverse group of people coming in, bringing new ideas, bringing fresh businesses, bringing their families, that ends up helping everybody. No matter what your socioeconomic background, no matter what your race is, like, this will make a safer, better developed, more smartly developed, and an exciting community to live in for everyone. It benefits everybody. So the last thing that I just want to touch on is that I know that change scares people, but the very same people who complain about homelessness and crime and unaffordability, the reason those things persist is because change isn't happening. If things as they are now were absolutely perfect, and the Lakewood that you're complaining about doesn't need any sort of adjusting, then you wouldn't have these problems. They persist because you don't make changes, because you don't make reforms. And the things with changes and reforms is that they're imperfect, and they take time to improve, and they take time to have effects on people's lives that are positive. Nothing's perfect because humans aren't perfect. But whatever change is going to come, and especially with the leadership that we have with our current city council and mayor, with that kind of leadership, the changes that can come will create a more positive outcome than simply doing nothing. Because doing nothing will have the same people coming in who came in this evening complaining about homelessness and crime. Well, they'll just persist. And maybe this comprehensive plan has parts of it that will need to be changed and addressed and all of that, but at least you're trying to improve things. And trying to improve things will always win out over simply letting things stay the same. And that is why I strongly advocate for these zoning changes to be put into place, for the comprehensive plan to be put into place, and for us to at least try to make a better society than the one that we're living in right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Laura Johnson, then Bonnie Nguyen, and then Brian Laney.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Laura Johnson. I am a resident of Ward 5. I also live on West Iliff Avenue and have horses who reside over there. I won't repeat all of the points that Lauren has already mentioned in regards to our street being RLA instead of RLB based on our property size, but I am going to expand upon the minimum lot size for that, both RLA and RLB, which is 5,000 and 7,000. In order to have 2 horses, which they are herd animals, so they cannot be by themselves, we need a minimum of 15,000 square foot per lot. If Lakewood is serious about conserving and preserving the horse properties, as we've mentioned, then we can't have a minimum lot size for those properties that are significantly larger than 5,000 and 7,000 square feet at 5,000 and 7,000 square feet, because you can't actually have horses on that size property. So my ask is that you would increase the minimum lot size to 15,000, which can actually hold 2 horses. If we're serious about preserving horses in Lakewood, then we need to have the space to do so. That still allows for some subdivision in other places where you would like to do so, and it preserves horse properties, which are critical to our state. And to Colorado and to Lakewood. One more thing on that to expand upon Western Airs. I have 2 kiddos who ride in Western Airs. Western Airs is able to serve Jeffco families, including those from low-income families, because kids can come and rent horses for cheap. They can do that because several other people have horses that they bring to Western Airs as owners. If we remove all of those horse properties and we are not able to have our horses, or people cannot come into Lakewood and buy horse properties, then it's going to make it more and more impossible for low-income kids to actually be able to ride, because there will not be enough horses. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Nguyen.
Good evening. I'm EMT Bonnie Nguyen of Ward 3. Change and updates are essential for our city's growth, but not when they are a deceptive tool used to benefit developer profits at the expense of our community. This new code is cementing the same legal loopholes that gave us the Karoy project at Belmar. That project was approved based on a plan that didn't account for the community's desire to protect our parks and our wildlife. These proposed articles will allow the next Karoy monstrosity to get built, and we won't have a legal recourse to stop it. Vested property rights. This section is designed to protect developers from future changes in the law, which is a dangerous loophole that removes the community's voice. Through a development agreement, a developer can get a vested right for a period longer than 3 years, meaning the city can pass a new law to address strained infrastructure, safety concerns, or the need for more green open space, but the project would be legally protected for a decade or more. This is a blatant example of the city locking itself into a developer-first agenda. Additionally, the public is excluded from approval process 17.2.2.2, public input process. A vested rights request is approved upon the effective date of the city's final administrative determination, which means these major decisions can be made behind closed doors. The vague language in section 2.c is also a significant red flag, as it gives the city council immense power to grant special treatment to a developer, which undermines transparency and fairness. Development agreements. These agreements are the most powerful tool for a developer, and they are ripe with flaws that work against the community. A development agreement is a legally binding contract that allows a developer to avoid the rules that apply to everyone else, and the public has no say in the creation or negotiation of this contract. This is how our community loses. A developer can use a development agreement to sidestep requirements to build missing middle housing, or pay a fee in lieu of to get out of providing truly affordable homes. It is also how a developer can get out providing new open space, or even be allowed to build on contaminated land that is a threat to our health and the environment. And this is a crucial point. The community has no right to appeal. If a developer fails to comply with the terms of their agreement, only the owner or owner's authorized representative can appeal the director's decision. This is a major flaw, as it grants no right to appeal to a neighbor, a community group, or even a city councilor. The system is designed to give all the power to the developer and none to the public. We cannot allow our city to be locked into a developer-first agenda. I urge you to consider these flaws and amend not only these articles, but others as well, to truly protect our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Lancey, then Mike Papatnakia, and then Shane Sarnas.
Good evening, Lakewood City Council. My name is Brian Lane. That's Brianlane. I live at 2360 Garland Street, which is a horse property. And I moved there 28 years ago it was a perfect location for my business. My business is Kingfish Aquarium Service. And the other reason was I bought the property because it was a horse property, and it was grandfathered in as a horse property. And I also have a funny story about Lakewood Zoning Department. I had some other questions I needed to ask the zoning department, so I went down and came into the office and asked the gal about, on my deed to my property, I can keep 2.5 horses. So I asked, she goes, so which half do I get, front half or rear half? Thank you all for laughing, because that's what I wanted to do, but I could tell she was having a bad day, and she just told me, oh, you can have 2 big horses and a pony. So it was how that was. So I would really implore the city council to keep our horse properties the way they are, grandfathered in, and to leave them alone, such as such. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi. Mayor Storm, members of the City Council, thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you. My name is Mike Papantanakis, and I'm a realtor, and I work in Lakewood, among other areas of Jefferson County. And I'm testifying in strong support of the proposed changes. You know, as we all know, one of the major effects of housing prices going up or down is supply and demand. And a lot of things have affected our supply over the last 12 to 14 years. Builders stopped building after the crash that we had in 2008. And then also what we saw was, 1% growth initiatives, which cut down on supply as well. And now it's time really for those people that do want to buy houses and do want to become homeowners to have that opportunity in Lakewood. I have my house. I've already started building my generational wealth years ago, but a lot of people don't have that same opportunity because of the housing prices as they are. Housing prices have gone up tremendously in the last 12, 13 years, and it really does affect people's ability to buy houses. So I think the zoning code changes have been thoughtfully put together, and I don't think that they're overly restrictive. The thing that is important, I think, is, and other people have talked about, is that we have the little bit higher density, the duplex, the triplex on a single family lot that allows, those units will be a lot less expensive than the single family home. Together, they'll add up to more, but one family or one person that might be now living on the streets might be able to afford to buy or rent in some of those areas. So that's, I think, important. The smaller square footage lots being allowed, I think, is also a good idea, as well as the ADUs. I actually live in Arvada. We've seen a lot of ADUs in Arvada over the last few years, and I think it's one of the best things that can happen. A lot of people like myself are aging. We're getting old. And so, an ADU might be a great opportunity to be able to live near family and still, have your own place and be independent. to that degree. So these zoning proposals, I think these zoning changes are very positive, and I would hope that the council would approve the zoning changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Shane Sarnes, then Lee Peters, and then Lori Hugh.
Good evening, members of the council, mayor. My name is Shane Sarnak, and I live here in Lakewood in Ward 3 near the intersection of Wadsworth and Florida. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the proposed zoning changes, in particular about Article 3. These changes will make a real difference for residents like me and for the future of our city. For me personally, this proposal will allow my home, currently zoned only for single-family occupancy, to be used as a multifamily space. With a relatively simple renovation, I could convert my basement into a separate living unit that would not only make my own housing costs more manageable, but it would also create an additional affordable home for someone else here in Lakewood. This is a small but very tangible example of how zoning reform directly benefits families and creates new housing opportunities without changing the character of our neighborhoods. Beyond individual households, the larger community also benefits. By allowing more housing and greater density, this proposal helps Lakewood grow into a stronger center in its own right. More people living here means more customers for local businesses, more employers attracted to our city, and ultimately a stronger tax base. That additional revenue can go towards new projects and toward tackling our backlog of maintenance, which helps all of us. I also want to make one important point. If anything, this proposal doesn't go far enough. It relies on our current infrastructure to set the limits of zoning instead of planning for the ideal future infrastructure we actually want. It doesn't do enough to address walkability or bikeability, two things that are critical for affordability, livability, and sustainability. And it does not allow businesses to coexist with low-form housing. My own home is in a food desert where no grocery store is accessible by anything other than a car. By preventing small grocery stores, pharmacies, and other everyday services from developing in these neighborhoods, the zoning makes it harder for residents, especially seniors, families, or people without cars, to meet their basic needs close to home. Weakening this proposal would move us backward, but even as written, it should only be the beginning of a broader reform to prepare Lakewood for the future. In closing, I urge you to support these changes as a necessary step toward a stronger, more affordable, and more vibrant Lakewood. Thank you for your time and for your service to our community.
Thank you. Lee Peters? Okay. Okay. Lori Hugh, then Blair Miller.
My name is Lori Hugh. I am in Green Mountain, Ward 4. I am against this unchecked zoning changes. It seems like it was in response to the open space that was passed.
He's harassing us.
Can I go on?
Should we maybe separate? Mr. Rob, can we restart the clock?
I feel like my time is interrupted.
We're going to start you over.
I have a background in civil engineering, so I appreciate the economic development. I mean, it supports my job. But I also feel like we have a lot of wasteful, abandoned spaces that could be made use of instead of just saying these zoning changes unchecked. I think, we need single-family homes, we need the horse properties. I mean, you expect a certain quality of life in Colorado, and I think it's disappearing. The single-family homes and those spaces and the open space, I think they provide a quality of life that isn't otherwise afforded. I think there's room for everybody without zoning changes. If you would just look at these abandoned properties on Colfax, you could maybe incentivize some of these owners that have these properties and say, you know, you don't have to pay property taxes for 3 years if you tear down Perkins that nobody's been in for 2 years and build apartments there. And maybe say to somebody else, build a grocery store. Have a plan for the redevelopment of all those nasty abandoned properties on Colfax. I mean, I feel like the quality of life on Green Mountain has gone downhill substantially due to overcrowding of resources and just the quality of life there. But I think there's room for everybody if we just looked at it and weren't so lazy and just said, we're going to make a general zoning change. We look at some of these bad places and turn them into something good.
Thank you. Blair Miller, then James Hawksworth, then Rosemary Johnson.
Hi, I'm Blair Miller, and thank you for this opportunity. I've resided in Ward 2 in Kiwanee Gardens for 20 years with my husband, and we've raised our 2 children here. We chose this neighborhood because of its rural character, proximity to downtown, and to open space. We live half a mile from the entrance of Crown Hill Park. I took this photo about 15 years ago. The dog is Dana Crawford's dog, Bruno. If you don't know who Dana is, she was a developer and a preservationist responsible for saving Larimer Square in the 60s and saving Denver's Union Station. Yes, saving it. There was talk of tearing that down and turning it now into a hotel that bears her name. Working with Dana, I learned the importance of saving the places that define a community and the economic benefit of keeping the buildings that can't be replaced. The buildings and sites that can't be replaced. I served as the board president of Colorado Preservation, Inc., the statewide nonprofit devoted to preserving what makes us Colorado. And it may surprise some of you to hear, but it's not strip malls and storage units that have historically defined our Lakewood character. Rather, our roots are in small truck farms, agriculture, and livestock. These fellows were our neighbors across time. Many of our current neighbors have embraced the ability to have horses, donkeys, and other farm animals. And we're good. This is a former neighbor of mine rollerblading at Crown Hill Park with her mini horse. Thankfully, the city of Lakewood is a certified local government. And what that means is that we can designate properties and sites to registers of historic places, and we've done just that. Here is a map of some of those sites, and as you'll see, there's a cluster of them near our Kiwanee Gardens neighborhood. Meet Hazel and Olive, my mini donkeys. They were my daughter's pandemic project and have lived with us for the past 5 years. We spend a lot of time out and about in the neighborhood. In fact, I'm Reddit famous, and the woman remarks in here that seeing me made her day. And I can't tell you how many times I pass people and you hear just that I'm helping make the character of the neighborhood. And when they ask me, do you live nearby with those donkeys? I say, yes, we have amazing zoning. And we truly do, and we'd like to see it stay that way. My daughter...
Your time is up.
Is already up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James Hawksworth.
Thank you, Blair. It was nice to meet you. And I competed in the Littlefoot Triathlon at Bear Creek Lake Park, and my division is called the Clydesdales. So I am pro horse, okay? All right, there we go. Long live the horses, all right? And yet I think tonight I get the privilege of working in, we call it Fabulous 5 now, right? Fabulous Ward 5. And there we go, on the ends. that we live in this time of tension, right? Where we want to preserve things and we also recognize the tensions of growth and wanting to respect all of those things. The historicity is massively important, as well as property rights, right? As well as change and being a city that is adaptive to the reality in which we face. And so I got 3 simple little things, right? Obviously, we are common sense economists around here. We know supply and demand, and when there's a shortage, prices go up. And so from my understanding, my limited understanding, I will admit ignorance on this, is that this zoning can allow the potential for some things to become more attainable and affordable, particularly as it relates to housing. And at the same time can retain property rights, which is massively important to people, obviously, right? And so can we do both? That is a question I propose to City Council. Is it possible to do both wisely? I think that is a reality. Because also, with that zoning change, it does not negate the rights of landowners to use their property wisely and freely as they so choose, which is ironically a traditionally conservative principle. So we see all of these things at a crossroads. Secondly, I think zoning can actually help potentially again solve these needs because it goes back to the property owner with what they want to do with their property, as I understand it. Again, I could be ignorant on these things. And some rightly are afraid that this will erase single-family homes, but again, as I understand it, in council you can debate this, and you should debate this vigorously, but it seems that it adds more options and does not necessarily restrict the options that you already have as a property owner. That's how I understand it. So if they want a duplex or a triplex or an ADU, that is the property owner's decision, as long as it falls within reasonable zoning commitments and building design and all of the other things that come along with neighborhoods. Thirdly, loving your neighbor. That's an interesting concept, isn't it? I think too many people, frankly, are mad at each other. And we are not very good neighbors, just generally speaking. And so I think some of this will require us to go back to the old-fashioned love your neighbor principle. It's hard for me. I see quite a few in our own community, particularly the younger families who get often priced out, who want to stay here. I just learned of a young couple that want to get married, move to Aurora. Lakewood's way better. Long live Lakewood, all right? I want them to stay here. I don't want them to go to Aurora. And they're nurses, they're teachers, there's coaches, those types of folks. We want to keep those people around here. And so I think the zoning has the potential to create opportunity for more housing options, which I think is good for our community. So thank you very much. I know I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosemary Johnson. After Rosemary Johnson, we have Phil Hardinger, Regina Hopkins, and then Lucas Hagan.
That's not a chair over there, is it? Okay, that's all right. Oh, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. There's my 3 minutes, right? I'm kidding. Okay. Hi. My name's Rosemary Johnson. We moved here 30 years ago into the Kewanee Gardens neighborhood. Our family's American Indian. I've heard a lot of talk from people that are for the zoning that claim that minorities aren't living in the single-family neighborhoods. Well, my husband and I, we're one. We both grew up in ranching families. Our son, Wayne Jr., had dyslexia, speech language issues, and ADD. School was a struggle, sorry. And his self-confidence as a primary grade student was very low. Later, we would find out that he was also GT, and this is important because twice exceptional minority males struggle the most as students and have the highest dropout rate. So much changed for Tiger when we bought him a horse, and he was able to keep that horse in our backyard. It was a huge benefit to his development because rather than paying to board Happy, Tiger was able to take full responsibility for his horse, feeding him, blanketing him in the winter at night, and taking his head blanket off each morning before school, helping his dad build a shelter for him. One of my favorite memories of Tiger was him coming home from school and not even coming into the house to eat because he knew I would make him go do homework. So he had Happy saddled up or not within minutes, and I would see him out the window heading for Crown Hill Park to the horse arena to ride. As he got older, Tiger would break horses in that arena, and thanks to an older sister, he was introduced to the sport of reining. He had been in Western Airs. His reining trainer would say that Tiger had a well-developed arena presence because of Western Airs, and thanks to his prior experience with Happy, our Appaloosa. Tiger went on to become the Colorado Youth Circuit reining champion for 3 years in high school. Residents in this neighborhood have fought to keep its character and freedom. In addition to horses, we can now have bees. Lakewood tried to get rid of this zoning for years. We were harassed for years when code enforcement took us to court, claiming there were flies in January in our corral. They gave us a ticket for our horse trailer being parked 2.5 inches in on an improved surface when zoning required 5 inches. Yes, they really got out there with a ruler and measured. Animal control said, emphatically, there will never be bees in Lakewood. But this just isn't just about horses. I did some research and found out that our mayor and presumably the city council want to bring accessible housing to Lakewood. I don't think they are talking about handicap accessibility. They don't even claim to be bringing affordable housing. What they're proposing will bring the opportunity for investors to make money. Already, we have been approached many times by investors who want to pay $4,000 for our large lot. Realtors tell us not to do a thing because an investor will gut it and build a new house. If multifamily housing is allowed all over Lakewood, it will impact our yards, and especially of the holdouts as multifamily housing takes over the neighborhood, who will be driven out by new residents who don't like the smell of manure and don't care about sun. We are already at the end of the water system. Tripling or more the number of units will take our water flow down to a trickle. The quality of life in a home we have had for 30 years will quickly die. And I looked it up, and 68% of the population in Lakewood are Caucasian. And I am just really irked to no end that some of those people tonight have tried to use minorities to push their agenda forward. The issues with minorities in Lakewood, how about we start with cultural competency in the school, cultural competency with the police force,
Ms. Johnson,
expanded
I'm
job
sorry, your time
opportunities.
is out.
And that's all I had to say, so it worked out perfectly.
Thank you. Phil Hardinger?
Sorry.
Regina Hopkins?
Regina Hopkins, Ward 5. At the last City Council meeting, we heard from 35 people who spoke about their desire for a home in Lakewood. I understand that housing is an important issue, but I also want to bring attention to another kind of home, the ones that belong to the wildlife around us. When I listened to the other speakers, I heard most of them seem to think that bringing all this density here will equate to affordable housing. That is a false lie being fed to them. It won't be affordable unless it's written into Lakewood's own zoning codes, which it isn't being. All this density is doing is straining our infrastructure, increasing traffic, pollution, and killing our already struggling wildlife population. I want to see you start exercising your home rule authority and push back like the 6 other Front Range cities have that have filed a lawsuit against horrible Jared Polis's ideas to shove density down our throats, whether we citizens want it or not. What this is an illegal overtaking of our property rights. You all just got rid of our single-family zoning and changed it to multi-family zoning. This is not what the people signed up for when they bought their single-family homes. I'm sure they bought those homes with the impression it would remain single-family zoning. And I'd guess nearly all of them don't want an apartment building or a sixplex or a warehouse going up right next to them, casting shade on their home and cutting mature trees. You are erasing our property rights by ignoring your own comprehensive plan, which states that neighborhoods have to be consistent with surrounding neighborhoods. But you're about to approve this evening these zoning changes so that you will permanently change what our neighborhoods look like going forward. For the last 20 years that I've lived here, it feels like the focus is solely bringing more people into the city, while the needs of our declining bird population and other species are overlooked. This city council should not be about pinching pennies at the expense of other species' survival for something as common sense as minimal as bird-safe glass on all buildings 40 feet and lower. That's where most bird strikes happen. What I see is our urban tree canopy being bulldozed, forests scraped bare, wetlands drained, and wildlife disappearing with nowhere to go. Their homes are being taken away in favor of more human development. While some of you see this as inclusivity and spin it as increasing diversity, I see a troubling pattern of humans once again taking over everything for themselves and falsely calling it justice and killing biodiversity. Here's the truth. Affordability shouldn't trump life itself. So no, people don't inherently deserve a home any more than wildlife does. Survival shouldn't be a competition where humans always win by default. If we keep down this path, we'll soon find out enough that they're destroying their homes, we've destroyed our own.
Lucas Hagan.
Good evening, Mayor Strom and City Council. My name is Lucas Hagen. I'm the Research and Policy Manager at the Neighborhood Development Collaborative. We're a coalition of 24 Colorado-based, mission-driven, nonprofit affordable home builders, and we support this ordinance as it is written. Flexible lot sizes and home numbers per lot give our members the flexibility to make the most of home building opportunities and provide affordable homes for Lakewood residents. The cost of an affordable home is very easy to calculate. It's the affordable sale price or rent is the cost of the material, the cost of the labor to build the home, plus the cost of the land minus the subsidy to bring that home down into an affordable range. Our member organizations need approximately $100,000 to $200,000 in subsidies per home to bring that down to something that residents in need of affordable housing can afford. With this zoning code update, you can lower construction costs for nonprofits by serving your residents by reducing the amount of land they need to purchase per home. This lowers the construction costs and more efficiently spreads the public and philanthropic resources across more homes. And according to home builders active in Lakewood, from whom we've collected data, half of a duplex on a $200,000 vacant lot costs $600,000 to build without a profit margin, while a home in a triplex only costs $451,000. A home in a fourplex only costs $352,000. That's a $284,000 difference between a home in a duplex and a home in a fourplex. And that $248,000 or $84,000 difference is a subsidy that you can provide to Lakewood residents without adding a line to your budget. As such, we support this ordinance as it is written, and we hope you vote yes on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brad Bruce, then Karen Shantz, and then Joy Anderson.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brad Bruce. I live in Ward 2. I am here to speak enthusiastically in support of this resolution as it's written with no amendments. I didn't write a whole lot here, but I just wanted to go over a little bit about my life. I live in Lakewood, Ward 2. I spend $1,850 a month in rent in my one-bedroom apartment. That is almost $23,000 a year for a 650 square foot apartment. The average age of home buyers in 2025 is at an all-time high of 56 years old. I will never be able to afford a house at that rate. And the people that have robbed my generation of this generational wealth of owning property are in this room still attempting to rob my generation of even more. I do not want to live in a single family house. I don't want to deal with a yard. I want the opportunity to live in whatever type of house that I would like to, whether that be a duplex, triplex, quadplex, condo. I think this resolution is incredibly important. I also really want to point out, I really liked what John from Redress said. All these people do, I go to the ward meetings, you guys are at the ward meetings, you guys know as well as I do, these people are just gonna keep complaining about homelessness, and then when you try to put even the smallest amount of effort into fixing that problem, and zoning it's a small piece of fixing homelessness, it's not the end all be all, but when you guys try to put even a tiny little bit of effort into fixing a problem, all they do is complain. They're gonna keep complaining. So I hope you guys vote for this the way it's written. The last thing I want to say is that I just want you, those of you who may want to water this bill down, I want you to think about the people that volunteer on your campaigns and put a lot of effort into making sure you are in these seats today. You may find yourself without those volunteers in the future if you water these amendments down. Also, this is going to sound really mean, and I just think it's important for you guys to hear it. Fuck the horses. What are we talking about? You guys have constituents sleeping on the streets right now. We can go to Colfax and Wadsworth. We can go anywhere in Colfax. We can go all the way down Wadsworth. We can go all the train stations. You have constituents sleeping on the street right now, and these people want to complain about horses? Are you kidding me? Please vote yes. Thank you.
Karen Chance.
Good evening, Mayor Strom and Town Council. My name is Karen Shantz, Ward 2. Thank you for this opportunity to address Council. I'm here this evening to address Table 4 residential dimensional standards. I agree with allowing ADUs and duplexes on what are now single-family zoned lots. Unfortunately, I am in disagreement with most other aspects of the low-form residential zoning code, primarily because it will not achieve that for what you are looking, that being, and I quote, the creation of affordable, attainable, and more inclusionary housing, end quote. Nor will it provide housing compatible with the scale and form of the Ward 2 semi-rural neighborhoods. I had a realtor friend download all Lakewood residential sales from January 1st through August 14th from single-family residential, as well as for residences such as townhomes, condominiums, and duplexes, which is more indicative of the kind of properties that would be built on these subdivided lots. I emailed all of council and town planners these spreadsheets earlier today. 761 single-family homes sold in this time frame. The average price was $739,000. That is not affordable. 428 residential non-single family homes sold. The lowest priced quartile had these statistics. The average sales price was $252,000. The average build date was late 1977 with an average of 818 finished square feet. While these all fall into the affordable range, they were built on average almost 50 years ago. Let's look at the averages for the highest price quartile. Average sales price was $542,000 and were built in early 2000 with 1,575 average square feet. These are still not affordable, even though the average build date was 25 years ago. What price would be on these kinds of residents in 2026? Building multiple new homes will create adverse conditions. An extremely mature existing tree canopy will diminish. Rain will probably run down our streets as we have no storm drainage. Cars parked on our narrow streets may hinder emergency traffic, and who knows about the electrical supply and sewer capacity. Plus, since our local Safeway closed its door, we no longer have walkability to a mainstream grocery store. I want affordable and attainable housing. There are large office buildings with extensive concrete parking lots which appear to be empty or near empty. Just as examples, 12,795 West Alameda Parkway has approximately 5.51 acres from using the JMAP tool on Jefferson County website. 44 Union Building has about 9.65 acres. Boulder County is building 400 permanently affordable, both for rent and for sale, housing units on 24 acres. Perhaps those buildings I just mentioned could be scraped down,
Ms.
the concrete
Shantz, your
dug
time
up,
is up.
and 200. Okay,
Thank you. Joy Anderson, then Brenda Lee Connors, then Max Nardo.
I'm Joy Anderson. I am at 1837 Dover Street in Ward 2. And I'm just going to read what I wrote to y'all today so everybody can hear it. I am from an old neighborhood. I'm from large lots. I appreciate those large lots, and I'd like to see some protection for those large lots. So I'm very concerned about the lack of, what I consider the lack of transparency and seeming nonchalance to the council to open up our older neighborhoods for a developer free-for-all in the name of affordable housing. I think this is a disingenuous proposal, as it is unlikely to create affordable housing, just more expensive housing at the expense of destroying the gems of neighborhoods that Lakewood envelops. People who moved to these neighborhoods and large lots did not do so because they wanted a McMansion. They moved and continue to move so they could have their horses, goats, beets, chickens, urban gardens, mature trees, and maybe build an ADU for their aging parents on their own properties. I have lived in the Morris Park, Ward 2 for over 30 years. Our neighborhood organization and sustainable organizations have spent years connecting neighbors, trying to be stewards of the land, and trying to pay attention to zoning changes that threaten our large lot properties. Usually those threats came from developers who wanted to do they wanted to do to heritage Lakewood neighborhoods what they did to Sloan's Lake and the Highlands. Now it seems like we have to worry about threats from the city council, who in the name of density and affordable housing, there won't be anything affordable about these houses. Let's just be clear about that. Want to introduce a whole new threat to our large lot communities. I'd like to see some actual planning instead of adoption of zoning that seems aimed at destroying our community without providing any meaningful benefit. Perhaps instead of permitting massive apartments with no concern for parking and green spaces, 2 huge storage facilities on Colfax, an empty Safeway store, you could develop a plan for affordable housing on blighted lots like they did in Boulder, or a planned infill community like Lutheran. Maybe you can make a meaningful impact with some thought and creativity instead of opening up a beautiful, established community to its development demise without any meaningful change in affordability. Our communities always seem to be an afterthought for council. If our ward council reps don't want to hear this or have their own idealism and motivations, they shouldn't be in those positions. So I would like to see some kind of allowance to take some of these properties and these beautiful large lot neighborhoods and make some allowances. Because Sophia, I appreciate your email back to me today, but it was pretty clear to me that we're not on the same page on this, because what you're saying is we can do whatever we want with our properties. You're
Ms.
not trying
Anderson,
to take
your
horses
time is
away.
up.
But the developers are going to take whatever lot they want, and they're not going to be affordable.
Ms. Anderson, your time is up. Thank you. Brenda Lee Connors.
Good evening, Council. Brenda Lee Connors. I'm with Metro West Housing Solutions. We are the housing authority for the city of Lakewood, and I'm here to speak strongly in favor of this zoning update. Overall, I would tell you that the problem with affordable housing is a lack of housing across the board. We have not kept up building housing for 20 years across the country, so we just need more housing. Full period, full stop. I appreciate the work that you've done on this zoning code. I appreciate the flexibility that it would allow affordable housing developers. I can tell you that we would be very respectful everywhere that we build, as we have done. I can tell you that by building more dense housing where it's appropriate. It is better for the environment. There's less traffic. There's less pollution from traffic as people don't need to drive as much. We can have stores that stay open by having enough people. So also, I appreciate one piece of what's being discussed in the particular sections tonight on the height incentive for providing affordable housing. Anything that helps keep housing affordable will help keep people off the streets, and we will do everything we can to encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Nardo.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Max Nardo. I'm with the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. We're an environmental group. Thank you for your leadership in updating Lakewood zoning code to support sustainable growth and affordable housing. About affordability, we've heard a little bit of a debate tonight about whether smaller units will deliver them. I would encourage everyone to take a look at the city's own housing plan. Single-family homes built since the year 2000 cost $1.1 million and are 2,600 square feet. And I would just reiterate what your own housing plan says, that this is no longer a match for a city where 2/3 of the households consist of only 1 or 2 people now. You heard from some affordable home builders about how much they can get home prices down when you allow more units to be built on a lot. I think this is important to consider. A household earning 80% of the area median income can only afford about a $250,000 home. So you heard from Lucas that a fourplex can be built around $350,000 or a triplex around $450,000. So all that is to say is that every dollar of affordable housing subsidy that the public can afford goes twice as far with even a small increase in unit caps. So I would submit that that's the kind of win we need to look for in public policy. So I encourage you to stick with the plan as proposed. A quick note on the environmental impacts. I've heard a couple things I agree with tonight, that open space is incredibly important to quality of life and that wildlife homes are important and they are being taken away for development. So I want to encourage you to remember that a typical land use of a single family home subdivision is something like 3 homes per acre. And by putting a couple of townhomes on a 10,000 square foot lot, that's more like 15 homes per acre. So you're getting about 5 times the land use efficiency and preserving this precious land that is on the edge of town that makes up our wildlife habitat. That is one of the biggest things that motivates me and one of the reasons I'm here. I will add that townhomes compared to single family homes use 2/3 less water, 2/3 less water, 1/3 less energy, and compact neighborhoods typically induce about 1/3 less transportation, which is important at a time when transportation is the largest emitting greenhouse gas sector in the state. So all that is to say, energy, water, land, animals, greenhouse gases, these are all important conservation considerations, and they are all advanced by the code you're considering. So thank you for your work on this.
Thank you. Next up, we have Fred Clark, then Nathan Adams, and then Saida bin Judah.
Hello, my name is Fred Clark. I live in Ward 2. The state of Colorado's lopsided legislature has gone too far by mandating the zoning requirements for cities in the state. My hope had been that Lakewood would join the cities that are suing to stop this draconian form of social engineering. Unfortunately, our city government is moving ahead with plans that will change the character and really subtract from the quality of life in our neighborhood, Kewanee Gardens. The folks in Kewanee Gardens bought our properties because we wanted them the way they were. We dread the specter of a developer buying a large property that might become available, scraping the house and the trees, and covering the lot with multi-story townhomes that will just loom above our houses, casting long shadows. That's why we'd like to preserve the quality of life in Kiwani Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Adams. Sadai? Saida? I have one of those names too.
Yeah. Anyway, my husband and I are recent transplants here from the East Coast. I'm from New York. I'm a native. He's from Hungary. And one of our daughters said, could you drive us to Colorado? And we were like, Colorado? Who the hell wants to go to Colorado? What could they possibly have? Because we were kicked back in the Florida sun. But we got here and we were like, oh my God, this is nothing like what we expected. But I'm here to support the people who need the property for their horses. And you guys need the open space. Now, I feel that Coloradans have been given a gift to protect not only their own properties, but the whole heritage of what the West means. When I went to the first parade downtown, I said, there's cattle going in front of Union Station. Where am I? My husband takes photographs every day at the park, and you see horses, and I see wildlife that I haven't heard for 20 years because I've been in Florida. And I said, these people have been given a gift, and they need to protect that. They can build all the condos they want. That's another eye-opener. I come from the East Coast. We've had condos and single-family houses existing for millennia. I grew up on the ocean, didn't even wear shoes till I was 12, and my nieces all live in the condos, but the ocean is still there, and the single-family homes are there. So I feel like you guys can work that part out, because this is an eye-opener to me that in Colorado, they're just getting to that question, because all the other cities in America, they coexist. But anyway, back to the horse question. Our last apartment, a coyote was walking past me in the parking lot, and I thought, I must be in Oz. I must be Dorothy, because that cannot be a coyote. But when I tell my grandchildren that, they are so fascinated that there's some place in America where you can still have these experiences. So I feel this, Colorado in general, and we've lived a lot of other places. This is not our first rodeo. But you guys have been given a gift to be able to have the urban, like we have in New York, but also the nature, because the next generation needs that. They're so spaced out with the video games. I asked my nieces, what do you guys do when you're stressed out? They say, Auntie, we go and touch a blade of grass. That's the current slang for them. Go touch a blade of grass when you feel stressed out. So I feel it can all be worked out. But I'm really so honored at this stage of my life. I was raised in the 50s, so I ain't gonna tell you my age. But I'm so honored that there is still some place in America where you can have all the things that people around the world dream of. So to me, you can have your single family, you can have your horses, but please make space for those horses. In the Native American culture, horses are very important. That's my personal totem, but it's very important. And I'm glad to see that people are addressing the issues that we're facing now.
Your time is expired.
So homogenized. Let me just say this. I watched the South African news the other day. The Tupperware plant in South Africa was closing. Who the hell knew that Tupperware was made in South Africa? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Joshua Comden, then Paul Ditson, then Christine Sterling.
Hello. I want to start off by saying that we had a comp plan, if you all remember that. We did over a year of stakeholding, and it was actually passed by this council. I was in one of the working groups. We had lots of collaboration, even when we didn't see eye to eye. And I just want to mention a couple things from that comp plan that the zoning is supposed to reflect. Goal number 17, complete and engaged neighborhoods. Goal number 19, a diverse, affordable, and accessible housing market. And within there are strategies that support these goals, specifically strategy number 93, diversity of housing types. Strategy number 95, mixed income neighborhoods. Strategy number 96, create walkable, connected neighborhoods. That is what this zoning is doing, and we should keep pushing forward on that. Your job is to implement these items. That's the whole point of the comprehensive plan. Just another note, since Halloween is coming up, imagine how much better kids have for Halloween when your neighbors are all closer together, how much candy per hour they can get. Physically and communally, these neighborhoods are better. I know some people are scared of density, but I think that is a good thing. Some people want neighborhoods and say, oh, I've been here for 25 years ago and I did not want this. I wish I could have the housing prices from 25 years ago, but I can't have that. If people want single-family housing, you know what? If they want to keep their neighborhoods, they can. They can deed restrict their property. And usually the thing is, they say, oh, but my neighbor might not. Well, you could have a blood pact with your neighbor. You could do what we used to traditionally do, marry off a firstborn. Nobody's house is being bulldozed. We don't need zoning to protect the status quo. We need it to prepare us for the future. Thank you.
Good evening, Paul Ditson, Iber Neighborhood Association. I'm not pooling my time this evening. I'll try to be brief. I do want to first recognize staff, commission, council, all the hard work that everybody has put into this. And I've been there along with you and Mr. Comden. I was in the comprehensive plan working groups as well. As many of you know, we have taken a position as an organization to oppose the portions of the zoning ordinance, and I wanted to clarify that we do support many elements of the code, but we remain opposed to the blanket elimination of single-family residential zoning. We believe this is not the only solution, and it's not the best solution. We agree with the intent. We object to the method. For 25 years, the Iber Neighborhood Association has been working with City Council, commissions, administration, staff, public and private developers to accommodate transit-oriented development, affordable housing, and infill development that exceeds what this ordinance intends to accomplish and in a fair and balanced manner. For example, Iber contains 5% of the city's housing units, yet provides 15% of the affordable housing in the city. We have a formula that works, and we have always been part of the solution. Specific to tonight's topic, that is in Article 1, the director's discretion. Once the multiplex as a use by right becomes the law, best and highest use will be multiplex. That is the only criterion that the director is required or obligated to use in evaluating a development proposal. The blanket rezoning dismantles the structured zoning that ensures compatibility of land uses without replacing it with clear guidance to ensure preservation of the character and context of existing uses called for in the comp plan. We're calling for an overlay process for the city to develop neighborhood plans with full engagement of the community, facilitated by city staff to provide the guidance currently lacking in this ordinance. I'll close by saying that we remain committed to working with the city, as we always have, regardless of the outcome of this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Sterling, then Caitlin Bach, then Brian Russo. Christine Sterling. Caitlin Bach.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Bach. I'm in Ward 1. I have a horse property like everyone else apparently here tonight, or what I like to call sheep and chicken. And I'm here tonight to speak emphatically in favor of this zoning change. I do want to call attention to one concern later on, but overall, I wholeheartedly agree with this and heavily support it. I want to start by stating the obvious. The people who will benefit the most from this change are those in our community who are financially struggling right now. The cost of living has outpaced wage growth in the area, leading to many people working 2 to 3 jobs just to survive. I have friends who work in catering, teach kickboxing and yoga, photography, do pet sitting, deliver food, work in landscaping and online tutoring, in addition to their full-time career. And these are full-time careers that they went to 4 years of college or university and often obtained advanced degrees and certificates to be able to work in. Housing costs are the largest piece of that formulation that goes into everyday decisions for millennials and Gen Z. While changing to zoning is to allow multiple housing types in residential zones in Lakewood will not change this overnight, it's one positive step that you have in front of you to address the ongoing living crisis in Colorado and in the country. This brings me to my one concern, the maximum single unit size, particularly in the proposed RLC zone, allowing up to 4,000 square feet in a single family zone above grade, or a single unit above grade, creates a recipe for development of incredibly expensive single family homes in our area. You only need to look slightly east of Lakewood to Sloan's Lake or West Highlands to see this in action. A very quick review of single family homes in Lakewood shows that there's very few above 4,000 square feet total on the market. The majority of those are $900,000 list price. And those that have 3,000 square feet above grade are all listed over $2 million. It's because of this, which is 22 times the average Colorado income, household income, that I recommend amending Table 4 of 17.5.2.1 by breaking up the gross floor area of primary structures of at least RLC and limiting that to 3,000 square feet while leaving the GFA for 2 units at 4,000 square feet or above. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Russo? RERSO? Could it be that I'm not reading? Or what street?
2528 South Luca.
You're up. The beauty of trying to read everybody's handwriting.
It's getting long. Hi, everybody. This is a copy of the formal notice the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District sent to the Lakewood City Council citing their objections and concerns regarding Envision Lakewood 2040. It's quite simple. The Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District told the Lakewood City Council that Lakewood's comprehensive plan is not feasible. Let me quote directly from their assessment. 84% of the plan's goals and over 10% of its strategies involve new housing and or commercial spaces. These changes depend on having adequate water and sewer infrastructure. Yet to our knowledge, none of Lakewood's special districts have been contacted for input. Green Mountain's data models are dependent on Lakewood zoning and developmental plans. All data has shown that Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District is almost completely built out, and that how we have projected growth and assessed fees for years. Changing the data model with one vote can not only cause severe mismanagement and inadequate infrastructure, but can cause unexpected fees to residents who have been made false promises of affordability. Let me repeat that. And this is a direct quote from the Green Mountain Water and Sanitation District, false promises of affordability. Decades of water conservation efforts have led to a hardened system There is very little room to eliminate watering one yard and repurpose that water for multiple toilets and showers instead. Promoting increased housing is a key part of Lakewood's vision for the future and is mentioned 229 times in the comprehensive plan. Collaboration and mediation are necessary to ensure adequate water and sewer infrastructure for this vision to be achieved, unquote. Quite simply, Lakewood does not have the infrastructure to implement this plan. At each council roundtable, I heard time and time again residents ask, "What's the hurry?" If the council wants to pursue this fully, they need to have a plan for funding, a cost analysis, and a construction schedule. Even with this, our city quite simply doesn't have the infrastructure. We don't hear anything about the new water and sewer projects whose costs will be passed on to residents, which will make these new buildings actually unaffordable. I urge the council to weigh the damage, the cost, and this reckless vote will place on our residents of our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Connor Marion. Slair Merrigan. Jessica Goad. Stephen Buckley.
Good evening, council members. I'm Stephen Buckley. I live in Ward 3. Most of you know that I've had the great honor and privilege of serving on the Planning Commission for Lakewood for the past 3.5 years. And so the Planning Commission was in strong support of the zoning ordinance that has come before you tonight and 2 weeks ago and in the next 2 council meetings as well. I felt I wanted to say tonight a few words of my own personal reflections of why I was in strong support of this code, and particularly these chapters we're considering tonight. Not speaking on behalf of the whole commission, of course, but to me, the missing middle housing and allowing it in all the residential zones in our city was a central and essential part of this zoning update to fulfill the goals that we laid out in the comprehensive plan for greater housing, affordability and accessibility for a greater range of incomes, and for a more diverse population. The missing middle, allowing triplexes, allowing quadplexes, allowing smaller homes on smaller lots is a proven solution. The data from everywhere that has tried this has shown, in response to the debate that's kind of unfolding tonight of whether or not this will really work, whether this really enhances affordability, that it does, that it does work. In 1999, a quarter of a century ago, Houston, Texas allowed 1,400 square foot lot sizes, very small, in a large area of its city. Since then, there has been a lot of incremental redevelopment, not necessarily wholesale redevelopment, but a lot of incremental infill development in these neighborhoods. And at the same time, Houston has remained one of the most affordable major metro areas in the country, and one of the most diverse, racially, economically, because of these changes. This is an anti-gentrification strategy. This is a pro-middle class, pro-affordability, pro-allowing people to get into homes that they can buy and that they can afford, and that they can build wealth and stay middle-class members of our community. In 2019, Minneapolis allowed triplexes everywhere, allowed townhomes in a lot more places, and scaled back parking requirements. By 2023, when nationwide inflation was running over 9%, the Minneapolis-St. Paul metro area had the lowest inflation rate in the country, just by allowing more affordable homes to get built. They had lowered the cost of housing enough, where residents of that metro area were experiencing less inflation, than the rest of the country, which was a huge issue, over the past few years. Finally, I just want to say that there's about 42,000 single-family homes in Lakewood. Okay, no matter what we do to the zoning, single-family homes are not going away. The beauty and the underappreciated genius of this is that places like Portland that have legalized this, the change and development and pace of 3plexes or 4plexes or smaller homes on smaller lots, it's small, it's incremental, it's dispersed, it's everywhere. It's not concentrated anywhere. There's not dramatic change anywhere on any block, but there's enough change everywhere so that affordability has actually been achieved. Thank you.
Thank you. Asa Ferrer, then Derek Hammer, then Stephanie Bernard.
Hello, my name is Asa Ferrer, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed zoning changes. Colorado and the Denver metro area are currently experiencing housing and affordability crisis, and these are prohibiting individuals who would like to live in Lakewood from being able to. Zoning changes like those proposed definitely won't solve these problems alone, but are a great start to tackling them. The ability to build higher density housing in Lakewood, such as duplexes, triplexes, condos, and townhomes, provides desperately needed middle ground for those looking to purchase a home but can't afford the large single-family houses and have been priced out of home ownership and living in Lakewood altogether. Creating a city that is opening and affordable for its current and hopeful future residents is a priority that I hope the City Council takes seriously, and I hope you vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek Hammer.
Hello, my name is Derek. I am from Ward 1, and I am speaking today in favor of this proposal. And I think this should be supported. It's a small but necessary step for solving the affordability crisis. It helps with older people that are trying to downsize. It helps younger people find housing and homes in the place that they already live, and they're trying to stay here and stay part of the community. And it helps new residents that want to come and be part of the great community. And this is just a small foundational step, right? This is it's a foundation for allowing more creativity in the future to solve these housing problems, and using the missing middle or smaller housing on smaller lots, or triplexes and quadplexes, et cetera, et cetera. And then the last point I would like to make is that housing is a regional problem. It isn't just isolated here to Lakewood. And Lakewood has an opportunity to take a leadership position here to show the other cities surrounding Denver and Denver itself the right way to kind of do zoning policy and lead from the front. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephanie Bernard, then Andrea Quezada, then Katie Colton. Andrea Quezada. Katie Colton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Katie Colton. I live on South Orion Street in Ward 4. I'd like to thank all of my neighbors who came and engaged this evening and are in it for the long haul. I also work at the Bill Strong Foundation, where I lead the Colorado Housing Consortium, which is a public-private partnership of about 80 individuals across the housing spectrum focused on increasing the housing supply statewide. I'm here today to support the proposed updates to the zoning codes. These updates matter because our key workforce members, young families, and seniors are being priced out of our communities, and because these updates will create more climate resilient and vibrant Lakewood for the future. Specifically, I'd encourage you all to vote yes on the changes to zoning code articles 1, 2, 4, and 5 tonight, because these articles will modernize outdated sections so residents and small builders can follow clear and consistent rules. They'll enable modest neighborhood scale homes like ADUs, duplexes, and townhomes that fit existing blocks, and broaden housing options for young families especially. And they'll streamline by right approvals for code compliant projects, cutting delays that add costs without improving outcomes. I've heard some concerns from my neighbors here tonight and in the online public comments about the impact that these zoning code changes will have on the environment and to existing property values. However, research shows that the zoning reforms such as these included in the proposed amendments cut driving and tailpipe pollution, reduce pavement per person, which in turn improves water and heat outcomes, conserve land and habitat by reducing sprawl, and use infrastructure and energy more efficiently. Additionally, cities like Bellevue, Washington, which is similar in size to Lakewood, modernized their zoning and saw property values for single-family homes rise in the upzone district as redevelopment followed. And in Arlington, Virginia, residential assessments grew in the 2 years after adopting their missing middle housing zoning codes. Evidence from a study in Illinois helps explain this mechanism When rules allow a bit more housing, the underlying land becomes more valuable. Lakewood's measured updates likewise protect neighborhood form while strengthening our tax base and reinvestment. In short, the proposed changes to the zoning code balance growth with guardrails. It protects the look and feel of our streets, creates attainable homes for local workers, key members of our community, and young families like my own, and it reduces uncertainty for everyone who uses the code. I commend the mayor and city council for the diligence you've put into this effort over the past year or more, and would ask you to vote yes on these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Nguyen, then Avalon George, then Rita Burbian.
My name is Matthew Nguyen. I live on 3501 Wadsworth. This is my speech. Hello, esteemed Lakewood City Council. Some here say that urban density is harmful to community. Well, today I want to tell you a story about community. In July 2023, I adopted my dog, Hope. Here's a picture of her. I named her Hope because she's white like the light at the end of a tunnel, and also because I adopted her at a difficult time in our lives when we both needed hope. Before she was a stray, when I brought her to my apartment, you could see her bones and she had signs that she had fleas all over her. She was scared of so much, but especially of going through doorways, probably because going from one place to a new one was so scary for her. At first, I walked her around my apartment's hallways, and then the parking garage, and then finally outside. Throughout the whole time, we met our neighbors who made her feel so welcomed and loved. She has since made so many friends, which I believe played a huge role in helping her come out of her shell. Now we have a vibrant community. We host dinner parties for each other, lend each other a caring ear when times are rough, and help each other in times of need. Today, it makes my heart melt when her eyes light up when coming over to my neighbor's place to hang out with his young daughters, or when she comes over to for play dates with her best friends, who are weirdly enough a 12-pound miniature poodle and a 20-pound pug. Or when my neighbor baked Hope a dog cake for her birthday, or when I wake up to the sound of Hope happily playing with the toys my neighbors gifted her for her birthday. All this is to say that living in an urban and dense environment has helped Hope and I build a vibrant community. Urban density, when done well, can build strong communities. Because I want this for all of Lakewood, I am in support of this zoning proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Avalon George. Rita Burbian. Leslie Pauletta, maybe? On Field Street? No. David Pardo. Then Robert Adams. Then Ben David Hensley.
Hello, esteemed counselors. My name is David Pardo, and I'm a renter in Denver, as well as a missing middle home builder and policy analyst. I visited Lakewood today to reiterate some points I made in an email last week. If Lakewood wants this missing middle rezoning to help improve affordability within the city and provide ownership opportunities for workers who sustain it, I strongly recommend allowing 4 units, if not 6 units, on all lots. Currently, with construction costs soaring over the last few years, a new build 4,000 square foot single family home started today would sell for more than $1.5 million by the time it's finished in 2027. With a 20% down payment, this would mean mortgage payments of nearly $100,000 per year. I don't believe anybody would consider that affordable. 2,000 square foot duplexes that start today would sell for over $800,000 each, which is more affordable, but still requires a household income of about $150,000 a year to afford the mortgage payments. More affordable than a single family home, but still out of reach for many. Triplexes drop the cost another 20% over duplexes, but you really need 1,200 square foot fourplexes to get market rate units into the $500,000 zone that would allow young couples to comfortably afford a new home in which they could start a family with a household income of $100,000 per year. If you want single firefighters, teachers, and plumbers to have the chance to own an 800 square foot 2-bedroom home in Lakewood, so they don't have to move to places like Fort Lupton and then clog the streets driving into Lakewood, you really need to allow sixplexes. Making sure younger folks can get a toehold on the property ownership ladder isn't just about affordability. It's also about community. When teachers have to choose between renting nearby or buying far from their schools, they miss the chance to truly become part of their school's community, which local ownership facilitates. When young couples move out because they have to drive until they can afford a home, your schools start to empty out, just like in Denver, where our school board recently was forced to close 7 schools around the city due to declining enrollment. Additionally, when there are no smaller for-sale homes available in a community, empty nesters who want to downsize without leaving their neighborhood and have less house and yard to maintain don't get the chance to do so. My own mother is currently in this situation, living in a large home that no longer suits her needs with limited opportunities for downsizing. In conclusion, I sincerely hope that you pass this new zoning code into law as written without banning more attainable homes like fourplexes and sixplexes. Everyone working in Lakewood deserves the opportunity to buy a home in Lakewood.
Thank you. Robert Adams.
Hello, I'm Robert from Ward 2. First off, no matter where we agree or disagree on zoning, all of you are severely underpaid, overworked, and subject to unwarranted personal attacks and abuse, and I want to express my sympathy for that, particularly online recently. The dysfunction of Trumpism and our post-truth federal politics have trickled all the way down to Lakewood. I would need a lot more than 3 minutes to debunk all of the insane myths and misinformation swirling around online related to zoning. Others tonight have repeated important data and have given expert analysis, so I won't rehash that. You aren't the only ones with a hard job, though. This year I've spent a lot of my free time trying to get ordinary people to care about zoning. Not an easy task. The organization Livable Lakewood emerged in part from that effort. There are a lot of things we are interested in, from bike lanes to composting to public transit and much more, but those are topics for another day. Zoning is abstract and wonky. However, as soon as people see the connection to housing affordability, suddenly there is literally a line out the door. By my count, 36 people spoke in favor of the zoning updates a couple weeks ago. And often in association with Livable Lakewood or one of the many other groups with shared interests. I want to praise and highlight how what you are voting on is the culmination of a long process involving community feedback, specialist consultation, planning commission expertise, and now it's on your plate. Conflicting interests and priorities were already weighed throughout this process, and many compromises have already been made. It has robust green space requirements, setbacks, and most importantly, structure size limitations that will block horrible McMansions from proliferating in Lakewood. The updates will encourage gentle, smart, and uniform distribution of growth such that people of all incomes and backgrounds in Lakewood will have a better chance in the future to afford a place to live, somewhere that suits them, perhaps near where they work, or near where a green space they love is, or near their family, not just rich white people over here, poor people of color somewhere else, as has been the way of Lakewood for many decades. So my request is to pass the updates as is without any changes that threaten the benefits that can come from these updates. Modest structures that fit well into our neighborhoods can easily accommodate 4, 6, or even 8 units that become more affordable and more sustainable as unit count increases. A couple weeks ago, we heard a father channel his son's slang about how the updates are, I think I quote, totally fire. And I will add that that is, as they say, no cap. I mean, no unit cap, ideally. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, God, that was glorious.
It's getting late.
Good evening. My name is Ben. I live in Ward 2, and I serve as a pastor at Lakewood United Methodist Church. And I rise today in continued support for the passage of zoning reforms and the unamended ordinances that are before you today, which will absolutely change the nature of our city. Honorable Mayor, honorable councilors, the nature of our city needs to be changed. Because as it stands, we are artificially and systematically reinforcing poverty and homelessness. And we are also keeping in place racially segregated status quos in our schools and our neighborhoods, the longer we neglect to enact changes to our existing zoning code. We are bursting at the seams in our city and nowhere near the housing supply we need for what our current deficits are, much less being adequately prepared for what is going to be coming over the next 25 years. According to the Federal Reserve Bank, whose data I checked today, there are around 12,500 current listings of homes for sale in the Denver metro area. That's a large increase from where we were even last year. But guess what the current need for housing is, according to Dr. Cog's housing needs assessment published last year? 52,000. So we're not in the ballpark. We're not even in the parking lot. These reforms are vital plans for us to make about what the future of our city will look like. And while zoning codes on paper are all about how the architecture and land use is employed in a given neighborhood, the zoning code also has an equally substantial impact on who will have access to our city. I strongly condemn the idea on moral grounds and as a Christian pastor that the character of a neighborhood is anything to do with its buildings. That's nonsense. My neighbor is a human being, not a building. I also strongly condemn the idea on moral grounds, and as a Christian pastor, the notion that getting a few thousand more dollars of value on your house is somehow more important than building a city that people who work in can also live in. We need reforms in our zoning code that make attainable housing possible in our city, and we will not get there without these changes. So sure, let's have boutique farms and horses in our city, but let's also have duplexes and quadplexes, and the ability to walk to the grocery store. ¿Por qué no los dos? I think we can do it. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Trips, then Caitlin Stinger, then Matthew Seligson.
Hello, my name is Aaron Tripp. I'm in favor of the progressive zoning changes. I am a renter and I have a child of my own. My experience of the housing market in this area has been one generally of just anxiety. That includes anxiety around rent increases, finding a place to live that is affordable and safe, close to good schools, anxiety around having a stable home for my daughter as she grows up. There is a direct line between restrictive zoning and housing prices. We know this from numerous case studies across the country. Other people have spoken about this tonight. And zoning on its own does not solve this issue, but it is a necessary step forward to even allow for construction of units that fill the missing middle and allow for more diversity of affordable housing. There have been a number of concerns that people have been raised tonight about the zoning changes. Some seem very grounded, but I think many of them misunderstand the plan. For example, as I understand it, there's nothing in this current zoning that is in place today that prevents a developer from buying a lot, from scraping that lot and putting up a McMansion that would cast a shadow over their houses. In contrast, this new zoning actually fixes that issue by incorporating setback and height requirements that would preserve the neighborhood character of Lakewood that we all care deeply about. So I want to recognize that there's been a lot of care and thought put into this proposal, and I support it as written. And I trust in the capability of the council and the mayor to listen to all the voices in this room and come to a decision that is in the best interest of Lakewood. Thanks.
Thank you. Caitlin Stenger.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Caitlin Stenger, 515 North Clarkson. I am a rent-burdened resident, and it is quite a struggle to be able to understand how I'm going to pay for both my rent and also save if I can, and also provide all the other expenses. And so I am speaking today in favor of this zoning because I don't think it will cause, but it will create the enabling conditions to allow affordability in our community and allow people who work here and live here and build this community stay in this community. Thank you all for your patience. I want to echo everything that has been said before in terms of making sure that Lakewood is livable and that we are ensuring our heritage is here. I do want to pose a question that our heritage is not horses, it's our humanity, and that this is an opportunity to really vote and show our humanity in terms of who gets to live here and the affordability of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 more speakers here. If there's anyone in the room that wishes to speak that has not signed up yet, please visit our Assistant City Clerk here in the front. And with that, I have Matthew Seligson. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I want to echo a lot of what has been said. And I think if I understand a lot of this straight is that in favor of this passing, that it will mutually provide a set of not just supporting people who are new and are trying to provide for themselves, provide for others, but also a sense of community. And I do think that it also supports mutually the bio problem in terms of what people speak of water and things of that sort. It may not say so or presently provide that, but I think it does. And so with that has been stated currently, I do support this, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Maxwell. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maxwell Chiardulo. I'm not a Lakewood resident. I'm the research director at the Redress Movement, and I've worked at the local, state, and national level on fair housing policy for 15 years. I also worked on comprehensive plans and zoning reforms in other cities, and so I deeply appreciate the time commitment that it takes, especially on a night like this. So I'm not going to pretend to know all the intricacies of Lakewood's geography or housing market, but I think it's worth sharing just a little historical context. Large lot, single family zoning and homeowners associations are simply the most recent version of what began as very explicit housing segregation laws. We started with explicitly racist zoning laws, which were present across the country. Denver tried to pass one in 1916. Segregationists moved on to racially restrictive covenants, which were widely used in Lakewood until 1950. And when they were struck down, segregationists fell back on technically race-neutral policies like large lot single-family zoning and increases in HOAs to create a similar effect. And the architects of zoning law actually spoke that intention out loud. In the first court case to examine zoning, the judge acknowledged that the single-family zone was an attempt to prevent, and I quote, "the blighting of property values and the congesting of the population whenever the colored or certain foreign races invade a residential section." It's been the purpose from the beginning, and it was designed to preserve segregation, and it has largely worked, unfortunately. The council districts in Lakewood where single-family zoning predominates are still the whitest areas of the city. I don't say all of that to suggest that Lakewood is an exceptionally racist place. These patterns are common throughout the country in most cities and metropolitan areas, and y'all are actually doing the important work to face that history and actually take a different direction. And so I think that's commendable. And what is most interesting from a national perspective is that reforming our exclusionary zoning laws and increasing the supply of housing is actually a bipartisan issue. You have allies in Republicans and Democrats, and in industry groups and nonprofit housing advocates. There's actually a bipartisan Yes in My Backyard bill that's in Congress right now, and it has the support of dozens of Democrats, including Lakewood's congressperson, but also dozens of Republicans from states like Indiana, North Dakota, Wyoming, North Carolina, Nebraska, and many others. And now conservatives tend to want to talk less about the history of racism and focus instead on how exclusionary zoning drives up home prices. But they agree on the same solution, which is that reforming our zoning rules to create more housing and more opportunities for everyone. And so that's what I would urge you all to do, to break from our past and pass these reforms without carve-outs or exceptions that will only perpetuate this history of segregation. It's both the right thing to do and the only way to ensure that future generations will have a chance to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fiore, did you have more?
Thank you, Mayor. I do have Andrea Quezada and Lee Peters who chose to wait till the end to speak, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you. And I'm not seeing Andrea Quezada. There she is.
Hi. My name is Andrea Quezada, and my address is 3005 Wolf Street. I'm against the zoning changes. Larger animals are our responsibility, and it's possible to care for them because they live with us. And let's see. Okay. Yeah. So and they're like part of our family, and they require more space, and they depend on this council to protect them and to preserve their space. It's best to keep things the same without disruption. These properties, made Lakewood a beautiful place. And I also wanted to say, this kind of dumb, but the zoo isn't the only place where you should be able to see animals. Please consider what our families have put into to have these properties, their blood, sweat, and tears. And please acknowledge all of their sacrifices and dedication. Animals are precious gifts, and please be sensitive to nature. And I just want to say that there should be moderation. They should continue to use moderation in the zoning, but once you dissect it, there's no taking it back. And that's all.
Thank you.
Lee Peters from Ward 2, reluctantly coming to the podium. I wanted to agree with the pastor about having all of the, whatever we can do to create more middle housing, to create more affordable housing. I reject the false dichotomy that we can't in the future have horses and more affordable housing. If you look on the zoning map, the RLA zoning is tiny as it is, and most of those lots are not horse properties. They're parks, they're consolidated water, it's infinitesimal in comparison to the rest of the city. So that, I'm very disturbed by the animosity and the alarm that's surrounded this issue. To a fair number of people, horses is their life. I'm not going to start talking about how much they mean because I will cry again. But a few points that I wanted to make that I knew that other people were going to make was we had a realtor who was going to speak about how difficult it is to find horse properties in the entirety of Jefferson County. She has been looking forever. She can go as high as $900,000 and she still can't find a horse property, which is why we say every horse property in Lakewood is precious. We have barns closing, stables closing all over the place. It seems like every few weeks I hear of another barn closing, and all of those people that had horses there are looking for other places to keep their horses. And the stables are coercive at this point. They're charging $800 to $1,000 a month, and people can't afford that. But some, like Kiwani Gardens, there are some other isolated areas that maybe a few people can board their horses. Let's see. Western Airs. We were going to have a speaker talking about Western Airs. There are literally hundreds of Western Airs that have cycled through my neighborhood, that have boarded at various people's houses that maybe their horses died, they didn't have them anymore, and the Western Airs could take advantage of that. That's all now. We want that to remain for the future. I can't emphasize enough how important it is to some people. Other people don't get it. Horses mean nothing to them, but to some people, it
Your
means
time is
everything.
expired.
Just like art, just like other things, they're special. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that is our last, I believe. Okay, thank you. All right, so we will go ahead and close the public hearing now. Quick question for council. It is 10:30. We've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. I'd say question for council and staff. I know a few of you have gotten up. Do we want to recess for a bio brain break? Yes. Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and recess for 10 minutes and then return back here at 10:44 p.m.
We're live in 5.
All right, welcome back to the Lakewood City Council regular business meeting on Monday, September 8th. It is 10:46 p.m. and we are moving on within our agenda. We just finished the public hearing on item 8A, ordinance 2025-28, and we have a very brief presentation from staff, and then we will get into council questions and amendments. And for that, I will hand over the floor to Travis Parker, our Director of Chief of Sustainability and Community Development.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you're aware, you are going to be making decisions on Articles 1, 2, 4, and 5 tonight. Given the late hour, I won't present all the issues that are in those codes. They're in the memo in front of you, and you've all talked about them at a numerous number of study sessions and hearings. So Mr. Rice and I are here for your questions.
All right, thank you. And may we start, please, with a motion?
Mayor Strom, I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2025-28 on second and final reading.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. We do know that we have a number of amendments being brought forward this evening. Before we start the amendments, do we have any counselors that have questions? I would give you a second to please raise your hand. Counselor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, since I know this doesn't pertain to an article we're talking about tonight, but the nonconformity section of the ordinance that we talked about, we heard a lot of comments tonight with concern about the continued use of horse properties and the concern that if one were to sell, that the use would no longer be allowed. But I wanted to get a better understanding with the non-conforming use part of the ordinance we've passed already, kind of what that process looks like moving forward.
Yes, so nonconformity use as a horse property would continue. In fact, I think you heard this evening one particular gentleman said have a nonconformity, the 2.5 horses. That even predates the previous code. So that was something that came over from Jefferson County, where individuals were actually given kind of a written piece of information that said these are nonconformity, and they didn't comply with the zoning changes that we had at the time.
Thank you. So just to make sure I have it crystal clear, that is like how we have gotten to many of how horse properties are currently being used in Lakewood and how it could continue should we pass some of these changes.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other hands for questions? All right, then we'll go ahead and move forward with amendments. Do you have a question, Counselor? Okay. Amendments. And I have one hand up, Counselor Sinks.
Thank you. I would like to suggest 4 words to an amendment on 17.1.2E. So E says, to provide a wide variety of housing types and costs to meet the current and future needs of the residents. My 4 words that I'd like to add would just be working toward home ownership. So just adding that the future needs of residents working toward home ownership. My rationale is that that is in the comp plan, pages 107, 108, goal 19, and strategy 114 emphasizes home ownership, and I just think that is good to recognize that need and desire of people to have home ownership. So.
I have two hands up. Councilor Isabel Cruz, Councilor Nystrom. Did you have questions or comments? Nope. Okay, I'm going to unraise your hands until we're done with that amendment. So,
I
Councilor.
second the.
Okay,
motion.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
I absolutely recognize the valiant sort of intent behind this, which is that we do want to create pathways to homeownership, as that's such a critical component of building back a middle class that is under siege in a lot of ways, and that's how normal people are able to build wealth in the United States. That said, I know that 40% of Lakewood households at least are renters right now, and I don't really want to open the opportunity to prevent properties from being rental if that's all they're going to be, if those are the choices. And I worry that this kind of opens up that argument in a way that feels like a little nerve-wracking for me.
Any other council comments or questions on this one? Councilor Lowe.
I do agree. I mean, Councilor Sinks, I would support the amendment if it read, including those struggling to pay rent and those working toward homeownership. But I really do think it's important to call out both. I mean, renters are 42% of our city.
Okay, seeing no hands up, with that, please go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, my promise. One thing that I promised to council tonight, we do have a little bit, we're doing slightly different procedures this evening. You may have noticed throughout the night, something we typically do is a friendly amendment. That gets a little complicated, and we're already in a very complex discussion this evening. So this evening, we will be doing only ups or downs, and then if we need to amend a vote, we can go back later. So no friendly amendments this evening, and I will work to also restate the motion so that everybody's clear on what exactly we are voting on. So with that, Councilor Sinks, yes, thank you. We are, the motion would be in 17.1.2E to provide a wide variety of housing types and costs to meet the current and future needs of the residents, and adding working towards home ownership. Councilor Cruz, did you have a question? Okay, all right. With that, please go ahead and cast your votes. And that fails. 4 yeses, 7 noes. The noes being Strom, LeBrier, Ryan, Mayotte Guerrero, Sharazai, Councilor Isabel Cruz, and Lowe. Okay, next up, Second Amendment, looking at Section 1. Okay, moving forward to Section 2, Councilor Ken Cruz.
Yes, this is an amendment for Article 117.1.2. And this is adding language to read as follows. To preserve and increase the city's tree canopy and green infrastructure through development practices, such as retaining mature trees, planting large canopy species, and conserving natural open space. To ensure the new development conserves or creates open space that contributes to habitat, stormwater management, and climate resilience.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and cast your votes. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Next amendment. Councillor Ken Cruz.
Yes, this is, let's see, for adding in language to sections 17.1.6, adding in a new section for no retroactive effect. Read as follows: adoption of this code or any amendment to it does not by itself require change to any legally established use or site improvement. This title applies prospectively to new construction, additions, or site work.
Point of information, for counselors that have sent these around, might we ask them to refer to the number on the spreadsheet that they sent council? That might just help. Okay, number 2.
So, clarification, this was brought up last hearing, to move for tonight.
Okay, so we don't have it in print tonight.
Correct, it was
Okay.
given 2 weeks ago.
Can you restate that then?
$17.1.6, no retroactive effect. Adoption of this code or any amendments to it does not by itself require change to any legally established use or site improvement. This title applies prospectively to new construction, additions, or site work.
And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I have hands up. Are these questions about this one? Councillor Mayotte Guerrero.
I think this question is just for staff. This is my understanding of the applicability of the zoning code, but is this clarity helpful in certain circumstances?
Yes, we've discussed this with Councilmember Cruz, and I think this adds some clarity to people reading the code, that the code is prospective and doesn't apply to existing scenarios.
Go ahead.
So does that include then, one of the things that I know I asked about in a workshop was housing animal structures and their setbacks from the edges of properties. So that would mean that that is then not a breach of our current code, and that will help those folks see that through line. Okay, fabulous.
Councillor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. Maybe just to put a finer point, speaking to my earlier question on like nonconformities, what would staff reflect on like the interaction between the inclusion of this in section 1 and then the kind of portion on nonconformities and how those are spelled out?
So this matches with that. What this says is that, you don't have to change something you're doing on your property if you're not doing site work or new construction. And the nonconformity chapter works the same way, right? If you are making changes to your site, the nonconformity chapter lays out the threshold for when the code provisions kick in.
Okay, so they would work well together?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no hands up, we have a motion and a second. Please go ahead and cast your, sorry. City Attorney, could you read that for us?
I am not tracking that. What I got was 17.1.6 general provisions, which currently reads, no structure or property shall be used, occupied, altered, construction, or reconstructed except in conformity with the zoning code. And to add the language at some point in 17.1.6 to be adoption of this code does not in and of itself impact any existing use. But I wasn't sure where within 17.1.6 that was intended to go.
I think what Mr. Cruz and I had talked about is either adding it as a second sentence or adding it as a B, making the existing language A and adding this as B, whichever is more appropriate.
And I'm
Point of
guessing,
information, is 17 point, I just want to make sure I have the right version. My 17.1.6 says applicability, and my general provisions is 17.1.7.
We're talking about applicability, yes.
Okay.
and I think staff could probably figure out the best way to do it. We're just approving the verbiage. Okay. So I would put that motion as stated by the city attorney. And with that, please go ahead and cast your vote. Councilor Furman? All right, and that passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Councilor Lowe?
I'm going to do this real fast. I thought Councilor Sinks had a good point in her amendment, so I would move Councilor Sinks' amendment in revised form to 17.1.2.e. So where it currently reads, to provide a wide variety of housing types and costs to meet the current and future needs of the residents, comma, add, including those struggling to pay rent and those working toward home ownership.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Councilor Nystrom, did you have a question? No. Okay. Any questions or thoughts? Okay, with that, go ahead and please cast your votes. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. And I did not read that. So we're going to shift a little bit. He who doth bring the amendment forward shall read the amendment rather than the mayor, since you've got it in front of you. So we'll do that with the next one.
Point of information, is it helpful to the city attorney if I read it one more time? Yes. Okay. 17.1.2.e. This is exactly the amendment that Councilor Sinks proposed earlier today, where it currently reads, to provide a wide variety of housing types and costs to meet the current and future needs of the residents, strike period, replace that with comma, and then add the clause, including those struggling to pay rent, comma, and those working toward home ownership. Thank you.
Okay, next amendment. Councilor Nystrom.
Thank you. So this is number 1 on my page. It's 17.1.4, which is under the effective date. My amendment is to add 17.1.4A for zoning code review. My amendment is, in 30 months, a comprehensive report shall be generated by containing all relevant information pertaining to the creation of affordable and market rate housing units within the city of Lakewood since the adoption of the current zoning code. The report shall include the following: how many new housing units have been created, how many new affordable housing units have been created, how many new ownership opportunities have been created, what aspects of the zoning code have been identified as problematic, and what aspects of the zoning code need to be enhanced. And then, in addition to that, 36 months from zoning code implementation, a zoning code review shall take place with the city council to address opportunities and omissions in the full zoning code.
Councilor Cruz, did you have a question? And I'm sorry, I just jumped ahead. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I've got my first hand up, Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Yes, thank you. Just clarifying, we're asking for, in 30 months, a comprehensive report, and then 6 months after that, a review of the report? I'm unclear on those two numbers.
Yeah, the concept was, and what I discussed with some staff members and other counselors, was that we would have this data, and hopefully 6 months further out, we would have a little more information, and we could do a review of not just these aspects of the zoning code, but the aspects that have been identified as things that need to be enhanced in the zoning code, or any omissions or opportunities that need to be added or corrected.
Thank you. I understand what you're trying to accomplish. I guess I don't understand the difference in those 6 months. What's happening in between that time?
Well, I got a number of comments from people about the time period involved. I'm okay with striking the last part and doing the review after the first, the proposed 30 months.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Matt Guerrero.
So is the difference that the 30 months is having the data and then 36 months is essentially an opportunity to amend the ordinance, the zoning code itself?
We could do a review at that point.
Is that what you, I think I'm asking for clarification on what review means. Is it reviewing of the report, or is it reviewing of the zoning code to like potentially open it for changes again?
Both.
I would say I think the idea of having like a report and a look back to see that these things are working or not absolutely makes sense to me. I feel very aware of how much effort has been put into the zoning code right now, and even if you try to keep it narrow, I think both for the community, but also for council and also for staff, the fact is that sort of promising to open all 400 pages without this amount of robust outreach and discussion, like people are already dissatisfied with that. It feels a little potentially irresponsible to me, and I know that that's not the intent. The intent is to have an iterative review process, but I worry both that it will be something where there's no way that there will actually be enough community engagement at that point for those to be really responsible, depending on what all comes up, and also the amount of work that opens for staff and for council will likely suck all the air out of the room, as this has, and make doing other things really difficult. So I'm thinking about, in the next 36 months, inclusionary zoning, a better enhanced development menu, a better greenhouse gas benchmark, more investment in our sidewalks and bicycles, our public safety, right? Like all of these things over the next 3 years that then would have to be like put to the side for that 8 months again. And that feels tough. So I think, to me, the part of this that's about like a report or a look back is one thing. But as this amendment, since we're not doing friendly amendments, as this amendment currently stands, I will be voting no, because I think that review component feels a little muddled and has a lot of potential problems that are hard to look at all at once in this moment.
Councilor Lowe.
Mr. Berger, just speaking to the first half of the amendment, the sort of the 30 months of comprehensive report, thinking about just realistically assessing staff capacity, staff bandwidth, like what would be a time frame that such a report could be delivered in a way that would be collect enough data to be worth reviewing and not sort of try to compress like what is probably quite a heavy lift for staff to do over a couple of years.
I mean, 30 months seems very reasonable. We could have 2 years to collect data then and 6 months to create a report. That seems reasonable.
Okay, and the elements that are being listed here, the units, affordable housing, ownership opportunities, like those things are all things that we could actually get in 30 months?
How many new ownership opportunities have been created may be difficult. We don't always have data on what's built for ownership and what's built for rent. We'd have to look into whether that could be achievable, but the rest of it should be fine.
Okay, so I think based on that, I mean, I would signal that I'm a no on this amendment, but if the second half was stricken and the homeownership clause was reworked, then if staff feels like it's feasible to do, I think this would be useful data to get. I'd be happy to see a report in 30 months if we think that that's feasible to get.
Councillor Ryan, then Councillor Isabel Cruz.
Based on the last two comments, I would encourage Councillor Nystrom to consider removing the motion and rewording it so that in the first part where it says the report shall include, you could put the report shall aspire to include. That might help staff with that piece, and then just drop the last portion about the actual review and leave that to a future city council to decide what to do with that information and not bind them one way or another as to what they should do with that information. That would be my suggestion, that you remove withdraw the motion and re-add it that way.
Councillor Isabel Cruz.
Thanks. I think in alignment with the things I'm hearing from my colleagues, I would signal that, yeah, I think as written, I can't support it. And I think the other aspect I just named is, I think it's like, it's framed, probably not intentionally, but just as if we are anticipating it to be problematic rather than leaving it sort of neutral as to evaluating our goals with regard to like our purpose and intent. And so that is maybe what I would signal in the changes in rewording it and maybe having a more, like neutral frame in terms of what the report should demonstrate for a future council.
Councillor Nystrom, I have yours in copy. Would you like me to go ahead and read before we vote? Would you like me to go ahead and read it before we vote? I do have yours in print. I can read yours.
Okay, well, I was going to say I can, as Councillor Ryan suggested.
What we'll do is we'll vote on it as presented, and then we can come back.
Okay.
Point of order. I mean, it might increase efficiency of the evening if folks are allowed to just withdraw their amendment. It's just a suggestion. But
I laid out the rules. The rules are the
Okay.
rules, and then we'll come back.
Okay.
So for 17.1.7.4 zoning code review, in 30 months, a comprehensive report shall be generated by containing all relevant information pertaining to the creation of affordable and market rate housing units within the city of Lakewood since the adoption of the current zoning code. The report shall include the following: how many new housing units have been created, how many new affordable housing units have been created, how many new homeownership opportunities have been created, what aspects of the zoning code have been identified as problematic, and what aspects of the zoning code need to be enhanced. 36 months from zoning code implementation, a zoning code review shall take place with City Council to address opportunities and omissions in the zoning code. Please go ahead and cast your vote. All right, and that fails. 2 yeses, 9 noes. The noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Mayotte Guerrero, Sharazai, Sinks, Cruz, I, Lowe, and Furman. Councillor Nystrom, I'll give you the floor. Would you like to represent it?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'd like to propose under 17.1.4 that we add 17.1.4A for a zoning code review. In 30 months, a comprehensive report shall be generated by containing all relevant information pertaining to the creation of affordable and market rate housing units within the city of Lakewood. Since the adoption of the current zoning code, the report shall include the following: how many new housing units have been created, how many new affordable housing units have been created, what aspects of the zoning code have been identified as problematic, and what aspects of the zoning code need to be enhanced.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions? Counselor Isabel Cruz, then Counselor Sinks.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the neutrality piece, I appreciate the new proposal, Counselor Nystrom, and I get where you're coming from. I just think that continuing to include problematic and what needs to be enhanced are like not neutral words that would make for a successful review for the following council. So, and just as a point of order, in like Bob's rules, are you not allowed, or is the chair allowed to stop somebody from retiring a motion?
Under Bob's rules, the mayor has the authority to temporarily modify the parliamentary rules in a manner that will allow that particular meeting to move more smoothly. So she does have the authority to do this minor modification.
Thank you.
It's not impacting the outcome of what the vote will eventually be. It's just making it easier for this particular meeting to function.
I'm so sorry, Mayor. I have a point of information. Just from reading your email with the rules laid out, I did understand that there were not going to be friendly amendments, but I'm not sure that it was clear to me that people weren't going to be allowed to just take them off of the books. And so I just want to clarify that that is, in fact, what's going to happen. Or not, either way.
We're going to vote on everything. We need to make sure that this is very clear for us, for staff, and for community. So we'll vote on everything, and if we need to come back, we'll come back.
Okay.
I've got hands up, and Councilor LeBure, I'm sorry, we first. Councilor Sinks, Councilor LeBure, the Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
My question is just clarification. Councilor Nystrom, as you were reading, you stopped at D, and so then on our sheets it says 36 months from, that is not there then, correct?
Correct, I'm striking
Okay,
that.
we're striking that. Thank you.
Point of order. So sorry. This is saying 17.1.7.4. That doesn't exist. Are we talking about 17.1.4? Is a new section.
Oh, 1.7.4 new.
Okay, new section. She'd create a new section.
Are you done? Okay. Councilor LeBure.
Yeah, I just had a point of information question, which was really to our city attorney, which is also under Bob's rules. Isn't it true that the council can move to overrule the chair's ruling with a vote?
I believe that that is true, that if there is a motion in a majority, that you can overrule the temporary modification of the mayor.
Okay, great, thanks.
Councilor Lowe.
Yeah, I would second what Councilor Cruz said. This is really, really close, but the phrase "have it identified as problematic" is sticking in my craw. If we can modify, if it can be reoffered just to be something like that, I'm not sure, but something that just sort of says that can I identify, progress on the zoning code implementation so far, or something neutral like that, then I think I would support it with that modification. So I guess that would mean we're going to vote on this and potentially vote it down, and then if it can be offered a third time, then I would vote yes.
Can I amend it at this point? No?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can we just vote it down without repeating it? We've already got it in the books, and then we'll come back to update your wording. All right, that fails. 11 noes. The noes being the whole body. Councilor Nystrom, the floor is yours.
Okay. And I apologize for the incorrect, I think I had 2019 pulled up. So Add zoning code review. In 30 months, a comprehensive report shall be generated by containing all relevant information pertaining to the creation of affordable and market rate housing units within the city of Lakewood since the adoption of the current zoning. The report shall include the following: how many new housing units have been created, how many new affordable units have been created, and what aspects of the zoning code may need to be adjusted, and what aspects of the zoning code, well, I can strike D, and I will just leave it at C.
No, it may need to be adjusted. And then removing D. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I have a hand up. Councilor Matt Guerrero.
Hi, I was sorry about that. I was urging not a second so that we could talk about it. But we'll have to, I will vote it down again personally. This still essentially just enumerates things too clearly for me in a way that I think is actually probably simultaneously a little too broad and also a little too limiting. And so to me, basically having the enumerated list being a shall is the problem. So if you must have if you feel strongly about having an enumerated list, changing the word shall, I think was Councilor Ryan's suggestion to say may include. But the other option is to just finish before the list with that original two sentences. Either of those would work for me, but for me the problem is the enumeration.
Vote. That fails 4 yeses and 7 noes, noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz, Kay, Matt Guerrero, Sharazai, and Furman. Do you want to try again?
Okay, sorry. Zoning code review. In 30 months, a comprehensive report may be generated. Is that where we want to change? No, shall be generated by containing all relevant information pertaining to the creation of affordable and market rate housing units within the city of Lakewood since the adoption of the current zoning code, and that's it.
The report may.
I'm striking that last sentence.
Okay.
Second.
All right, cast your votes. That passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Next amendment. Councilor Ken Cruz.
All right, this is to amend Article 1, 17.1.8.2. There's 2 parts here. The first is to add a clause for written justification and reads as follows. Require the director to prepare a written justification for any waiver or interpretation, citing relevant code provisions, comprehensive plan goals, and reasons for the decision. These findings must be included in the public record and posted on the city's website. I feel like for the purposes of this last go-around of amendments, I should put that one first and then do the second part later.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions or thoughts? Councilor Mayor Guerrero.
I think my question is essentially just, I imagine that occasionally there are zoning code, that like the majority of things that the director ends up using discretion on tends to be a little bit more minor. And I'm wondering, I know it's not 100% of the time, but I'm just wondering if staff would, if you would be comfortable with just discussing a little bit about what level of administrative burden that this might turn out to be if like even really small things are included. I don't have a problem with the intent on this, but I do think it might be one of those things that kind of snowballs, and I don't want to create that kind of work.
We already create a written record of decisions on waivers and interpretations. Now, I interpret this to be a written justification of minor waivers because those are in my power. Major waivers are planning commission. So that's how I'm interpreting the language, even though it doesn't say minor waiver. But yes, we already do. The only thing on here that we don't actually do right now is post those things on the city website, but that's should be simple enough if we can find out where to do that.
Councillor Cruz.
I hate to complicate this further then, so with that piece about it saying any waiver rather than any minor waiver, which is within your jurisdiction, could this potentially be understood in 6 years by different people at a different time to then mean that the director has to also prepare the written justification for the things that Planning Commission does with regard to major waivers?
I suppose, I mean, there is a written report, a findings of fact issued by the Planning Commission when they do it. So I assume if that was the interpretation, that could just be adopted by the director at the time.
Thanks.
Seeing no...
Point of order, or I'm not sure it's a point of order or point of information, but I'd just be curious where in 17.1.8.2 there's a clause A, there's a clause B, and we might want to clarify exactly where it goes.
C, creating a new section.
Ms. McKinney-Brown.
Yes, Mayor.
Are we creating a C, or do you have another way you would like to do that?
The director wants to put it as C, and that's legally just fine.
Perfect. Okay. All right. Are we ready for a vote on this one? Okay. So we're looking at Article 17.1.8.2, creating C that says require director to prepare a written justification for any waiver or interpretation citing relevant code provisions, comprehensive plan goals, and reasons for the decision. These findings must be included in the public record and posted on the city's website. Councilor Cruz, you have that second paragraph in there as well, I believe, correct? Waive any standard in the zoning ordinance.
He just offered.
That would be a second amendment, a separate amendment.
Separate. All right. So ending in these findings must be included in the public record and posted on the city's website. With that, go ahead and please cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Next amendment. Councillor Ken Cruz.
Last one for section 1 for me. It is going back to Article 1, 17.1.8.2. And correction in the text I shared, it is section B, number 4. And rewording as follows. In publicly owned parks, the director may waive any zoning standards except use provisions in Article 4, including Section 17.4.1.2, limiting such property to open space or park purposes.
Point of information, could you repeat that again, Councilor Cruz?
In publicly owned parks, the director may waive any zoning standards except use provisions in Article 4, including Section 17.4.1.2, limiting such property to open space or park purposes. This is a clarification amendment.
Second.
Councilor Cruz, I'm going to ask you to please read that again, if you could.
Yes. In publicly owned parks, the director may waive any zoning standards except use provisions in Article 4, including Section 17.4.1.2, limiting such property to open space or park purposes.
Is he amending? He's replacing them. He's totally taking that out.
I have two hands up, Councilor Lowe and Councilor Mayo Guerrero.
I'm sorry, Councilor Cruz. To be honest, we've been talking. I have actually seen a couple different versions of this amendment. I'm a little confused about what you're trying to do with this. It would be very helpful if you could do a voiceover of like what this current amendment is trying to do and why you're specifically calling out that part of Article 4. My understanding, just from conversations I've had, is what we're trying to do here is the community wrongly believes that the current wording of the code gives the director broad authority to waive vast sections of the code. That is not the case. My understanding is the director has extremely limited authority right now to waive the code for the purposes of building of the city building structures such as fences and other structures in public parks, and that's what we're trying to clarify. Is that your understanding as well, Councilor?
That is correct.
Okay, so could you maybe give us a voiceover of what how this language accomplishes that? Because I'm honestly lost at this point.
Yeah, so I mean, what was sent earlier was waive any standard in the zoning code ordinance, still causing potential misinterpretation. So it's just now specifically more talking to publicly owned parks and the director's authority.
Mayor, may I just briefly respond to that?
Sure.
I mean, the language that I think that my understanding that the staff suggested on this was to amend 17.1.7.1.4 as follows. Waive any standard in the zoning ordinance, strike with the exception of any uses in Article 4. It goes on as it relates to any publicly owned park, and then add with the exception of any use provisions in Article 4. At least like as of this afternoon, that was the amendment that I think that was proposed to me by staff. It just seems shorter, clearer. I think it accomplishes the objective you're getting at. I'm honest, without seeing the language you just read in front of me, I'm having a little bit of trouble following why you drafted in that way. I'm not like saying I'm opposed to it. I'm just trying to understand what you're proposing. And I'm wondering if maybe we should bring Mr. Parker into this, but I'm wondering if the language I just read out is a simpler way of accomplishing what you're trying to achieve. Because I agree, I think it's useful to clear up this idea that like the director does not in fact have broad authority to waive vast provisions of the code. The director has very narrow authority to waive zoning for the purposes of the city building structures, and I think this language accomplishes that.
I think either works for us. I've worked with Mr. Cruz on the version that you said, and then later today we reworked it into the version that he just said. As far as staff's concerned, either version works. Whatever makes the body comfortable.
Okay, honestly, if staff is comfortable with it, I'm totally comfortable with Councilor Cruz's formulation. I'm just trying to understand why it was worded that way. But I guess as long as we're comfortable that it accomplishes the intended goal, Councilor Cruz feels comfortable with that, and staff feels comfortable with that, then I think I'm prepared to be comfortable with that.
Counselor Matt Guerrero.
Excuse my bluntness. Does this do anything?
It creates clarity, right? The concern that was heard among community is that as written, waive any standard is being read by residents as the director could waive everything or anything. So this was to clear that particular section.
Right, but like this, the zoning code does, it like stacks on itself, right? Like each section speaks sort of iteratively to itself. So from a legal perspective or from like an implementation perspective, it is the same. Like this won't change anything in practice?
That is correct.
Okay. Then totally respectfully, I'm a no vote because I don't want to make more deadwood in a very thick document. But I appreciate like the need to make things more readable for the community as a practice.
Counselor Sinks.
Based on what we heard, I would rather go with what we have in front of us, since it doesn't make any difference. And this seems a little bit more economy of words that's here as opposed to what I really couldn't follow, which was going on and on. So if you would like to use what's before us instead of what's just out there, then I could support it. Thank you.
We'll just vote this down.
Really, it's to avoid any misunderstanding. That was the whole purpose in having the conversation earlier with Travis. So, I mean, it's just creating clear understanding. It truly was the purpose behind it. So I'm willing to put a vote to it, and then if needed, change based off of what was said earlier.
Counselor Nystrom.
Yeah, I just wanted to add from what did we do, 6 or 7 roundtables? This came up multiple times. Again, I think the purpose of this, it's not to make it more complicated or more verbose. It's to clarify for the public that has been digging into this extensively the meaning behind this. And if it's workable for the director, then I'm not opposed to making that change.
Counselor Lowe.
I actually genuinely agree with this. Like when I was reading the code, I tripped over this sentence. Like the way it's currently written in the code right now is the director shall have the authority to, go down to that clause 4, waive any standard in the zoning code except for any uses identified in Article 4 that relate to any publicly owned park. Like you can certainly understand why people reading that get nervous about it. So I am on board with clarifying it. We just need to have the right language. But I think if Councilor Cruz's language works and staff has vetted, it sounds like Mr. Parker has vetted the formulation that was just offered, and it accomplishes, I mean, we might ask Councilor Cruz to read it one more time, but I think this would be an improvement in terms of clarity. I genuinely do.
Okay, I'll read again. As follows: in publicly owned parks, the director may waive any zoning standards except use provisions in Article 4, including Section 17.4.1.2, limiting such property to open space or park purposes.
Please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 8 yeses and 3 noes, the noes being Mayor Guerrero, Sharazai, and Sinks. Next amendment. Councilor Nystrom.
This is for 17.1.10 building permits. Should I read all of the text before my addition? Or, okay. So I'd like to add letter D, that no protected trees defined as trees greater than 8 inches in caliper or other significant vegetation may be removed from a site until a valid building permit has been issued and all site plans, including landscaping and tree preservation requirements, have been approved by the city, inclusive of the sign-off by the city forester and director of CR. This cannot be overridden by the director of planning or any other administrative approval. I did discuss this with a couple members of staff, as well as Director Parker. And again, this is more for ensuring that we are not unnecessarily cutting down trees if they are going to be removed as part of a project until the actual building permit has been issued and work is ready to start. And I can think of multiple examples where we have cut trees down and, development never happens, or it's months and months down the road. So I can bring up examples of that, but suffice to say, what we lose when we cut down mature trees before we're ready to develop is we are reducing habitat, we're reducing the number of mature trees that are filtering and cleaning our air and sequestering carbon, and that is an essential aspect of our environment.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharizai, Councillor Cruz, and then Councillor Lowe.
This question is just for staff. Is the city forester and the director of CR involved in this process already?
They are involved in the tree preservation review, yes.
But is there something that they, like, you have to find compliance and a sign off from them, and as our current process exists?
In order to remove trees? Well, trees may not be removed until a site plan's approved showing which trees can be removed currently. I think the intention of this is to delay that removal further than until the building permits are issued.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you, and appreciate your work, Councillor Nystrom, on bringing this forward. I think just as a point of clarity, would love to understand like what the trigger for like the applicability of this is. Like, is it for sites that have a permit? Like, I'm just wondering, like, if you are a person who has a house and you have a sick tree, like, do you need a build? Where would you fall in this? Like, would this apply to you? Like, I'm just wondering what the trigger point for the applicability of this is.
Well, I think there's, as we've discussed, and Director Parker has indicated, we will be doing additional work on the tree ordinance, right? All this does is, in addition to what's already outlined out in here in the building permits, is again, it preserves, or it, I can't think. It omits or delays the cutting down of the trees until the building permit is actually issued and they're ready to build. Because we have, Belmar Park is a classic example, right? Not to bring up a bad subject, but trees were cut down months ago during nesting season, and they have not been issued a building permit yet. So we lose the benefit of those trees during that time period, the habitat, all of that. So
yeah, I agree with that. I guess what I'm concerned with is, as we saw in the parkland dedication ordinance, what the intent was these large developments, but then how it was written applied to folks that were pulling permits to do auditions on their, right? Like, I think that's why I'm wondering what the intent is, or maybe since you work with staff, like what the trigger point is for this specific limitation on the removal of the tree. I'm supportive of that. I just want to make sure that that's clear so we can avoid any unintended looping in of properties that are not what you're intending in this. Like, I guess maybe the question is to staff, like, if in putting this in, what types of properties or what types of tree removal situations would that apply to, as is your understanding right now?
As written, it would apply to any development proposal. I do want to take the opportunity to point out, I did get an email at the end of the day from CR that pointed out two issues that might need to be resolved. One is the lack of definition of significant vegetation in your proposal, that we don't use that term, and I don't know we wouldn't know what that means. And another minor change might be not removed from a site until a valid grading permit, because often those are two different, you get a grading permit and then a building permit. The grading permit requires them to go and rework soil, so it should be grading permit, not building permit.
Okay.
Sorry to add new things.
No, yeah, but I guess what I'm concerned about, right, is this is like thinking about something that has like a pre-planning application is going through a process. Like, if I, on my property, have a sick, mature tree that I need to remove, do I have to get a building permit to remove the tree if we put this in? Because I know that that's not your intent, and I'm just concerned because we have seen this actually happen in our policy before. So I'm just, a little confused about the applicability there.
Well, like anything in the zoning ordinance, it doesn't apply to any property that's not going through a development process, but it would apply to any property that is going through a development process, down to a single family home.
Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thank you for that helpful clarification, Mr. Parker. I mean, I am just, Councilor Nystrom, I think the intent here is one I absolutely share, which is if a major site plan is going through like a sort of a series, what we basically saw at 777, I am for, with the except for sort of sick or nuisance trees, which sometimes in the interest of health and forestry, my interest is they actually do have to be cut down. So that at a minimum, we would want to solve for that. I am for not allowing them to sort of cut down trees until a building and or grading permit has been issued. I think that is a worthy goal. This is a complicated issue. I'm going to invoke the thing that you've brought up a number of times, which is let's do that. We have people in the room who care a great deal about the tree protection ordinance. We should revisit the tree protection ordinance. It is important. Let's do it properly. We have a new sustainability committee. Instead of trying to sort of shoehorn this, I mean, we got a grading permit, we got a building permit, there's the question of nuisance trees, and I am legitimately concerned at a minimum that a single family home that's trying to renovate their home and in the middle of that suddenly has to cut down a sick tree is suddenly going to be told they can't because of this provision in the zoning code. I think you've got the votes on council for putting more teeth in the tree protection ordinance. I promise when we call this up, if we have the chance to sort of work through this thoughtfully and do some stakeholding, I will support something that basically says for a major site plan where there's a major redevelopment, you can't cut down trees absent sick nuisance trees until a building permit is issued. But instead of trying to shoehorn it in here at 11 p.m. at night or even over the next 2 weeks, let's do it as a revisit of the tree protection ordinance. I mean, as a number of speakers spoke to, this code, one of the many, many reasons I support this code is it actually is going to save a lot of trees. Just trees not here that we can see in Lakewood, it's trees on the periphery that will be conserved by people being able to do more infill development. There's a Colorado Energy Office 2024 study I can share that makes exactly that point. So I'm respectfully a no vote. I'm for doing this. We've got a new sustainability committee. Let's work on this, bring it back to council, and strengthen the tree protection ordinance. But let's not do that in sort of an ad hoc way. Let's do it right and make sure that we're doing it in a thoughtful way.
Councillor Ryan.
I just want to get real clear here. So if I want to renovate my home, do I need a building permit?
Yes.
Okay. And so, but if I just have a sick tree on my piece of property, I can cut it down without getting a building permit?
Yes.
So sick trees that I need to remove, I don't need a building permit. If I want to do major work on my property, then I need a building permit.
Correct.
I guess I'm still in favor of this with the caveat that the director has pointed out that perhaps significant or other significant vegetation probably needs to be removed, and whether you want to consider changing building permit to grading permit, that's entirely up to you. But with the caveat that the director brought forward, I'm in favor of moving forward with this, or at least a vote.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start with a vote. I have no other hands up. So adding in 17.1.10, adding letter D, it says no protected trees defined as trees greater than 8 inches in caliber or other significant vegetation may be removed from a site until a valid building permit has been issued and all site plans, including landscaping and tree preservation requirements, have been approved by the city, inclusive of sign off by the city forester and director of CR. This cannot be overridden by the Director of Planning or any other administrative approval. Please go ahead and cast your vote.
What?
All right, that fails. 1 yes and 10 noes, noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz K, Matt Guerrero, Shirazai, Sinks, Cruz I, Lowe, and Furman. Councillor Nystrom, would you like to adjust the verbiage?
Yes, thank you. Again, 17.1.10, add letter D, no protected trees as trees defined greater than 8 inches in caliber may be removed from a site until a valid grading permit has been issued and all site plans, including landscaping and tree preservation requirements, have been approved by the city, inclusive of the sign-off by the city forester and the director of CR. This cannot be overridden by the director of planning or any other administrative approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have no hands up. Please vote. That passes 10 yeses, 1 no, the no being Councillor Lowe. All right, next amendment.
I believe that's me. Right.
Okay.
17.1.11, fees. The city manager has established fees as necessary for any appeal process, procedure, or other action relating to the zoning code. Upon written application to the city manager may waive or reduce said fees if such action will further the economic goals of the city as set forth in the municipal code. I'd like to add letter C. If the decision is made to waive fees, the waiver should be part of the public record and included with other project documents and may be available on a city platform that is publicly accessible. And I did speak to the city manager about this. To her recollection, the only time this has actually been applied is for affordable housing, which makes perfect sense. This is just simply making that decision readily available to the public.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Councillor Matt Guerrero.
I think my question is likely for our city manager, which is this something that is already tracked, sort of like in the previous case with Mr. Parker, that this is just already information that we had, but we just need to post it publicly in terms of the waiving of fees?
In the past, we haven't posted it.
Right, but is it something that you already track or write down? Or is this like creating a whole new process? I'm trying to understand the level of administrative burden or like new process.
Right, we have a memo, and that's how it's recorded.
And so theoretically, could we just like make that memo available
Sure,
somewhere?
of course.
Okay.
All right, seeing no hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses, 0 nos. Next amendment. We may be moving into 17.2. Councilor Ken Cruz.
Yes, Article 2. This is 17.2.2.2. In regards to the public input process, I am moving to add a subsection to read as follows. Website posting. All public hearing notices, staff reports, and written findings be posted on the city's official website. Multi-language notices. Notices for neighborhood meetings and hearings to be translated into Spanish and mailed to tenants as well as property owners. And public availability. Written findings, waivers, and determinations of unlisted uses be made available to the public through the city's website and physical copies at the city clerk's office.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure, website posting all pre-planning responses, is that how you started this clause? Or was that shifted? Can you read the first part?
Yeah, so it was website, all public hearing notices, staff reports, and written findings.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Seeing no other hands up, go ahead, please cast your, did you have it? Councilor Sinks?
Yeah, could you clarify for me from what you read? It says multi-language notices. Notices for neighborhood meetings and hearings shall be translated into Spanish and mailed. So is it only the multilingual that's mailed to property owners? So something that's mailed, it would have both languages on it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that done now? Is that what we usually mail the notices? It's just not multilingual. Is that correct? So a question for staff is that currently we have the notices mailed. Is that correct? It's just not multilingual is the only difference from what's being proposed in that third section, that it's multilingual and it's already mailed out, or is that something new?
We don't mail multilingual notices now. Is that
But you
correct?
do mail notices.
We do mail notices.
And then we would just be adding the additional language or languages.
This is just to Spanish.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Cruz.
Thanks. So where in the ordinance, this section, is this a new subset, like completely separate, or is it being inserted into some of
It's
the
a
other-
whole new, yeah, I have it as a new subsection, but could have that easily go into C.
We were just talking, there are 3 different pieces here, and they may need to be spread among because there's a mailing section that needs to go in the mailing section. So we may, if it's all right with you, put them where it's appropriate in this section.
Can we do
That's fine.
Okay, wait for me.
Councilor Matt Guerrero.
That was actually also my question, so.
All right, it seems then that we may be ready to vote. Councilor Cruz, would you like me to read it? I have it in print.
Yes.
Okay. Article 17.2.2.2, adding website posting, all public hearing notices, staff reports, and written findings be posted on the city's official website. Multi-language notices, notices for neighborhood meetings and hearings be translated into Spanish and mailed to tenants as well as property owners. Public availability, written findings, waivers, and determinations of unlisted uses be made available to the public through the city's website and physical copies at the city clerk's office. Please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. Next amendment.
I have 17.2.2.1, application process. Section A3, the Lakewood, the city shall respond in writing to pre-planning applications. The written response shall include, but is not limited to, comments regarding the following. I'd like to add A4, the pre-planning application shall be made public via the city website and public posting. This must be done after the pre-planning review and before the formal application review. And again, this is just on an eye towards transparency and awareness and making this information available to the public.
Mayor Pro Tem Shirazai. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mayor Pro Tem Shirazai.
Yes, question for staff. This says vetted with Travis, but I had the same conversation. I got a much different answer. So I wanted to hear from staff. It's my understanding we've actually posted publicly the pre-planning process. And we also realize now that 6 out of 7 applications aren't getting through pre-planning. So there had been at least 3 examples where City Council had clawed this back before because it was increasing anxiety in the community around applications that weren't moving forward. And so would love to hear from you. Was that true in my understanding here? And am I missing something?
That's true. No, the answer to both council has been this can be done. But in the past, when it's been done, it has resulted in a lot more angst in the community and questions to both council and staff. So a lot more work for council and staff.
Okay, but just to clarify again, this is after the pre-planning review. This is not prior to the pre-planning review, which you and I discussed. And you did indicate that, you know, a lot of projects get kicked out in the pre-planning review. So this
Point
is
of order,
after.
though. It does say pre-planning application.
Yes. The pre-planning application shall be made public via the city website and public posting. This must be done after the pre-planning review and before the formal application review.
Right, but when the response goes out from the city staff, that doesn't necessarily mean that they've decided to back out of the project yet. So now we've seen the pre-planning application and the response, and it's highly likely that the trend that we see is 6 out of 7 don't make it past that. So it feels like there needs to be one more step further in this process. I understand we want to be responsive and transparency around this, but when we have community members who are navigating these spaces and they're seeing information that's actually not going to move forward, that does take up a lot of staff capacity to answer questions about projects that we know aren't going to move forward. The fact that you have pre-planning application would be a no for me.
Councilor Mayat Guerrero, then Councilor Lowe.
I guess I wanted to just clarify what the anxiety in the community is. So essentially what happens, I'm just trying to like walk through the process. So essentially what happens is the pre-planning review is posted and then folks are essentially like upset by what's in it. And so then we get an influx of of comment and outreach and like pushback on a project that then just doesn't end up moving at all? Am I just getting that right?
So staff will never issue a pre-planning response that says, this project will never happen, or this project can never happen. We will issue a pre-planning response that says, here is everything that would be required for this to move forward. And that list may be super long or super short, and it may include things that can never practicably be done. But we don't say that. We don't say that this project, and so that can cause confusion because, legally it could move forward, even if practically it can't. And so that can cause confusion in the community. This project may happen. You're not saying no, right? So that's what's happened in the past is the open-ended nature of these pre-planning responses causes confusion.
Councillor Lowe and Councillor Isabel Cruz.
So to that point, Mr. Park, could you just remind the community who obviously may be concerned about this, so the point at which it does become public is when a formal application is submitted. Yes. So just to take a very, very high profile example, can you remind folks at what point the 777 Yarrow application was formally submitted? Roughly, approximately? It's like
what date?
Like what year?
2021, maybe?
Okay, so that project, which is like a good example of a very, very high profile project with a lot of concern, the formal application was submitted 4 years ago, and the building permit would last, at least as of a couple weeks ago, the building permit still had not been issued. So my point is just, for large contentious projects where there's a great deal of community interest, there's a multi-year timeline after a formal application. I mean, to be honest, I would like to see that timeline compressed somewhat, but there's plenty of other opportunities for public input after a formal, like it goes from pre-planning to planning. I mean, is it fair that for large projects there's still a number of steps after a formal application is submitted?
Yes.
Okay. So for that reason, I don't really see a need to extend the reporting process further back in the timeline.
Okay, but I believe the concern that came up multiple times, again, in roundtables and in other discussions, is that there are commitments that are made during the pre-planning review. Correct?
I think that the main concern that has been raised is the question about parkland dedication and fee in lieu. And the community resources makes a decision on whether a park is needed on that site at the pre-planning stage.
Thank you.
And I think that's also been addressed somewhat by this body in requiring them to publish that decision and post that decision.
Councillor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. So maybe this is revealing for me that maybe I have a gap in the intent of what this is, what you're trying to do here, Councillor Nystrom. So the hope is that there would be more transparency for projects before there's a formal move forward, if there's already some aspect of public access to information once a formal application has been. So you're trying to get more transparency before a formal application is. Okay. I think particularly with the parkland piece being raised, that to me seems to address that concern, and I could see how if projects don't move forward, that could create, I mean, I already get questions just based on the kind of case report we get on things that are pulled that never move forward. So I unfortunately can't support this, but it's helpful to understand where you're coming from. That clarifies.
Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, no, actually, thank you for that exchange, because that's helpful for me as well. And this gets to a later section that we may talk about, but at the time you submit, at the time that a developer submits a formal application that's when their vested rights happen, right?
Not their vested rights per se, but that's where the rules that will apply to the review of this project are set.
Right. So at that point in time, council, planning commission, that no one in the city can change the rules, move the goalposts, so to speak, to use our metaphor with the football season now. So if the intention is to try and gain transparency before that occurs, where the rules can't be changed anymore, but to also take into account, I think, Councilor Sherazai's excellent point about creating undue angst with folks. If that's your goal, is to find that transparency before those rules become solidified in place, I would suggest that you would put it more in the formal application, that before a formal application can be submitted, that these things that you're trying to get through would occur. I don't know where I fit yet as to where that happens, but I think Councilor Sherazai's point is well taken. And if you're trying to get that transparency piece, then it's not at the pre-planning stage, it's prior to submitting a formal application to the city, that whatever it is that you're trying to get transparency for, that's when that occurs, at that time period. I agree to a point on the parkland dedication, right? So if we have a developer who's insistent on not providing any kind of parkland, then there's a series of processes that can happen, and including the written explanation from the director. But that's only if we have the case when we have a developer who's unwilling to give any parkland property. So if we do have a developer that's willing to give some property parkland dedication, then I don't think there's any kind of written publication that occurs, if that's my memory.
The developers don't get to choose whether they give parkland. The city chooses whether we want parkland there or not.
So thank you for correcting me and making me more precise with my words. If no parkland dedication is occurring of actual land, then there's no written report and therefore no transparency to know whether or not something is occurring or not. So it does occur, it does help us with a lot of situations on the transparency, but I don't know that it would capture everything that I'm understanding you to follow. Again, I'm not sure where I sit on this vote, but that's where, if that's your goal, I think that's how you might want to consider approaching it.
Okay, just so I understand though, I have in here that this must be done after the pre-planning review and before the formal application review. Is that not what you understood, or?
If this was mine, I would say prior to the submission of a formal application. But
prior to the submission of the formal application?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's just how, again, it's yours,
How
not
do we
mine.
know if they're going to submit to the point of the 6 that we don't know or that aren't happening?
But it's the developer's decision whether to submit or not submit. And it's at that point, if to the extent you're going to get transparency, that's when it occurred. Again, it's not mine, so it's not my amendment to make. I'm just suggesting that if transparency is that issue, that's how I would approach it.
Councilor Matt Guerrero.
Are there other hands up?
One more.
I would like to call the question.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. This is non-debatable. Please go ahead and cast your vote to call the question. And we need a 2/3 majority, so we will not be calling the question with 7 hands up. That fills the noes being LeBure, Lowe, Furman, and Nystrom. Councillor Lowe, your hand is up.
I'm sorry, I'm going to be really honest. I thought we were voting on the amendment. I apologize. So sorry about that. I don't think this is a good idea. I want to make it a more general point. I mean, we've been talking for 6 or 7, 8, 9 months about the zoning code. We've got a 1 or 2 year process. I just don't think that we should be making amendments of this complexity without more stakeholding in this process. I mean, we're doing this. This is too compressed a timeline to do something this complicated. So I would be a no vote on this amendment. Sorry, I meant to vote yes on. I would have voted yes on calling the question.
Councillor Furman.
I'll be quick. My question is, we talked about the anxiety caused by having the pre-plannings posted. Am I to understand we've done this before? And how long did we do it for, roughly?
Twice in my tenure, I believe, and less than a year each time.
But still, okay, all right. Thank you.
Councillor Nystrom, I've got your print. Would you like me to read it for the vote? Okay. All right, 17.2.2.2. Adding A4, the pre-planning application must be made public via the city website and public posting. This must be done after the pre-planning review and before the formal application review. Please go ahead and cast your vote. And that fails, the noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Merritt Guerrero, Sharazai, Sinks, I, Cruz, Lowe, and Furman. All right, next amendment.
Okay, I guess that's me again. I am going to skip 17.2.2.2 public input process. The next one is 17.2 in reference to Table 1, planning applications general. This article establishes the process and procedures for planning review in the city of Lakewood. The article is divided into 2 sections that describe the common procedures for planning applications and the specific procedures and criteria for each type of planning application, followed by a description of the process that applies to permit applications. I'd like to add the text prior to the effective date of any decision by the director on the MSP major site plan. Any member of the city council may move to call up the development application for consideration within 17 days of the director's decision. If the motion passes, the application shall be brought before the city council as a public hearing as soon as is practicable, following consideration in accordance with the criteria provided in the Lakewood zoning code. City council shall have the authority to approve with conditions, modify, or reverse the decision of the planning director. The city council may also remand the application back to the director with direction for further consideration. And again, this is in place in several other municipalities locally, most notably Arvada and Boulder. And this is an opportunity where instead of what's been going on in the past regarding public initiative, petitions, and things of that nature, this provides a better opportunity to discuss proposed applications that citizens are concerned about.
Point of information, I guess I'm really confused because Table 1 is literally just a table without text. So am I missing where we're putting this language, or am I just looking at the wrong place?
Sorry. I wasn't sure where to insert this, but I believe it does reside under 17.2 regarding planning applications. So
Should this amendment pass, can staff figure out where it belongs? Thank you. We had a motion. Did we have a second? That dies with no second. And before I forget again, we do start hourly check-ins at 11 p.m. We did not really do 11 p.m. check-in because we did our break at 10:45. But before we proceed, I want to test the temperature with council. Are we good to continue? All right.
Can we check in at 1?
We're gonna check in another hour. All right. Okay. Next amendment, please. Councilor Nystrom.
I would like to restate the last motion. There is a second.
I'm sorry?
I'd like to restate the last motion, please.
Oh, you want to do your amendment again?
Yes.
Okay.
Point of order. Can an amendment, if it's unseconded and died, be brought up again for a second? Is that in order?
The amendment as written cannot be brought back. The way you've moved within the rules this evening, you've allowed a modified version of that amendment to be brought back.
Okay, Councilor Nystrom, your modified version?
Yes. Where was I? Okay. Do I need to read the article again? Or? Okay. What?
I think if you have just somewhere specific in there that you want to revise, I think we all have a printed copy of it. We could start there.
Okay. Prior to the effective date of any decision by the director on a major site plan, any member of City Council may move to call up the development application for consideration within 17 days of the director's decision. If the motion passes, the application shall be brought before the City Council as a public hearing as soon as practicable following the date on which the decision was made for review and consideration with criteria provided in the Lakewood zoning code. City Council shall have the authority to approve with conditions, modify, reverse the decision of the planning director and the city, sorry. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we have? All right, we have 3 hands up. We'll go Councilor Furman, then Councilor Lowe, then Councilor Matt Guerrero.
So my first question on this, just because of it seems like a practical point. The bit of language you have where it says consideration in accordance with criteria provided in the Lakewood zoning code. It would, and this is a question to staff, would your interpretation be that the only grounds for modifying this would be if the approval was outside of the current sort of quantitative zoning code rules? I guess my concern is, as long as we understand that the review is only around elements that basically, if a project met all the criteria of the zoning, my concern would be arbitrary, the risk of arbitrary city council rejecting it. So I'm trying to make sure I understand that the consideration in accordance with criteria provided anyway. Is your interpretation that that is enough language to protect from the city council calling up things that fall fully within the normal bounds of the quantitative pieces of zoning, if that makes sense.
Now, the way it's written, it seems that anything can be called up, and it's just saying, following the date in which the decision was made by those criteria.
Okay.
Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, I mean, respectfully, this is exactly the strategy that has been shown time and time and time again in cities across America to be used to weaponize sort of immediate hyper-local NIMBYism to chill the development and the building of new housing that is desperately needed for all the reasons the council's been hearing from commenter after commenter after commenter across multiple hearings. I just don't, I think this is not a good idea. I think it's going to hyper-politicize any major site plan that happens in Lakewood. I think very few developers are going to want to build in Lakewood out of fear that, a city council or future city council with different members will not follow the zoning code and not follow the law and would risk, potentially legal complications from that as a result of political pressure. So I really think that we should not be trying to politicize these things more. I would be a no vote.
Councillor Furman.
Quick additional clarification note. Is it still written, because I don't believe it's changed in this zoning, a major site plan would apply to anything that's 3 units and above, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Sherzai.
Call the question.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to call the question. That is not debatable. Please go ahead and cast your vote. To call the question. All right, that passes 9 yeses and 2 noes, noes being LeBure and Nystrom. So we will go ahead and vote on the amended amendment. Councillor Nystrom, would you like me to read it for you?
Yes, if I may, I just want to clarify that this is something that is brought up and the council votes on it. So it is not just someone calls it up and that's it. So.
Okay, the vote we are voting on right now is for 17.2 to add the text prior to any effective date of any decision by the director of on a major site plan. Any member of the city council may move to call up the development application for consideration within 17 days of the director's decision. If the motion passes, the application shall be brought before the city council as a public hearing as soon as practicable following the date on which the decision was made for review and consideration in accordance with criteria provided for the Lakewood zoning code. City council shall have the authority to approve with conditions, modify or reverse decision of the planning director. Please go ahead and cast your vote. And that fails. 1 yes, 10 noes. Noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz K, Mayotte Guerrero, Sherzai, Sinks, Cruz I, Lowe, and Furman. All right, next amendment. Any other 17.2s?
Yes, I have a 17.2. 17.2.7.4, review procedure. The applicant may appeal the director's decision on a major site plan to a written appeal shall be submitted to the clerk to the Planning Commission within 30 days of the director's decision. The Planning Commission shall review appeals to the director's decision for a major site plan. The Planning Commission shall conduct a quasi-judicial public hearing within 30 days of the receipt of the complete appeal application. The Planning Commission's review shall determine whether the decision of the director is consistent with the zoning code. Any decision of the Planning Commission on review of the appeal to a major site plan shall include reasons for affirming, modifying, or reversing the decisions. The amendment is in reviewing a major site plan application that is adjacent to a park, an environmental assessment of the potential effects on habitats within the park, including any demonstrable effects on park flora and fauna. This assessment should be completed by a certified environmental planner and stipulate any violations of federal, state, or local regulations. This will ensure that the project complies with those regulations. The environmental impact statement should be made available along with other required documents.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any questions, conversation? Councilor Matt Guerrero.
I think as with a lot of these items, I think my question is really about, is this something that would fit in the current procedure and process? Is this where that makes sense? And then like what's kind of the scale of new work that's being asked here? Because my understanding is that we already do something like quite close to this. I think this is for staff. I should have been clear.
Yeah, there are triggers in our current procedures that trigger an environmental assessment. So this would just add a new trigger, so it's nothing that couldn't be accomplished.
And so I guess, so then my next question is that then in that case, is this in the right place, given that this isn't where those other environmental assessment triggers are?
Well, other environmental assessment triggers live in public works with engineering and traffic. So this would be the first one in the zoning code. I think 17.274 is probably the right, and if it passes, we can get it in the right place, but it's definitely in the site plan section and probably in 17.274.
Okay, sorry, and then the second part of that question is just about the level of new work. I know that both with the two of the next priorities for folks, one is the tree plan, tree preservation, and then the other is on like overhauling and further strengthening the EDM, even compared to what we already did in the zoning code. So I essentially am trying to check whether or not this is something that's more appropriate working within those systems, not to say that it's not a great, like a necessary idea, or if it feels just like not duplicative or not like it doesn't interrupt the current processes. I say this just to be clear because one of the major components of our 123 compliance, our Proposition 123 compliance, is around our permit, is within our approval process timing and our ability to qualify as a city for the money that goes to some of the most needed affordable housing programs in the city that we are working hard to get towards, the zoning code being one of the things that will help us get there on a long list. Prop 123 requires certain benchmarks in our timing. So the permit process, me continuing to harp on that, is not me saying like, oh no, poor developers. It's me saying, will this prevent us from meeting our affordable housing goals through Prop 123 and then therefore being able to double down on our investments on affordable housing, which is something that makes all of these zoning codes that people are worried won't be affordable actually do the affordable part of it. If those things don't all happen, then people are right. This alone doesn't fix our problem. So that's a really core concept within this line of questioning.
So as I understood the question, it's, would this impact the timing of development in such a way that it would not allow us to meet our 90-day requirement for affordable?
Yes, that is what I'm asking.
Yes, it would affect the timing of reviews. I don't know if we could work it within the 90 days. Probably not. I think it would, to meet that, it would probably require an exemption for affordable.
Great. I genuinely, I think the idea of parks being an additional trigger for types of reviews being necessary absolutely makes sense, but the idea that it has the potential of hamstringing our affordable housing investment from Prop 123 makes me a no vote. And I just want to reiterate that, like, we all know this, but this zoning code, like, people's worries about it not actually making affordable housing is exactly correct if we don't also meet the markers and the things that are necessary to make it a real investment in affordability and missing middle housing. And Prop 123 is right now one of our larger chunks of possible dollars and support bureaucratically to help that happen. And so if this prevents that, it like really prevents this whole thing from actually being for affordability and makes it more of a developer handout. And so I just want to make that really clear for folks who don't just like live in the weeds on that all the time, that is why that matters.
Just to clarify, again, this is only for a major site plan that is adjacent to a park. It's a very narrow scope.
It's not narrow. Major site plan is anything over 3 units. And parks are, we've looked at the maps, right? Like the parks are a lot of places. So I'm thinking about my district, the light rail, and then the park systems is exactly where we want affordable housing built. And if this prevents those timelines, even a couple of times, it makes it way harder for us to access these resources. And then everything else in here like is not as powerful and is like more of a developer handout rather than like an actual investment in affordability. So I know that feels like in this moment little, but like that longer term is how this zoning actually has to work. It has to be a part of that process. It has to be a part of a few other things that I hope y'all do after I'm gone. But like that is one thing. And to not have a really firm understanding on that, I just like can't in good conscience then be in favor of this.
Councillor Lowe.
Briefly, I agree. Councillor Nice, believe it or not, I genuinely am trying to get to yes on amendments that you bring. Like, I'm not trying to vote these down. Like, I'm looking for opportunities to say yes to things. But if anything is going to complicate the affordable housing review, or frankly, even a non-affordable housing project that, brings needed middle, I don't want to like further add to bureaucracy and complexity for like a 5-unit or 10-unit development that just happens to being built next to a pocket park. So I think there's like the tree protection ordinance, like I think there's a point here, like I genuinely do. I was a little concerned, like during the whole controversy around 777, that there wasn't a more formalized way to make to sort of transparently point to and say, yes, we have checked this box that like every environmental thing has been done. I think you're onto something here. I just think like this is one of those things that just can't be done in a night, or even I would dare say like as part of the zoning code in the next 2 weeks. I would add this to like, along with the tree protection ordinance, like things that I'd like the sustainability to look at. There's a request for council action thing here. Like there are ways to make sure that environmental review like happens. There's a long history of environmental processes actually being well-intentioned, but adding to the complexity in a way that really deters the development of housing. And so I would be a no vote for the same reason.
Councillor LeBure.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I was just going to make a sort of similar comment to Councillor Lowe. I think we have an opportunity to talk about this in our sustainability committee, and we can, I think, figure out a sort of narrower version that checks the boxes, but also doesn't add, too many layers of steps and bureaucracy. Because my firm belief too is that if a property is eligible and in the correct zoning and use by right and all the other things are in line, then we should be permitting things very quickly that are appropriate and ready to go, and aren't controversial. We have 300. We used to have 1,000 building permits a year that were issued and processed, and now we have about 200 to 300. And 1 or 2 of those a year end up being majorly controversial. So I do think, we should continue to have conversations about this and figure out a way to make something work. But I'll vote no today.
Councillor Ryan.
Just given staff's answers to some of the questions that this environmental assessment's already occurring in other departments, I don't feel the need to add it to the zoning code. And I echo some of the other comments that have already been made.
All right, seeing no more hands up, go ahead and please cast your vote. Oh, I'm sorry, I promised to read it. Councilor Nystrom, would you like me to read it? Would you like to read it? Okay. And you can just do this, the small paragraph, the change.
Got it. In reviewing a major site plan that is adjacent to a park, an environmental assessment of the potential effects on habitats within the park, including any demonstrable effects on park flora and fauna. This assessment should be completed by a certified environmental planner and stipulate any violations of federal, state, or local regulations. This will ensure that the project complies with those regulations. The environmental impact statement should be made available along with other required documents.
Okay, please cast your vote. And that fails. 2 yeses, 9 noes. The noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz, K, Mayotte Guerrero, Sharazai, Sinks, Cruz, I, and Lowe. All right, next amendment. We may be moving on to 17.2, or I'm sorry, 17.3.
Yeah, 4.
Oh, I'm sorry, not 3 tonight, 4. Councilor Sinks.
Thank you, Mayor. I have an amendment, and because I am a former teacher, I cannot bear to read all of this to you. Instead, I've asked our clerk to put it up so that you can see it as well as hear it. So just a little bit of the background. Some constituents said, oh no, a pickleball court is going to be built just outside my bedroom window. And so Councilor Lowe graciously loaned an intern who did a lot of research on it. And I was like, where should we land on this? And so here's where we've landed. So the land use table, 17.4.2, table 2. So I move to amend table 2, the land use table, to establish a sport court outdoor as a commercial and light rail industrial land use. That would be a special use under all forms of residential zoning and mixed use, general and mixed use residential, and be permitted use in both commercial, regional, and light industrial. So just a little explanation there. Sometimes people take tennis courts and then turn them into pickleball courts. And therefore, we did not say pickleball court, but instead we said sport court outdoor. So I would like, so the end goal is really to keep the pickleball noise from the neighborhood being very problematic. So I think what we'll do is we'll put it in the land use table, we'll vote on that amendment, and then I'll have another amendment with all the supplemental regulations that will go with it, and we'll put that up again. So again, I'm moved to amend table 2 and to add alphabetically, establish a sport court outdoor, etc. I think you see all that.
Second.
And first hand up, Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
So one of the issues I have is putting it under commercial and light industrial is that not all sport courts are private or profitable. And so like this seems to also then regulate public ones and things in parks and things in people's yards, which is maybe the intention, but isn't really how that section of the table is used. And additionally, I mean, I think I said this when it was brought up originally, which is just, we had a pickleball court that was public that got taken away because of one person complaining in my district. I've gotten dozens of emails since then. I still get emails sometimes about it getting closed down of people who used it. And the decibels of it is not louder than Colfax, and it was on Colfax. So I think that there is, I'm not convinced on the outrage. I've read like a weird amount of articles about this over the last couple of weeks, and I'm a no on this, and will probably be a pain on subsequent pickleball-based amendments.
Seeing no other hands up, Councilor Isabel Cruz.
Briefly, so we moved an amendment related to the director's authority related to like public parks and like the use tables, right? Is that the same use table that we're talking about?
That's this. So yeah, this couldn't be waived because it's in Article 4 in park.
Okay, so essentially this is also then imposing that limitation on our public park system.
Yes.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
So yeah, I decided to handle it in two motions. And so the Whitlock Park, which I loved playing pickleball at, was closed because it was not 250 feet from the apartments there. And so the next motion that I'll ask for identifies 250 feet setback. That's pretty common in all public parks. And so, yes, we're regulating that, but it's not something that's not already been regulated for. That's why Whitlock was closed, because it was too close to the apartments.
Yeah, I just thought that was a bad choice.
Councilor Lowe, then Councilor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Singson. I know you've put a lot of work into this. I'm going to vote no tonight. I'm not that doesn't mean that you can't get me on pickleball. Like, I'm open to your argument. I'm not in the anti doing this tank. I do just think there are enough issues here. I need to understand them better before I'm willing to vote yes. So I'm going to do the same version of the answer. I think is going to be a line for me in a couple of these amendments. If we're going to do this, let's bring it back as a request for council action. We could always reopen very specific narrow aspects of the zoning code over the next year if we need to. I'm not, this is because I think Councilor Micro does make a strong case. Like, I would want to understand this more deeply before I'd be willing to vote yes on it tonight. So I just think if we're going to do it, sorry, but I think we need to spend a little bit more time stakeholding it, or at least I need to understand the pros and cons more clearly than I do tonight.
Councilor Ryan.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. This is a question for staff. If a pickleball court ends up being built and there's the 250-foot requirement, does that preclude housing from being built within 250 feet, or what happens? This is kind of like the pig farm there, right, that gets built. Is like, if housing does get built, then do we need to close the pickleball court? And this may go directly to what Councilor Lowe was bringing up. Is like, there's so many questions in my head. I'm not even sure how to tackle them one by one.
Yeah, this wouldn't impact any existing pickleball court, and there would be no prohibition on a future residential building next to a pickleball court. That pickleball court then could stay. It's grandfathered, right?
I didn't know if we did a grandfather when it's our own. I guess these are commercial, not in our parks then?
This would be all.
This is all, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't know we do the grandfather for, yeah, okay.
Everything's grandfathered, right?
Okay.
Zoning code only applies to new things.
Okay.
All right, seeing no other hands up.
May I withdraw this and change it without us voting on it?
We can, if you want to signal that you want to make a change, we can let everybody know and vote no and move on to your change.
I would like to signal that I would like to change this. I mean, the real concern is having a pickleball court 50 feet outside your bedroom window. People that love to play pickleball and play all hours, and you have to hear it all the time. And so I can signal the change that I will only have it for residential zoning and not commercial. That seems to be the problem. And so, I mean, okay, so what should I do now? Withdraw?
Let's go ahead and vote as stated, and then if you want to bring it back separately, we'll do that.
Okay.
Councilor LeBeer? All right. And that fails. 1 yes, 10 no's. The no's being Strom, LeBeer, Ryan, Cruz, Case, Mayor Guerrero, Sharazai, Sinks, Lowe, Furman, and Nystrom. Councilor Sinks, the floor is yours.
Yes, so same table, 17.4.2, to establish sport court outdoor, and I'm deleting commercial and light industrial land use, and just saying that it would be special use under all forms of residential zoning, period. So we do have neighbors that have contacted me, and they are very concerned about not having a pickleball court 50 feet. And there's hardly much study that goes on. Just put yourself in that position that I've got a pickleball court right outside my window.
Second.
Thank you.
Wait, so is the proposal that it would not be permitted in commercial, regional, and light industrial? It'd be prohibited in those zones?
Do I have to say that now? So, sorry, what was your question? Commercial and light rail?
Sorry, I didn't understand your new proposal.
My new proposal just deals with residential zoning. Do I have to deal with all of it?
It's either permitted or prohibited or special exception and everywhere.
Yeah.
I withdraw my second. I can do that.
But that's what it is. That's what it was last time. Yes. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So residential will be a special use is my proposal. And under all of the others would be a permitted use. Special use in residential, permitted use in all the others.
Is that different than?
Shh. Oh, no, I'm kidding. Yeah, it is different. As a commercial and light industrial land use would be special use. So it would be permitted in everything except residential is special use. Do I have a second? I think he withdrew it. Did Councilor Ryan did you withdraw your second?
Sure, second.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll read that to be
Yes.
the vote that I think that it is. Land Use Table 17.4.2, to establish sport court outdoor that would be a special use under all forms of residential zoning. Although you mentioned permitted use for mixed use and commercial light industrial.
Permitted in every other.
If we just strike the as commercial and light industrial, does that accomplish what Councilor Sinks had mentioned she would like for the permitted uses for the ones and the special for residential?
I don't follow. It sounds like it's what's written on the screen. Special use and everything residential and permitted in commercial and light industrial. Is that right?
Just a point of information. It's literally just striking, yeah, like as a commercial and light industrial land use.
Oh, okay.
But the question is, if we just strike that line or that section, does that accomplish it becoming special use for residential but permitted for the others, as she mentioned? Do we need to add anything in there?
No, that's still up there.
Okay, perfect. All right, so the vote then being Land Use Table 17.4.2 to establish sport court outdoor that would be a special use under all forms of residential zoning and mixed use, general and mixed use residential, and be permitted use in both commercial, regional, and light industrial. Please cast your vote. Oh, sorry. That passes 8 yeses and 3 noes, the noes being LeBure, Mayotte Guerrero, and Lowe.
Mayor, as a follow-up, then, I move to amend 17.4.3.1 to add a new section, Y, regarding sports courts as set forth below, as you see. So, first of all, you have the definition. I won't read that to you since you can read it. And then, number 1, sport court outdoor shall be subject to approval as a special use in conformance with Article 2, with the intent that the Planning Commission shall review each request to determine conformance with the specific needs of the residential area where such a court is to be sited, including modification of the material utilized to construct the sport court and specific setbacks. And then number 2, you see the supplemental standards. Just as the 250-foot setback is used for public parks, that same would apply to residential areas. And then the second bullet, sound mitigation strategies, as you see there. Quite technical, and studies have been done that were drawn upon. And then the third bullet, limit of 47 decibels at any property line. And again, we're just talking about residential here. We're talking about,
Point of information, given that there's already a Y, it's perfectly fine for a scrivener just to put it where it makes sense again.
The way the motion is written is to add a new section Y regarding sports courts and to renumber the existing sections Y through E to be Z through FF.
Okay, so existing Y would become Z and then AA, so forth. Okay.
and the last bullet, hours of operation in, so it is just residential, and residential because it's a special use, and these are the requirements, the supplemental standards for that special use. Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So all of this does not apply, these 4 bullets do not apply to public parks. It only applies to residential, where we have special use.
Most of our public parks are zoned residential.
Well, again, Whitlock, again, was closed because it didn't have the 250, and obviously it was closed. It didn't have sound mitigation, and so it could apply. There's, yeah, so it could apply to public parks that are zoned residential to keep the neighbors happy.
Councilor Lowe and then Councilor Matt Guerrero.
So I want to try to get a sharp, I think this is consequential. I want to try to get a sharper answer on this. Would this, since most of our parks, and I was going to ask you about this, Mr. Parker, are zoned residential, this would apply to all existing pickleball courts in Lakewood parks, correct?
Not existing, I mean, to new proposals.
To new proposals.
It gets more complicated in that sports courts don't require a building permit. So I don't know how, we haven't figured out how to enforce this yet.
Councilor Sinks, to be honest, here's what I'm actually worried about, if I'm just being very candid. Aside from the concerns that Councilor Matt Guerrero raised, I'm worried about someone maybe erroneously sort of thinking, given that we're doing that at this point in the process, someone saying, late in the hour, we tried to ban pickleball, which would be inaccurate, obviously. And I understand that's not what you're trying to do. I could see people who are big pickleball enthusiasts being somewhat upset about a change that being made this late in the process. So I guess don't know the first thing about pickleball, I'll be honest. I am not a pickleball fan, but I do know that it's a popular sport in Lakewood. And it seems to me that this is an important enough thing that it needs to be a bit more socialized and stakeholdered if we're going to do it. So I know that's not the answer you want to hear. I think it's good. Like, I think the fact, I wouldn't be discouraged about the work you've done on this, because I think the fact that you're bringing a clearly well thought out proposal actually positions us quite well to go back and reopen this issue later. But I really, really don't want to include something that could engender this amount of controversy in a code with this many moving pieces right now. So I don't think it's strategic to our larger goals as a council with the ordinance to include something this potentially that could be so easily misunderstood. I mean, we all up here are trying to wrap our heads around this. I don't want to have to go to constituents and explain exactly what this does and does not do with respect to new pickleball courts. I get that we have constituents that are really being driven crazy about pickleball outside their house. I'm really sorry. I'm open to a solution. I just think we need to not do it tonight in this code right now.
Well, I think we should go home then.
Councilor Matt Guerrero and then Councilor Ryan.
I would like to call the question.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to call the question. Please go ahead and cast your vote on calling the question. That passes 9 yeses, 2 noes. The noes being Councilor Isabel Cruz and Councilor Lowe. And with that, please go ahead and cast your vote on the amendment that is on the screen in front of you. 17.4.3.1, sport court outdoor definition. So that fails. 5 yeses, 6 noes. Noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz K, Matt Guerrero, and Lowe. So Ms. McKinney-Brown. I have a question since we approved the first and didn't the second.
So you have made it a use and put it in the table so that it requires a special exception in residential zones and it's permitted in commercial and light industrial zones. And as of now, it would be a special exception in residential zones, and it would have to meet the basic special exception. There's a couple general special exception criteria.
Councilor LeBure, did you have a question?
Well, I was thinking we could move to reconsider the previous action, and then we would vote on that motion, and then go back and re-vote on the last question. Not the last question, but the second to last question, if that makes sense. So if that makes sense to you, the first part, I would move to reconsider.
Point of order. Doesn't the move to reconsider has to be someone that voted yes originally, right?
Motion to reconsider is required that the person to make the motion be part of the group that was in the majority on the motion as it was first considered. It does require a second. It is debatable, but it does require 2/3 of the quorum present to approve it.
If someone else wants to make that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to reconsider Land Use Table 17.4.2 to establish a sport court outdoor that would be a special use under all forms of residential zoning and mixed-use general and mixed-use residential, and be permitted use in both commercial, regional, and light industrial. And if I'm saying this accurately, a vote yes would be to unpass what was previously passed.
So the motion, as I heard it stated by Councilmember LeBure and then actually made by Councilmember Cruz, was to reconsider the motion to amend Table 2, Land Use Table 17.4.2, which was previously passed, but now the motion is, shall it be reconsidered and withdrawn. So if you vote yes, you're voting to withdraw this motion. If you vote no, you're voting to keep it as it was previously approved.
Thank you.
Point of information, and this does require a 2/3 threshold.
Yes, it does. 8.
Point of information, so explain what would happen if we voted yes again. We would actually repeal
the way the motion was stated. If you vote yes, you are repealing the previous decision. If you vote no, you're keeping the previous decision.
Thank you.
And a motion can only be reconsidered once.
That's fine. You can come back a different day. Yeah.
Yes.
Are we voting?
Please vote. Okay. That passes 10 yeses, 1 no, the no being Counselor Sinks. Okay. Next amendment. Where's our farm stands? Oh. I was going to do time check at 1:30 since we did it kind of at 12:30. Counselor I. Cruz.
Thank you. In the interest of maintaining agricultural uses across our residential areas, I kind of noted, and some constituents noted too, that the plant nurseries were only permitted in RLA and were not listed as uses. Essentially, they were prohibited uses in RLB and RLC. And so even though most urban farm activities would fall under horticulture, which is already allowed, wanted to make a motion to amend this table 2 to add plant nursery as a special use in RLB and RLA zones.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any hands up? Seeing none, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses, 0 nos. Next amendment. Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
All right, I had several questions today about roadside stands because it was related to this conversation today. And so the question was about roadside stands, which is on page 4-29. It's section AA. It's that a stand shall not operate for more than 6 months within any 12-month period. And the question is, if they're only operating like a day a week or 2 days a week, is this about it, like the total amount of days? Like, how do we calculate that? Because the question I was essentially getting from people are, there's a fair amount of weekend stands that are year round, but they're only ever open 1 or 2 days a week. So the total time is still within this. And that got brought up because of the plant nursery. I had responded to some people.
Right. Total time is calendar year as specified in the code. So if, is there a limitation on the roadside stand? I don't have it in front of me.
Sorry. So it's section AA.
Yep.
For those with the paper one, it's 4-29. And it says a stand shall not operate for more than 6 months within any 12-month period.
Right.
So that's like collective.
Collective, yes.
So if it is a 1 day a week thing, that is okay.
That's fine.
Okay. It's about consistency there. Great. I thought that was the case, but I got a few of those questions in the last 24 hours.
Though I believe we do have a roadside amendment.
Okay. I do have amendment for Article 4, Section 17.4.3.1, Section AA. And the first one I'm going to propose is to replace words for 1B to read as follows. Allow roadside and farm stands to sell items grown or produced on the property and items produced from another property, provided that at least 50% of the products sold originate from the host property. Include a requirement that products be clearly labeled with their source.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
I just had one clarifying question on this, which is the label, as this currently reads, would that require that the label of the source be if it's not from that place, like not from the farm that it's getting sold from? Because right now I don't think that that's a requirement.
It normally isn't from the property itself. It's usually just best standards in regards to vendors at other markets.
Right. So I think my question is the way that this reads, this is maybe for staff, is about like the enforcement. I'm thinking like places that still only sell their own things and they maybe aren't following this situation. I don't want them to then be like accidentally breaking the law because the labeling system that they've been using for years in Lakewood that has been compliant is like now not compliant because it doesn't say the name of their farm or their house on it. So does this read to staff like the things that aren't from that property need to be labeled from the source? Because that makes sense to me, but I just don't want to catch folks.
It does read that all products need to be labeled, whether they're from this property or another.
Is there a way that it would be easy for us to like fix that?
Maybe remove that last sentence and say, provided that at least 50% of the products sold originate from the host property and are labeled as such.
If you're into it, we can all work it as a team to vote it down and then redo.
That works.
All right, please go ahead and cast your vote for version 1. And that fails. 3 yeses, 8 noes, noes being Strom, LeBure, Ryan, Cruz, K, Mayotte, Guerrero, Sinks, Cruz, I, Low. Councilor Cruz, the floor is yours for the amended amendment.
Okay. Again, this is for Article 4, Section 17.4.3.1, AA 1B. And this is to replace words to read as following. Allow roadside and farm stands to sell items grown or produced on the property and items produced from another property, provided that at least 50% of the products sold originate from the host property. Include a requirement that products be labeled as such.
Second. No?
Not quite.
I removed my second.
Want me to read what I wrote down?
Yes, please.
Allow roadside and farm stands to sell items grown or produced on the property and items produced from another property, provided that at least 50% of the products sold originate from the host property and are labeled as such.
So moved.
Second.
All right. And seeing no hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses, 0 noes.
Or no, not that final sentence. No.
Okay, next amendment. Councilor Ken Cruz.
So following the same section, Article 4, Section 17.4.3.1, AA 2D. And this is to replace the words to allow an increased maximum stand size to read up to 100 square feet while maintaining setback, parking, and signage standards.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I have one hand up. Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
Sorry, my question is, was there like a lot of thought and calculation put into the 50-foot limit as compared to the 100? I assume it was just a carryover.
Carryover. Yeah,
Okay.
carryover.
Great.
Okay, seeing no more hands up. Please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Next amendment. Councilor Ken Cruz.
Thank Thank you, Mayor. This is Article 4, Section 17.4.1.3. Right now, this is speaking into the director determining whether a use not listed is similar and compatible with the uses in the table. What I'm suggesting is adding Section D to read as follows. Require the director to issue a written determination summarizing the factors considered, traffic, density, hours of operation, the comprehensive plan goals and strategies that support the decision, the basis for concluding that the use is similar and compliant. This determination must be posted on the city's website with a defined appeal period.
Second.
All right, seeing no hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Next amendment. Councilor Ken Cruz.
Yes, this is for Article 4, Section 17.4.3.1C, D, and this is to add into the verbiage 1 donkey and 1 mule.
Second.
I have no hands up. Oh, Councilor Lowe, then Councilor Sinks.
Can I just confirm that staff has reviewed this and thinks there's no implementation issue with this?
Confirmed.
Great.
Councilor Sinks.
I just wasn't clear on, it says they have specific rules. Do you see where I'm reading, the very last 3 words on the, it starts out proposed amendment, 1 horse equivalent, blah, blah, blah. To go, other animals have specific rules. And so donkeys and mules, they don't have specific rules then, right? Since they're just being added. Seems like they should have some specific rules.
Let me pull it up real quick. I don't think, because we, in the large animals, so donkeys and mules would go into that category. There aren't specific standards. Generally, what we have, if you look at the large animals, is, let me find it real quick so I don't, it starts with large animals, livestock. So it talks about electric fences.
Would you tell me the page?
14.4. So then, yeah, 414, sorry. It's
late.
It's late. 414, large animals, livestock. So the donkeys and mules they would fall under that category. So they'd be classed as livestock. So there would be some special rules as well, as they would apply to horses and cows and the larger critters. And then we go through, there's specific, because ostriches and emus are very big birds, a little different standards, and then we get into small animals, and then they call all of those out. So the intent is that if you add donkeys and mules, they would fall under the livestock standards.
I think think you may have pointed out a problem with where we've put this, though. Councilor Cruz, your proposed amendment puts it to the calculation of horse equivalent, which I don't think is a permission. That's just defining how many of each thing you can have. I think if your goal is to add donkeys and mules to the animals that are permitted, I think we may relocate this if you're okay with that, where we add the donkeys and the mules.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
D.
Yeah.
Okay. No, we've not voted. All right, Councilor Cruz, would you go ahead and reread the amendment, and then we'll vote.
So this is for Article 4, Section 17.4.3.1.c. In regards to direct placement, staff will help with that, but this is to add donkeys and mules then to the list of, so yeah, allowing donkeys and mules.
All right, please cast your vote. That passes 10 yeses, 1 no, the no being Councilor Sinks. All right, next amendment. And we may be to Article 5 at this point. Councilor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Councilor Lowe, for the assist. So in response to conversations, particularly since RLC is so heavily concentrated in our part of town, and in speaking with kind of the intent of trying to open up greater options for folks within what's feasible, I think the amendment that Planning Commission made to create 0 lot sizes for the minimum lot size in RLC, we can get to the same goal of trying to create properties that can have greater affordability options and work towards our goals while making it kind of a floor that might feel more comfortable for folks or might make more sense with what we're actually going to see in reality. And so it seems like 1,500 square feet is closer to what a minimum that would actually make a difference in reality would be reflective of. And so I move to amend Table 4 in Article 5 to change the minimum lot size in RLC to 1,500 square feet.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. First hand up, Councilor Sinks.
I believe this is a very big, much bigger than pickleball courts. I think this has many more ramifications, and it's 1:30, and I would like to postpone this and keep Article 5 till next time. I don't see any need to start on Article 5 and to give this more consideration next time.
Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
Oh, I'm sorry. Point of order, was that a motion to table?
Yes.
Or to adjourn?
I move to adjourn. We can just adjourn, right?
I mean, we can.
Is that Bob says that we can just move to adjourn anytime, like 1:30.
A motion to adjourn is a main motion. It does require a second. It is debatable, and it only requires a majority of quorum present.
I move to adjourn.
And that fails
Second.
without a second? Did you
I seconded it.
Okay, so.
I guess, but I had a question, which is why I was pausing, because I want to make sure if we're tabling this meeting, are we tabling the meeting? Okay, I want to make sure that's clear. But, because the question is, you want it to go to a third reading, is my suspicion. So I wonder if you need to make that kind of motion or not. Or if you want to table to a date certain.
The action was not to table. The action was to adjourn the meeting.
Excuse me, okay.
So there's nothing about any of the actions pending before the council on tonight's agenda in the motion. The only thing is to adjourn.
Well, point of order, so if we did adjourn right now, what would happen with this? Would this automatically go to third reading, or what would happen with the current second reading?
Staff would struggle, and then we would just put it all at the beginning of your next agenda.
Yeah, so we should probably get it a little hammered out a little bit better. But I think we should vote on the motion, probably no. That's a no. Is my thought.
Well, when are we going to adjourn then? I mean, we had a check-in at 1:33, is that what you said?
I think we should make another motion, basically, that is a little bit clearer, that gives a date specific, saying that we want to go to a third reading or something like that is probably the right move. As opposed to just adjourning. So I would probably vote no on the adjournment, and then do one more motion that says we want to do some date certain or third reading, or whatever is the best language.
I have a couple of hands up that I'd like to entertain before we move forward. Councilor Lowe and then Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
I know the hour is extremely late. I would like to go to sleep. Like, I feel that to my soul. But we are so close. I think looking at the stack of amendments, we only have a handful of additional amendments. I think it would be really good to not have this hanging out for another 2 weeks. I mean, if we were going to move to a third reading, the time to do that would have been an hour or two ago. I think we should push through the last couple of important amendment votes. I think we're very close to the finish line. I think given where we are, it's worth just pushing through. I know it's extremely painful. It's painful for all of us, but that's what I think we should do.
Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
I have very similar sentiments. I recognize that the crowd has dwindled, but it is not, in fact, gone. And I think we have already stretched out the whole zoning code over the course of months instead of just doing it on August 25, which I think was a good idea for the record. But it also means that our community has had to bounce back from organizing and figuring out how to show up on this issue on any side that you're on a bunch of times over the last couple of months, even though this has been a year-long process. And that feels irresponsible to me. I think that this is the biological sacrifice that comes with this role. And if we do table to a third reading, I think we should at least get through the amendments. I think there's 4 or 5.
I think there's 7.
7? Okay.
7.
I still think that it's worth it. I genuinely think that the amount of stakeholding that I know I've personally done in the last 3 weeks, I know where folks are at on the majority of these, in my community, on the majority of these items. And I hear you on the 1,500 square feet feeling like a bigger deal, but I'll say that to that one specifically, it is something that Councilor Cruz and I have spoken with staff, community experts, people on all sides of things, and it's been vetted with a lot of types of expertise and a lot of types of input as one example. So I know that feels like a bigger deal, but it's coming with a ton of stakeholding and evidence. And starting that, I feel like if we push to a third reading, we will start a lot of these conversations from scratch. And it shouldn't be from scratch, but that's what it'll feel like. We'll kind of start over on all of this input. And I think we owe it to the people who are still sitting here to at least get the amendments done and closed, so that then we can move the whole thing to a third reading without amendments. Plus the budget process will then run into it even harder. The next one's also going to go till 2.
Councilor LeBeer.
Well, I was just going to add, sorry, Councilor Sinks thought I was coming up with something that makes sense, but I think I will just vote to adjourn with you on this motion instead after this conversation.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and cast your vote, and a yes vote would be a vote to adjourn. And that fails. 5 yeses, 6 noes, the noes being Strom, Ryan, Mayor Guerrero, Sharazai, Cruz, I, and Lowe. I'm hearing requests for a break. We'll go ahead and recess for 5 minutes. All right, coming back together. Thank you, everyone. 1:46 a.m. Resuming Lakewood City Council regular business meeting on now Tuesday, September 9th. I will open up the floor for our next amendment this evening. We are on Councilor I. Cruz's amendment is still on the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you. Vote yes.
Let's vote. No hands.
Okay, so as a reminder, the amendment that we had been discussing is to amend Table 4 to change the minimum lot size in RLC to 1,500 square feet. A yes vote would be to make that change. And that passes 10 yeses and 1 no, the no being Councilor LeBure. Councilor Ryan?
I move to amend Table 4 on page 5-11, residential dimensional standards for minimum primary and large accessory structure setbacks. And specifically the front setback to 25 feet for all low-form residential.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor in a second. Hands up, Councilor Lowe.
I'm suspicious of efforts to roll back setbacks, but after reviewing this and doing my homework on this, I have no objection and plan to vote yes.
Councilor Sinks.
Would you please repeat that?
Yeah, the short version is that what's currently being proposed is to have it at 20 feet, and I'm proposing to change it back to its original 25 feet. So the motion is I move to amend Table 4 on page 5-11, residential dimensional standards for minimum primary and large accessory structure setbacks, front setback to 25 feet for all low-form residential. Does that help?
Keep it at 25, yeah.
The current code is 25 feet. What was being proposed was 20 feet, yeah.
Okay, seeing no other hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Next amendment. Councilor Sinks.
Thank you. On page 518, section 17.5.3.5B. A B is proposed to say, within any context, in parentheses, urban or suburban, end parentheses, buildings over 1 story in height on arterial or collector roads shall provide at least 7 feet between the back of the sidewalk and the front facade of the building.
Second.
Thank you. So the reason it's written like this is, of course, our expert staff has helped with this, and because of the right-of-way that varies so much, for example, Alameda's broad right-of-way and Colfax's narrow right-of-way, it was advised that we put it this way, provide at least 7 feet between the back of the sidewalk and the front facade of the building. So, there.
Councilor Ken Cruz. Okay. I have, yeah, I think I heard a second.
Yeah, you had a second.
I had a second. Great. Counselor Matt-Guerrero.
I'm so sorry. Can you just say it one more time? Or is it written in my email that I need to look at?
Yes, I did send that out, but I'll email it again, or I'll read it again. Within any context, in parentheses, urban or suburban, buildings over 1 story in height on arterial or collector roads shall provide at least 7 feet between the back of the sidewalk and the front facade of the building. So
Got it,
we're
thank you.
increasing setbacks.
Okay, seeing no hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 10 yeses, 1 no, the no being LeBure. Next amendment. Counselor Ken Cruz.
This is Article 5, Section 17.5.2.1, talking about the gross floor area and adding language at the very end of this section to read, this definition may differ from square footage reported in real estate listings.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Counselor LeBure.
Well, I guess kind of in line with other questions previously, I guess I suspect staff has taken a look at this language and weren't concerned with it.
Has no impact on us. This is more for the public to help understand that this is different.
Got it.
Okay, seeing no hands up. Counselor Cruz, if you'll reread the amendment, and then we'll go ahead and vote.
This is for Article 5, 17.5.2.1, adding wording at the end as follows. This definition may differ from square footage reported in real estate listings.
Please cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses, 0 nos. Next amendment. Counselor Ken Cruz.
All right, this is for Article 5, Section 17.5.2.1, Table 4, for residential dimensional. This is to add the following language to Table 4. So add the following to the notes cell under maximum primary structure size. Primary structure 1 per lot in the row, maximum GFA 3 units. Any single building on a lot on RL proposed to contain more than 3+ units will require a special use permit under 17.2.4. This requirement will sunset on January 1st, 2027.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Counselor Cruz, would you explain that?
Yeah, so this phasing allows the city to monitor infrastructure impacts, adjust regulations, and address any community concerns. As of right now, this would allow, without any special use permit, up to triplexes. However, you know, one comment that stuck with me from Pastor James with the zoning code is it allows potential and retains rights. And this should it doesn't restrict, but also allows those opportunities for developments 3+ units and above with that special use permit.
Councillor Mayotte Guerrero, then Councillor Furman.
I really want to thank my colleague for this amendment. I think that this is a really thoughtful solution to what is such a big point of contention. And I recognize that we are using lots of other types of things to regulate the size of structure, the character of structure, the setbacks, et cetera, to make sure that no matter how many units, the building itself makes sense within the neighborhoods that they're being built in. But it is this really big change to go from using primarily units to using all of these other tools that we're building into the zoning code. And it is so reasonable to me that that is concerning for folks, even who really want to see progressive housing and affordable housing and are willing to share their neighborhoods with new people, are still nervous about it. And so I think wanting to recognize that sort of pain point in the community that's really broad, while also, and so giving a little bit of space for that growth and that change to happen a little more slowly, while also respecting the longer term intent of the zoning codes to modernize kind of the types of housing we're seeing. I think this is a really fabulous and innovative solution. I just want to say thank you for working on that.
Councillor Furman.
This is probably one of the more challenging parts of this zoning, and I think a big piece of it, and so I applaud all the effort you've put in. Obviously, I've seen in all the conversations, I've seen this evolve quite a bit as this has been discussed. I mean, the critical piece about this, this initial by right being the triplexes, is that one of the biggest concerns that I've heard is people understanding, I mean, because the functional reality is two things. One, there's a lot of talk of the single family going away. And I will note, not that anybody is listening at this point, but it's worth noting, since you can have 5 unrelated people today living in a unit, the version of single family as everyone envisions it doesn't really exist today anyway. What we're talking about is essentially building something that people can understand a little better. But that said, this situation where you're allowing the triplex initially, I think helps the community see that it really is, a big piece of it is creating new opportunities for housing, because the triplex version, I think, looks like something the community will see. A, it's incremental, it'll happen slow, and B, it will also be something that is recognizable, something that they understand. It isn't the thing that gets talked about a lot. It's a big apartment building next to me, and there's a lot of constraints already in here with size and everything that prevents that from being a reality. But I think this phased approach will make it an obvious reality. I think it's critical that as this phase changes, that there's a look back and people can have a moment to recognize if there are potential issues. But the biggest piece for me on this is that this starts out in this triplex place, so that we can have the community recognize that this is about creating new housing opportunities, and it's not the thing that everyone is selling as this giant, overwhelming change. So I appreciate all the work that you've put in. So, thanks.
Councillor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. And yeah, I do want to appreciate everybody's comments regarding threading this needle and the work that you've put in. I think that I remain, particularly with some of what we've heard, both through email and through some of the comments, about kind of like the difference between even setting up the barrier for a fourplex in that kind of initial period with a special use permit gives me pause in thinking about how far behind we already are in our affordability crisis as a city. And also, like, I think this process has made me reflect on my own neighborhood, and I live near fourplex that doesn't really look that different than the duplex across the street. Like, I think that for me, I get that this is trying to thread a needle, and I think that's still having that use by right at triplex and not quadplex, even though I understand that there's a means to build that, I still think is maybe a step too far for me. So I just wanted to express that.
Counselor Lowe.
Councilor Cruz, just for clarity, would you read like the sentence that's being added one more time, if you don't mind, since this is a pretty important one?
Let's see. So any single building on a lot on RL zone proposed to contain more than 3 units will require a special use permit under 17.2.4. This requirement will sunset on January 1st, 2027.
Okay, thank you. I would echo what, I think you've really tried to thread a very difficult needle on this. Fourplexes are important for reasons I'm not going to try to articulate at 2 in the morning, but they are. But I think this is like a good place that council can land, and I plan to support this amendment.
I'm going to make one correction. It's January 1st, 2028, isn't it?
Correction, January 1st, 2027. Sorry, changed from the original writing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Council, oh. All right, seeing no further hands up, you just reread it. Staff, do you feel like you clearly understand? Okay, perfect. Please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 9 yeses, 2 noes, the noes being Mayor Guerrero and I. Cruz. Next amendment.
I think that's
Councilor Ken Cruz.
Last one for me tonight. This is Article 5. This would be a new section under 17.5.2 for adding in a renewable energy protection clause. The added language would read as follows. If the adjacent property contains planned or permitted solar energy system, roof-mounted or ground-mounted, the applicant must submit a solar access shading analysis demonstrating that the new building will not reduce the system's annual output by more than 10% or must adjust the building design, setbacks, roof pitch, orientation to mitigate shading.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Councilor Mayor Guerrero.
We talked about this earlier today, so this will not, my comments will hopefully not be a surprise. Again, I think that this is an example of a really thoughtful, like a noticing of a gap and a need. I do think that this is the kind of thing that fits well in potentially both within our greenhouse gas benchmarking standards or within our enhanced development menu. But the main reason that I actually am both a no vote, but encourage a no vote, or even maybe encourage the sponsor of this amendment to like postpone it or move it maybe to the Sustainability Committee, is that while this feels very reasonable, these kinds of audits are not that common right now. And so my main question within zoning codes is, okay, if you're an individual and you're trying to pop the top on your house, because again, we've had these things happen, right? Where there's a really good intent around something in our zoning code that gets changed and then it ends up impacting like 100% of everyone trying to do anything. So for example, if you are trying to pop the top on your house and your neighbor has a solar panel on their roof, how easy is it for you as an individual, not a larger profitable developer, to figure out how to do this? Like, how easy is this to Google? How common is this service, and how expensive is it? And those are not things that we have totally answered on this. And some of the items within like solar, in terms of like Excel's ability to find out what your roof in total wattage could possibly create when they're trying to sell you solar, absolutely, that is like something that's not that hard to do. But I know within wind, it's pretty rare and pretty expensive to figure out if you're blocking wind paths for wind renewables. So this to me is something where this sector isn't quite there for this to make sense without a broader stakeholding and a broader understanding of the implications. I also can see a world where people then use this in this time before we totally understand it to, and before it's easier to be able to get this kind of information, to essentially like weaponize solar panels where like partway through a build somebody gets upset and like throws their solar panels on, and now we're like getting hung up in cases that take a long time, which probably would still move on because you did it after the plan and after whatever, but you can see the world where this ends up hanging up stuff and costing money and impacting like individuals and affordable housing in ways that just aren't really accounted for here. So with that, I am both a no vote and encourage a no vote, but do encourage folks to like look at this. I think this is an important component of some of the upzoning that's happening, but just doesn't have all the pieces to make it work.
Councillor Furman and then Councillor Nystrom.
From what I see here, we're just looking at solar, right? I'll be honest. I think some of it is complicated when it comes to the 10%. I actually tend to support this mostly because of, as much as I'm very interested in how we get to more affordable home ownership, more affordable housing, attainable housing, I entirely understand the idea of having to protect. And I also think that while there may be people who try and cheat the system a little bit, it's a pretty expensive and elaborate way to try and cheat the system to stop it. I think the reality is if somebody has spent $30,000 on a solar array on their roof trying, for whatever their reasonings are, I think it's reasonable to expect that development adjacent isn't going to block that. I think that you'll find, and I could be mistaken because I don't have it in front of me, but I think this was the cause for some of the solar rules that are in Boulder and different places that have prevented it because they viewed it as a taking to impact somebody's already existing access to the solar for these kinds of things. So I tend to support it. So,
Councillor Nystrom.
Yes, and to follow on to what Councillor Furman said, and I guess referencing the comprehensive plan and a number of other things, someone spends $30,000 to install a solar array, a wind generator, one of those types of things that exist, or they have already submitted and they're pending the installation. That should absolutely preclude someone from building something new and blocking their access to the sun. And this is crucial to our environmental situation, and there are many, many houses in Lakewood that have solar panels. There is also, you can go to the installers that install the panels and they would easily give you a quick array, or there's also now publicly accessible software to do that. So it's not a big expense. Even if there is expense, it's not significant. And this is absolutely detrimental to people that have already invested in improving their emissions and generating electricity for others in the community.
Councillor LeBure, and then, Councillor Lowe, then Councillor LeBure.
Councillor Cruz, respectfully, I mean, I know we've talked about this a little bit. I know there are a couple of other jurisdictions that have something like this. Are you aware of anyone, the height limit in residential zones has been 35 feet for a while. This code doesn't change that. Are you aware of any constituent that has come forward that has said that someone has built a house next to them that blocked the sun from their roof in Lakewood? Because I haven't heard that, but perhaps you have someone in Lakewood that actually has had that problem.
The particular problem, no. It's more of a matter of being proactive in this situation and protecting solar investments before we run into it becoming a problem.
I really think you've been incredibly thoughtful during this process and put like an insane amount of work into these amendments. I think I put this in the bucket of like there's a reasonable concern here. But I think that Councilor Mayor Guerrero, this could be weaponized, right? Like my worry, of course I don't want someone to be able to build a house that renders a solar system on someone's roof inoperable. But it kind of feels to me like right now this is something of a hypothetical concern. I'm not aware of anyone in Lakewood who's come forward and said that this is a problem. Could it become a problem? Yes, it could. On the other hand, might anyone literally in the city potentially try to weaponize this by basically saying, I don't like that my neighbor is building this house next to me. Oh, look, I slapped a solar panel on my roof. I now have a solar system, and I'm going to try to use this to come up the process. That's what I'm worried about. I think there's a thoughtful way to do it with this. I just think this is another one of those things that we need to stakehold a little bit more. Again, I think this could be something for the sustainability to work on. I'd like to see if this is, to the extent we get anyone in Lakewood that says that this is a problem, I think we can revisit this. I would strongly prefer to not pass an amendment that's citywide that could potentially be used by a wide array of people that are kind of grasping at straws to try to prevent something from being built next to them, at least until we actually identify that there's a problem here.
Well, and to that, that's why I've put in, it contains planned or permitted. So this isn't something that someone's going to potentially be able to pull $30,000 out and try to object towards the development next their neighboring lot.
Yep. That's a good point. And to the extent that this induces more people to put solar panels on their roof, I admit that that's actually a good thing. I do worry about this having a more, being used by anyone that has a solar system on their roof that just doesn't like something being built, even if it has no chance at all of shading their roof. I'd just like to see this analyzed a little bit more before we slap this in the code with this little due diligence.
Councilor LeBure.
I was just going to agree with Councilperson Furman and Nystrom and Cruz. I do think these are huge investments in our neighborhoods. $30,000 is kind of a starting price, really. I mean, some of these are 40 and more. I also, to the point about the height on housing, I think that's fair that it's 35 feet. I would love to get some perspective of why the consultants or whoever drafted the 25 feet put 25 feet and then we later turned it back to 35 feet. But to the 35 feet point, it might have been 35 feet, but we didn't have sort of less setbacks and tall flat roof, developments, which is going to be sort of the norm when you're building a townhome or a duplex, ostensibly, versus something that's like a pitched roof, single family, house. So kind of my thoughts on that, but anyway, I'd support the amendment.
Councilor Ryan, then Councilor Mayor Guerrero.
This question for Councilor Kate Cruz. Does this address the situation at all where you might have a mixed use or an apartment building built near a low residential or low form residential building?
This is within the residential standards, so I would assume it would apply, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, for that mixed use to residential.
So would this I guess I'm sorry, I should have probably addressed it to staff. So the amendment, would this cover someone building an apartment building near a low form, or frankly, two apartment buildings next to each other? Does this cover that at all, or is this only low form?
As written, it applies to residential, so. Period, any residential. However, you also, in mixed-use districts, you already have the bulk plane standards. So you're not going to have solar blockage issues from mixed use to residential.
In that situation, but you could have it between two apartment buildings, for example.
You could, and this would cover that.
And I don't know if legal can answer or not. Do we have any concerns about a taking in terms of taking the air rights or any of those issues? And again, I apologize if I'm asking a question you can't answer from.
I probably should not answer this off the cuff.
Yeah.
But these types of provisions are not unusual. So I expect, because I know that they're in others zoning codes, that they've probably been reviewed. As far as Lakewood and the state of Colorado and all of those rules, I haven't done that review specifically.
Thank you.
Councilor Mayor Guerrero, then Councilor Nystrom.
I'm like, maybe we'll have enough information, I'll change my vote, which would be really great. So my question is on, I think one of my questions is, do we know how this compares to other cities? And so far, Boulder, I think, is the only one that's been brought up, which is not my ideal housing model. I know they've improved a lot recently, but there's no need for me to say that into the record. But I think I don't just innately trust that. Like when we talk about like, well, we don't want Lakewood to be Portland, and I'm very down for that as an argument. We don't, but I also don't really want Lakewood to be Boulder. So do we know of any other cities that do this? And if so, or even if it's just Boulder, are these the metrics? Because I think some of my questions are like 10% feels really arbitrary to me. This is what I mean about it being like just not quite there for me. 10% feels pretty arbitrary rather than it being about like kilowatt, because it does say the system's annual output by more than 10%, but my understanding is that average annual output is a little bit more difficult to calculate than like the maximum solar outputs of places. Because it depends on how long that actual array has been there rather than just the modeling. So if it's like that phrase, and then the 10% versus it being like about the actual kilowatts or sun hours or rate, like, is that the rate metric? And is this like other cities? And is there a city besides Boulder that we can name?
No, these amendments are only a couple days old, so
Right.
staff hasn't done any research.
And I guess that's I think we have like, Councilor Furman is definitely also, I mean, kind of an expert in the space. You said these are relatively common, or that you think that they exist, but you also only mentioned Boulder.
Well, the point is solar protection ones are relatively common. I don't have any on the
Right.
top of my head, though. The Boulder one, the reason I was mentioning that one had more to do with the fact that I recall the lawsuits that happened that I think spurred, and again, I could be incorrect, but if I remember correctly, I think lawsuits spurred the city to do something about it because of there were issues of takings or something to that effect. But this is top of my head, so.
Yeah, I still think, I just don't, I think I'm not convinced on the urgency, given that there's such a long list of upcoming sustainability focus, and that if this isn't already a problem, again, I do think the idea that we want to be ahead of it becoming a problem makes sense to me. But to me, there's a very good chance that it should be much higher than 10% or much lower. Like, it's actually really hard and really egregious to take 2% away if you have a solar array where you're, net metering and gaining profit, then that 2% is actually a big deal, right? Like, those are the kinds of questions that I would need to have answered, I think. I actually really did think I was going to get there from this discussion. Apologies. I've talked myself back out of it.
Councilor Nystrom.
I just want to say that this concept of weaponizing solar panels in order to prevent somebody from building next door to you, given the fact that the federal grants are gone, or the federal rebates are gone, and the state rebates will be gone very soon, it is highly unlikely that somebody is going to step up and say, I'm going to pay $60,000 to put solar panels on my roof to avoid having something built next to me. I also think that in not addressing this and being proactive on it, we are setting ourselves up for litigation, because this will result in a lawsuit for somebody that has put the effort and investment into putting solar panels or a wind generator on their property, and we are going to basically allow someone to build something that will block that because most single-family homes or other types of buildings that these would be put on are probably going to be smaller than what has been or what might be built next to them, and that is concerning. So we are opening ourselves up to legal issues related to this by not addressing it in the zoning code.
Mayor Pro Tem Sharzai.
Call the question.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to call the question and a second. Not debatable. Please cast your vote. Again, this is a vote for calling the question. That passes 11 yeses, 0 noes. Okay, and with that, Councilor Cruz, if you could read the amendment again, and we will vote on the amendment.
All right, so this is Article 5, adding a new section under 17.5.2 under residential standards. Adding a renewable energy protection clause to read as follows. If the adjacent property contains a planned or permitted solar energy system, roof-mounted or ground-mounted, the applicant must submit a solar access shading analysis demonstrating that the new building will not reduce the system's annual output by more than 10% or must adjust the building design, setbacks, roof pitch orientation to mitigate shading.
Okay, please cast your vote. That passes 7 yeses, 4 noes, noes being Strom, Mayor Guerrero, Cruz, aye, and Lowe. Next amendment.
Okay, this one is 17.5.3.4, height transition to adjacent residential districts, where a non-residential building or a residential building with 3 or more units is constructed adjacent to an RL district or a public park greater than 1 acre in size. It's a change from the size of the park. And again, this is something that's been outlined in the comprehensive plan and is a concern for a lot of residents in terms of protecting the parks and the natural environment.
Second.
Councilor Lowe.
Won't belabor the point. We have talked about this in the past. I guess I would just offer as an example, like this gorgeous pocket park in Belmar, directly across the street from Belmar Plaza, where there are some really, really nice, like 3-story condos and townhomes that directly overlook that park. Like this is a good urban design feature. Like people like living around these pocket parks, and they should. I mean, they get to look out over greenery. There's nothing, I think, wrong with that. I'm glad that we're doing the bulk plan for these larger parks. We've talked about that. I really don't see a reason to say that someone can't build, you know, a 3-story condo or a townhome next to one of these smaller, you know, parks. The bulk plan already applies to over 60 different parks that are 10 acres or larger. This just feels like bad urban design to me to say that we can't build these sort of, you know, this gentle density around pocket parks like the ones that we have in Belmar. So I would definitely be a no on this.
Councilor Mayor Guerrero.
Similarly, I know that we've talked about this a lot in various sections of this and in the workshops, et cetera. And I agree. I think, you know, the 1 acre park is a really big difference. And additionally to, I think that example in the actual Belmar development is a really good one. But the other thing is as we're trying to encourage some of the larger developments that are going in to have what are then city parks in them, it creates a potential conflict there, right? About if they make that park too convenient for their residents, even though it would be new preserved land, it makes their design harder. because of adding this, and like that doesn't make sense to me either. We want to make sure that the development of new parks, when it's going alongside, like at the same time as, or maybe just ahead of the development of new builds, can still work together. Like I'm not, again, I think about my own ward, I think about the light rail and our smaller parks and the importance of people in the more urban parts of the city not losing the access that they have, especially when the majority of those parks at that acre size or less, they are, they're monoculture grass, like their lawn. We're working on getting better native planting on, in some of that landscaping, but the majority of it is like dirt dog parks and grass lawns and 5 cottonwood trees. And like, that is super appropriate to have pretty big builds right next to it. I know that that's still some habitat, but it's the point of those urban parks, those smaller parks, they're put there really in service of the people that live there, and the more people that can utilize that, the better, so that people aren't living in park deserts.
Can I ask a question? Director Parker, is this referencing when you're building a non-residential building or a residential building with 3 or more units constructed next to RL or an existing public park? Is that not how? So I get with a new development and you want to build a pocket park or something like that, that absolutely makes sense. But if you're impacting an existing park and it's not just the habitat, it's, again, the bird migration corridor and a number of those other things that come into play here. Can you clarify that?
Yeah, I think we've talked about that. I think as it's written, it says or a public park greater than. I think to ameliorate that problem, you'd want to say or an existing public park greater than.
Okay.
Councilor LeBeer.
Thanks, Mayor. I think, I like the idea of some of this. I think, I don't know that 10 acres is the right size, but, and I also think, I'm not sure Belmar is actually a great example since it was a PD, and I imagine this wouldn't have been applicable in a PD, but I don't really know, and that's because we really haven't had a discussion about this, and I think it needs more of that. So while I'm interested in some version of doing something different probably than 10 acres, I think it does need more discussion, and I think there's going to be some opportunities to have those soon. So thanks.
Okay, seeing no more hands up, please cast your vote. And that fails. 1 yes, 10 no's, the no's being Strom, LeBeer, Ryan, Cruz K, Mayotte Guerrero, Sharazai, Sinks, Cruz I, Lowe, and Furman. Next amendment. Was that everybody? All right. So with that, we do have a motion on the floor and a second for the ordinance. And so we have the decision to vote on as amended this evening. All right. All I need to say is we're voting on it as amended, correct? Okay. All right, everybody, please cast your votes. Passes 8 yeses and 3 noes, the noes being LeBeer, Ryan, and Nystrom.
All right, council reports. Motion to adjourn?
I have a motion to
Second.
adjourn and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your votes. That passes 11 yeses. Meeting adjourned 2:30 a.m.
We're not clapping?